The lone eagle had flown the Atlantic alone, with fortitude and a ham sandwich. Great courage that took. But he shivered and shook at the sound of the gruff German language. 93. The rhetoric on both sides was becoming increasingly inflammatory. Interventionist groups, pro-war media figures and a number of Jewish organizations had resorted to name-calling against anybody who expressed isolationist views, often unfairly labeling their opponents un-American, anti-Semitic, or pro-Nazi. For their part, isolationists consistently charged that Roosevelt was attempting to impose a dictatorship on the country and that the interventionists were trying to bring America into the war through the back door. But war was not necessarily what the interventionists were after. William Allen White, chairman of the nation's most powerful interventionist organization, attracted attention in December 1940 when he told a reporter, "The only reason in God's world that I am in this organization is to keep this country out of this war." 94. Like many interventionists, White subscribed to Roosevelt's policy of aid short of war. Millions of Americans who opposed direct intervention still believed it was in America's interest to aid Britain and forestall a Nazi-dominated Europe. When the secret wartime correspondence between Roosevelt and Churchill was revealed to the public decades later, it contained no indication that either leader contemplated American entry into the war before Pearl Harbor, although there is separate evidence that Churchill desired this outcome and that he believed Roosevelt was looking for an excuse to justify open hostilities with Germany. Rather, the president appeared determined to channel America's resources in defense of the British war effort without a commitment of U.S. troops. How much this had to do with the influence of the isolationist movement is open to speculation. Roosevelt was nothing if not politically expedient. In the most comprehensive study ever conducted into America's pre-war attitudes toward intervention, Should America Go to War?, historian James Schneider argues that Roosevelt's failure to intervene before Pearl Harbor was guided by public opinion, time and again in private messages to foreign leaders and in conversations with officials. FDR cited public opinion. This apparent political cowardice may also explain Roosevelt's glaring failure to support increased immigration of Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi Germany. Campaigning for re-election in 1940, the president had promised the American people that he would not involve America in the war abroad. Despite a number of later conspiracy theories and reasoned arguments by academics and historians, no concrete evidence has emerged to prove he intended to break this promise. Nevertheless, many isolationists, including Lindbergh, remained deeply suspicious. Unquestionably, a number of interventionists veered toward supporting American military involvement. 1. New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia denounced White's position against direct American intervention, writing him, "You could continue as chairman of the Committee to Defend America by aiding the Allies with words and the rest of us would join a committee to defend America by aiding the Allies with deeds." 95. His view was shared by several members of the Roosevelt administration, who believed that Nazi tyranny could only be stopped if the United States entered the war. However, they appeared to be in the minority. There is no question that many of the media attacks on the isolationist movement as a pro-Hitler fifth column were as unfair as they were inaccurate. Most isolationists were simply concerned Americans who wanted to avoid a repeat of the horrifying bloodshed that characterized the First World War. The interventionists, however, appeared to have a stronger case when they charged that Lindbergh himself was acting in league with the Nazis. When the records of German embassies were seized by the Allies after the war, they revealed a long series of top-secret communications between the embassy in Washington, the base of Nazi spy operations in America, and the German High Command in Berlin, describing a vigorous campaign to further the goals of the isolationist lobby in America. A number of these communiques focused on the activities of Charles Lindbergh, some praising him in almost mystical terms, others suggesting he had at least an indirect relationship with the embassy. Throughout 1940, German diplomats in Washington had made it clear that the embassy's first priority was to win American public opinion over to Hitler and against American aid to Britain. 96. To accomplish this task, They sought to enlist influential Americans sympathetic to the cause who could lobby more effectively than Germans to achieve these ends. Berlin had long since cut all ties to Fritz Kuhn's embarrassing German-American Bund and issued strict orders to its American-based Nazi operatives to refrain from any activities, such as sabotage, that risk jeopardizing American neutrality. 97. On June 12, 1940, the embassy's charge d'affaires Hans Thomsen cabled a coded dispatch to Berlin reporting that a well-known Republican congressman, working in close collaboration with the German embassy, had offered, in exchange for $3,000, to invite 50 isolationist congressmen to the Republican convention that summer so that they may work on the delegates in favor of an isolationist foreign policy. The same congressman had asked for $30,000 from Berlin to take out full-page ads in American newspapers to be headed "Keep America Out of War." Another $30,000 would be supplied by his fellow Republicans. The money was quickly authorized by the Foreign Ministry. 98. Sure enough, an ad with this heading appeared in the New York Times 2 weeks later. On December 25, 1940, Thomsen cabled the Foreign Ministry in Berlin discussing the No Foreign War Committee and the America First Committee. The Nazi diplomat reported, "We have good relationships with both isolationist committees and support them in various ways. In order that this cooperation not be compromised, I request that the work of the committees be passed over in silence in the German press and radio as far as possible." 99. One of the first known references to Lindbergh in German embassy dispatches can be found in a cable sent jointly by Thomsen and embassy military attaché Friedrich von Bottitcher. Marked Most Urgent Top Secret, it was transmitted to the German Military High Command on July 20, 1940, shortly after Republican presidential candidate Wendell Willkie was nominated to oppose Roosevelt in the 1940 presidential election. As the exponent of the Jews who, especially through Freemasonry, control the broad masses of the American people, Roosevelt wants England to continue fighting and the war to be prolonged. The circle about Lindbergh has become aware of this development and now tries at least to impede the fatal control of American policy by the Jews. Toward Willkie, the candidate of the Republican Party, Lindbergh's attitude is to wait and see whether Willkie will be able to avoid the bondage to Jewry. Meanwhile, a very trustworthy personage close to Lindbergh has asked me to inform German authorities that the sister of Willkie has pronounced sympathies for Germany and might greatly influence her brother. 100. On August 6, shortly after Lindbergh spoke at his first public rally, Thomsen and Bottitcher again cabled Berlin. The background of Lindbergh's re-emergence in public and the campaign against him. The forces opposing the Jewish element and the present policy of the United States have been mentioned over and over in my reports, taking into account also the importance of the General Staff. The greatly gifted Lindbergh, whose connections reach very far, is much the most important of them all. The Jewish element and Roosevelt fear the spiritual and, particularly, the moral superiority and purity of this man. On Sunday, Lindbergh delivered a blow that will hurt the Jews by declaring that America was not threatened. The chorus of the Jewish element casting suspicion on Lindbergh in the press, and his denunciation by a senator as a fifth columnist, that is, a traitor, merely served to underline the fear of the spiritual power of this man, about whose progress I have reported since the beginning of the war and in whose great importance for future German-American relations I believe. 101. Lindbergh's speeches had been regularly reprinted and applauded in the pro-Nazi press in America as well as Germany, Italy, and South America. The New York Times reported this fact in April 1941, citing an article praising Lindbergh in a Hamburg newspaper. Immediately, Bottitcher and Thomsen transmitted another top-secret cable to Berlin, earmarked personally for Hitler's Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop. A confidant of Colonel Lindbergh called on General Bottitcher and made the urgent request that the German press and German publications of all sorts refrain from all discussion of Lindbergh's stand, his fight against the warmongers and his speeches. Haffield's article in the Hamburger Fremdenblatt has been thoroughly exploited in the American press in order to prove that Lindbergh is working for Germany. Lindbergh is of the opinion that he can prevail against Roosevelt's warlike policy if the necessary restraint is observed by the Germans and also by the Italians. General Bottcher, who is the only one who can maintain direct contact with these circles around Lindbergh which are so very important to us, has repeatedly requested the greatest restraint with regard to Lindbergh and repeatedly pointed to the extraordinary importance of this man. 101. A number of other similar embassy communications refer to this circle around Lindbergh and von Bottcher's direct contact with the group. Yet no names are ever given. Who is the Lindbergh confidant who asked the Nazis to quell media discussion of Lindbergh's stand? It takes little investigation to conclude that the most likely candidate is Truman Smith. According to Smith's own account, he first met von Bottcher, then a rising young German officer, in 1920 when Smith was stationed in Berlin with the American Occupation Authority. 102. The two became friends. While Smith, to his lasting bitterness, never rose higher than lieutenant colonel in his own military career, von Bottcher wrote a number of articles and books on military history that gained him a reputation in Nazi circles as a deep thinker and impressed his superiors. By the time Hitler took power in January 1933, he had been promoted to Major General and was the chief military envoy for the whole of North and South America. 3 months later, von Bottcher was dispatched to Washington to serve as military attaché to the German embassy. 103. 104. He still held that position when Smith returned to Washington in 1939 from his own posting in Berlin. Before long, the two had resumed their relationship. There was nothing improper about Smith's acquaintance with von Bottcher. As the resident German expert in G2, it was his job to keep track of German military activities and gather whatever intelligence he could about the Nazi war effort. Indeed, Smith reported these meetings to his superiors on a number of occasions. However, according to an FBI report, Smith also frequently associated socially with the von Bottchers away from the embassy. 105. Historian Lottie S. Farago spent several years analyzing captured German embassy dispatches in preparation for his 1972 book about Nazi intelligence, Game of the Foxes. He describes an isolationist American military clique overly impressed with the precision and might of the German war machine that viewed developments with a distinct pro-German bias. Its members met regularly at the Washington home of Truman Smith, whom Farago dubs the ideologue and spiritus rector of the group. He writes that Charles Lindbergh was drawn into the circle and derived considerable inspiration from their firm opposition to war. This was no mere study group, not a private debating society of concerned citizens. It had all the characteristics of a cabal. Their meetings were held in circumspect secrecy. Classified documents were brought to these gatherings and privileged information was exchanged. Contact was maintained surreptitiously with influential isolationists on Capitol Hill. This was the circle of informants to which General von Bottcher pegged himself, not merely to monitor the mood and morale of the United States Army, but to procure the most reliable factual information he could get. 106. As disturbing as the implications of these activities may appear today, there was nothing officially improper about Smith's meeting and exchanging information with a high-ranking German operative. Nor was Lindbergh guilty of any treasonous conduct if he conducted his isolationist activities in tacit cooperation with the Nazis during this period. The United States was not yet at war with Germany and, as far as Lindbergh and Smith were concerned, they believed they were simply acting as concerned American patriots. Chapter 10. Fallen Hero. Charles Lindbergh, flanked by isolationist leaders Burton Wheeler and Kathleen Norris, appeared to many to be giving a Nazi salute in this May 1941 photo, taken at an America First rally at Madison Square Garden. He later claimed they were merely waving to supporters. A closer examination of the photo reveals that a number of other members in the crowd behind them also have their hands raised in a stiff arm gesture. In the spring of 1941, an American woman named Alice Crockett, the divorced wife of a U.S. Army colonel, appeared in a San Francisco federal court to file a lawsuit that would cast the unwelcome glare of publicity on the alleged Nazi affiliations of both Charles Lindbergh and Henry Ford. In the suit, Crockett alleged that her lover, Germany's San Francisco Consul General Fritz Wiedemann, owed her $8,000 in connection with a trip she had taken on his behalf in 1939 to visit Adolf Hitler and other members of the Nazi High Command in Berlin. 1. Wiedemann was the Nazi who was believed to have enjoyed the longest relationship with Hitler, having served as the future Führer's commanding officer when Lance Corporal Hitler was still a motorcycle dispatch rider during the First World War. After the National Socialists took power, Wiedemann served as Hitler's personal adjutant from 1935 to 1939, until the two were said to have had a quarrel and he was assigned to the relatively minor San Francisco consular post, where he oversaw Nazi spy operations on the American West Coast. 2. Crockett claimed that Wiedemann had experienced a serious misunderstanding with the German regime and had sent her on a private mission to Berlin to gauge the depths of its dissatisfaction. General Wiedemann immediately issued a statement claiming her accusations were all bunk. The judge eventually concluded that Crockett had aided Wiedemann in acts of espionage and the case was dismissed, but not before Crockett recounted a bizarre and elaborate tale of Nazi activities involving both Lindbergh and Ford. Wiedemann, she charged, was a Nazi spy who directed the German-American Bund and had frequent dealings with IG Farben and its American subsidiary, General Aniline and Film, in the course of his undercover operations. He allegedly told Crockett that he had used Lindbergh to lull America into a false sense of security and into believing that America was safe from Germany and German attack. She said Wiedemann also claimed that he had worked together with Ford in furthering the German and Nazi cause in the United States. 3. Whether or not her story was true, Crockett, an ordinary San Francisco housewife, certainly appears to have been well connected. While she was in Berlin, she was wined and dined by a number of high-ranking Nazi officials and was even given a special reception by SS Chief Heinrich Himmler. 4. Lindbergh remained silent after Crockett's charges were publicized, but 2 days after she filed her complaint, Ford's attorney issued a complete denial. Any statement that Henry Ford is working alone or with anyone else to further any foreign cause whatever is an outrageous lie. 5. It was the first time the names of Ford and Lindbergh would be linked publicly in connection with the sanctioning of Nazi Germany. Because Crockett's complaint did not allege that either had engaged in illegal activities, the FBI had no grounds to investigate the two men. However, on March 6, a wire story about the lawsuit was brought to the personal attention of FBI Director Hoover by his assistant, accompanied by a handwritten notation, "Read this." 6. The FBI was thought to have had a long-standing interest in both Lindbergh and Ford. In his journal, Lindbergh notes that he had once received an urgent message from Truman Smith claiming that the Bureau had recently begun tapping the telephones of both Lindbergh and the America First Committee. The information, Smith said, had come from friends in the Bureau who were friendly to Lindbergh. 7. But an examination of Lindbergh's extensive FBI dossier reveals that no official investigation of him was ever ordered, at least before Pearl Harbor. Some chroniclers have cited the size of Lindbergh's 1,368-page file as evidence that he was unfairly targeted by Hoover. But the contents of his file before Pearl Harbor is not much different than that of any other controversial public figure whom the FBI judged worthy of an informal dossier. The Bureau retained newspaper clippings, anonymous gossip, reports from informants, and correspondence from the public about his isolationist crusade, but the FBI never assigned an agent to monitor his political activities or placed a tap on his telephone. Moreover, there is no evidence in the files of the FBI or in the FDR presidential archives at Hyde Park that the White House ever requested any such action be taken, even though Roosevelt had privately authorized the wiretapping of suspected subversives. Although the president was convinced Lindbergh was a Nazi before Pearl Harbor, neither Roosevelt nor Hoover appeared to believe he was a genuine threat to national security. That is not to say the president and the FBI director remained indifferent to the isolationists as a political force. Both men were clearly wary of the movement and kept a close eye on Lindbergh, mostly by monitoring media coverage of his activities. However, there is no evidence that the president abused his office in an attempt to discredit him. This would seem to contradict claims by Lindbergh and his supporters that the Roosevelt administration was out to get him and had engaged in an FBI witch hunt. The Bureau, however, appeared to be keeping an especially close watch on Ford's secretary, Ernest Liebald. After his nervous breakdown in 1933, Liebald had ceased to wield his previously enormous influence within the company itself, but he still held Ford's personal power of attorney and handled all his outside business interests, earning a substantial annual salary of more than $44,000. 8. The two men remained close, and media inquiries to the company about Liebald's status were met with the statement that he was Ford's confidential aide. A month after the Crockett lawsuit prompted renewed scrutiny of Ford's operations, Hoover personally wrote a letter to Brigadier General Sherman Miles, Assistant Chief of Staff at the War Department's Military Intelligence Division, asking for information about Liebald, noting that Ford's General Secretary was one of a number of individuals considered by the Department of Justice for custodial detention in the event of a national emergency. 9. 3 days later, Miles wrote back with a summary of Liebald's dossier, which contained the notation, "is German and considered German spy, is in position to have much secret and valuable information." 10. But this file dated back to the First World War. Liebald's file at the Office of Naval Intelligence forwarded to the FBI's Detroit Bureau shortly after Crockett launched her suit was considerably more up-to-date, revealing that he was regarded as pro-Nazi. 11. The Bureau also forwarded a recently received report that Liebald had told a friend, "The entire United States will say within 5 years that Lindbergh was right." 12. Meanwhile, reporters for PM claimed to have discovered a more substantive link between Ford and Lindbergh. The pro-interventionist newspaper revealed it had uncovered evidence that Ford was compiling a master list of isolationist sympathizers in cooperation with Scribner's commentator, which PM called the Bible of America's super appeasers. Secretaries in a locked and guarded room at Ford's New York offices were sorting boxes of Lindbergh's fan mail, lifting the names and addresses, and sending them to Scribner's throughout the months of October, November, and December of 1940. This corresponded to the period in which Lindbergh was meeting regularly with Scribner's editor and publisher, George Eggleston, and Douglas Stewart. According to the report, boxes of Lindbergh's mail were first shipped to the magazine's offices and then onto the Ford operation at 1710 Broadway. As a Scribner's employee explained to PM, "We thought it best for nothing to go from Lindbergh direct to Ford." Almost every name on the list then received a subscription solicitation to Scribner's. 13. The only Lindbergh correspondents who were excluded from the list were those who had names that appeared to be Jewish. According to the report, the secretaries reacted with a flurry of mirth whenever they came across one, and the letter was immediately tossed in the trash. In an editorial, PM called on the FBI to launch an investigation into what it called potentially subversive activities. Today, trading or buying mailing lists is a common business practice. Indeed, Ford appears to have been guilty of nothing more than shrewd marketing practices on behalf of the movement. In all likelihood, PM was simply inflating the issue to take a stab at the isolationists. During a subsequent FBI investigation into the activities of Scribner's commentator, the Bureau concluded that, in addition to mailing lists compiled by Ford and Lindbergh, the magazine also used lists supplied by Father Coughlin's Social Justice to aid its subscription drive. 14. After Pearl Harbor, a woman named Esther Van Scriver confirmed to the FBI that she had been hired by the Ford Motor Company at $130 per month in the fall of 1940 to do secret work that involved compiling a master mailing list for Scribner's from Lindbergh's fan mail. According to Van Scriver, a large proportion of these letters were from names of Germanic origin, and many of them referred to Roosevelt as President Rosenfeld, that madman, or that dirty dog. 15. In December 1940, Ford's name would be linked even more directly to Scribner's commentator when his byline appeared on an article in the publication that predicted the British would be defeated in the war. In the same article, he declared that Hitler and Mussolini were merely puppets at whose expense international bankers and international financiers had played a dirty trick. 16. Lindbergh continued his anti-interventionist activities, traveling the country and giving speeches, all the while maintaining an outward appearance of independence from America First, despite entreaties from General Wood and others to become its chairman. With the AFC deeply divided over whether to bring him aboard, Lindbergh claimed publicly that he would not affiliate with any organization, but would instead continue to support the broader anti-intervention movement. However, he remained close to the committee and met frequently with its leaders. Whenever he received a donation in the mail to support his isolationist activities, he returned the check to the sender along with an AFC circular. At the same time, a number of other isolationist organizations were competing for his services. Judge William Grace of the Citizens Keep America Out of War Committee wrote Lindbergh a letter urging him to join his group, and complaining that the AFC was uncooperative with other anti-war groups, describing it as little more or less than an opportunity for some ladies and gentlemen of the social register to bask in the limelight of public attention without mixing up with the hoi polloi in the matter of doing the front-line soldier rough work which is necessary to win both in war as well as in peacetime activity. 17. The isolationists, meanwhile, were having little luck in thwarting the president's efforts to aid the British. On March 1, 1941, with London in flames as the result of a renewed German bombing offensive, Congress passed Roosevelt's Lend-Lease bill by a substantial margin. Support for the bill among the American people had risen from 39% in February to more than 50% in March. 18. The success of the interventionist cause could be largely attributed to Roosevelt's tremendous popularity. Under his leadership, the nation had survived its greatest economic crisis, the devastation of the Depression, and many Americans were grateful. It was clear to the America First Committee that Lindbergh was the only isolationist figure who had the mass appeal to rival the president. Following the passage of Lend-Lease, the isolationists were despondent. General Wood, who had been acting chairman of the AFC for more than 6 months, appealed to Lindbergh to take the helm. 19. Wood had convinced Douglas Stewart to shelve his objections and to ignore Lindbergh's continued association with controversial far-right figures. The movement desperately needed his leadership. But the Lone Eagle was used to flying solo. For 18 months, he had fought passionately for his convictions, giving speeches, writing articles, and carrying on a lonely battle with no one to answer to but himself. Leadership of the organization would entail accountability to an executive committee and a commitment to abide by national policy. Again, he refused Wood's plea, but on April 3, Lindbergh relented partially, agreeing for the first time to sit on the National Committee and speak on behalf of the AFC. The announcement raised immediate alarm in the inner circle of the Roosevelt administration. The president was not especially anxious for a showdown with the tarnished, but still popular, hero. According to historian Wayne Cole, America's foremost academic authority on the history of the isolationist movement, Franklin D. Roosevelt the political statesman and Charles Lindbergh the aviator were two of the most charismatic Americans of the 20th century. Each inspired the worshipful adoration of millions, each aroused passionate hatred from others. So long as they performed in separate spheres, there was no contest between them. But when either invaded the domain of the other, the result was a battle of the giants. 20. Interior Secretary Harold Ickes, fiercely loyal to Roosevelt, had long since taken on the task of discrediting the president's tenacious opponent. Cabinet documents from the period reveal that most members of the administration resented the lamentable Lindbergh but didn't necessarily believe he was a Nazi. Ickes, however, was firmly convinced that Lindbergh was planning to install a totalitarian regime inside America. In one 1941 letter to Roosevelt, he laid out his fears. An analysis of Lindbergh's speeches, I have a complete indexed collection of them, has convinced me that he is a ruthless and conscious fascist. Motivated by hatred for you personally and for democracy in general, his speeches show an astonishing identity with those of Berlin, and the similarity is not accidental. 21. On April 13, 1941, 4 days before Lindbergh's first scheduled America First address, Ickes delivered a speech accusing him of being the #1 Nazi fellow traveler in the United States and the first American to hold aloft the standard of pro-Nazism. By this point, Lindbergh simply shrugged off what he called cheap attacks. Speaking on behalf of the AFC for the first time on April 17, he grabbed the attention of the capacity crowd of 10,000 at the Chicago Arena from the outset of his 25-minute address, declaring, "War is not inevitable for this country. Whether or not America enters this war is within our control." At his every utterance, the crowd broke out in wild applause, interrupting the speech more than 25 times. In the 18 months since he had begun his crusade, the 38-year-old Lindbergh had become a polished speaker. His once halting delivery was now poised and confident, his shy demeanor replaced by an almost arrogant swagger, and his boyish blue eyes burned with the conviction of the scorned. In another speech delivered in New York 6 days later, the loudest cheers were reserved for his call to stop military aid to the British. "I must tell you frankly that I believe this war was lost by England and France even before it was declared, and that it is not within our power in America today to win the war for England." In his next breath, he appeared to defend Nazi Germany. In time of war, truth is always replaced by propaganda. "I do not believe we should be too quick to criticize the actions of a belligerent nation. There is always the question whether we, ourselves, would do better under similar circumstances." 22. In the next day's newspapers, this statement brought on some of the most stinging attacks he had yet faced. To his critics, and even to some supporters, he appeared to be welcoming the defeat of Britain. Almost alone among Americans of distinction, chided Life magazine, he had declined to express even the hope that Britain might vanquish her Nazi foe. 23. Like most of his fellow isolationists, Lindbergh argued that the United States should stay out of European affairs because they were none of America's business, reasoning that, even if the Nazis invaded Britain and ruled the continent, they would pose no military threat to the United States. During this period, Arthur Schlesinger, who would later emerge as one of America's most prominent historians, was a Harvard postgraduate fellow and deeply concerned about the isolationist trend on campus. Schlesinger sympathized with the argument that America should not be the world's policeman unless its vital interests were at stake, but he strongly believed that a Europe ruled by Hitler posed a genuine threat to the United States. In 1940, he spelled out his fears in a letter to the Harvard student newspaper, asking what would happen to democracy when the Americans who thought the United States could do business with Hitler came to power. He envisioned a day when every frustrated, unsatisfied hoodlum in America will start buying colored shirts and parading with his local fascist party, when it will be impossible to criticize fascism, lest it disturb relations with our good neighbors and customers beyond the seas. Hitler won't have to invade America until it is so torn by inner conflict that the German army could cross the ocean in canoes. 24. Meanwhile, a young Kurt Vonnegut wrote an editorial in his own campus newspaper, the Cornell Sun, describing Lindbergh as one hell of a swell egg and mocking interventionist attacks on the man he believed to be a sincere and loyal patriot. 25. Although Lindbergh had publicly declared in the New York speech that it would be a tragedy to the world, even to Germany, if the British Empire collapsed, his actions seemed to belie these words. Indeed, privately he appeared almost annoyed at the continuing British resistance and Roosevelt's role as a willing accomplice. In a letter to a friend around this time, he wrote that America's encouragement of England merely complicated the readjustment that had to take place in Europe. 26. It was as if he wished Britain would just bow to the inevitable and accept defeat. Yet not everybody was convinced that Lindbergh was hostile to Britain. Sir John Wheeler Bennet, a British Foreign Office official who was close friends with Lindbergh's uncle Aubrey Morgan, later offered an alternate view in his own account of the period. He was not anti-British. He had lived in Britain and had appreciated the way in which his desired anonymity had been respected. He had simply written Britain off as a bad bet. He disapproved of Roosevelt's policy of all aid short of war on grounds that there was no point in throwing good money after bad. 27. Lindbergh's defenders have pointed out that his isolationist activities merely reflected the mindset of mainstream American society at the time. The overwhelming majority of U.S. citizens, after all, opposed intervention in the European War. Lindbergh was just one of many with a similar viewpoint. In later years, this would become the chief argument in the effort to rehabilitate Lindbergh's reputation and repair his legacy. Poll after poll would be cited to prove Lindbergh's views were in lockstep with the majority of his fellow Americans during this period. However, these polls don't quite tell the whole story. It is undeniably true that the vast majority of Americans opposed direct military intervention in the European War. A Gallup poll conducted April 26, 1941, 1 week after Lindbergh's Chicago speech, found that only 19% of Americans supported U.S. entry into the war against Germany and Italy. However, the very same poll revealed that more than 70% of the American people favored military aid to Britain if it meant England might otherwise lose, a stand fiercely opposed by Lindbergh. 28. This was in fact the core of the Great Debate. Before Pearl Harbor, neither Roosevelt nor the majority of his fellow interventionists ever actually advocated direct American military involvement in the European War. Only a small group, known today as extreme interventionists, publicly voiced this option. The majority simply wanted to provide the means for England to defend itself against Nazi aggression. This was the thrust of Roosevelt's aid short of war policy. Yet, in speech after speech, Lindbergh opposed aid to Britain, leaving him open to charges that he was siding with the Nazis. Even many of his fellow isolationists agreed that his was an extreme position, and supported British military aid so long as America kept out of the war. In a 1941 speech to the American Legion, for example, General Wood declared, "We sympathize with Britain. We hope she will not be defeated, we favor sending her aid." 29. Many even rejected the label isolationist, preferring the term anti-interventionist as a more accurate description of their political philosophy. Lindbergh's emergence as a spokesman for America First and his continuing attacks on American assistance to Britain now appeared to be the last straw for the president, who had thus far refrained from publicly attacking him. At a White House press conference on April 25, a reporter asked Roosevelt why Colonel Lindbergh had not been asked to rejoin the United States Army. In his still memorable response, the president proceeded to compare Lindbergh to the infamous Ohio Congressman Clement L. Vallandigham who, during the Civil War, had led the Copperheads, a movement of Yankees who supported the Confederacy. "Well, Vallandigham, as you know, was an appeaser," Roosevelt responded. "He wanted to make peace from 1863 on because the North couldn't win. And there were an awful lot of appeasers at Valley Forge that pleaded with Washington to quit, because he couldn't win." A reporter asked if the president was still talking about Lindbergh, to which FDR simply responded, "Yes." 30. It was tantamount to calling Lindbergh a traitor. The battle lines had been drawn. 2 days later, Lindbergh made what many considered a disastrous tactical error. He sent a letter to Roosevelt tendering his resignation as a colonel in the U.S. Army Air Corps, to protest the president's slur on his patriotism and in the process, called that very patriotism into question. Leonard Mosley believes FDR's seemingly off-the-cuff remark was calculated to elicit just such a response. It was a fatal move to have taken and one which President Roosevelt had obviously deliberately set out to provoke, having sized up his opponent. A more astute antagonist would have refused to fall into the trap which had been set out for him. 31. Truman Smith recognized the folly of Lindbergh's resignation and argued passionately against it, but to Lindbergh a point of honor was involved. 32. The next day, the New York Times took him to task in an editorial. "Mr. Lindbergh shocked those who believed him to be a loyal American, though a sadly mistaken one, by his petulant action." 33. The influential newspaper, however, also pointed out that no evidence existed to justify the president's comparing him to the traitorous Vallandigham. The pressure for war is high and mounting, Lindbergh lamented in his journal on May 1. Most of the Jewish interests in the country are behind war, and they control a huge part of our press and radio, and most of our motion pictures. 34. He was determined to turn the tide, but he believed it would take considerable sums of money to combat these powerful forces aligned against the isolationist cause. In a May 9 Gallup poll, 63% of Americans said they disagreed with Lindbergh's foreign policy stand. Only 24% agreed with him. 35. This contrasts sharply with later intellectually dishonest claims by the biographers and historians who wrote that Lindbergh's stand was supported by the majority of his fellow Americans. Lindbergh's views, in fact, were anything but mainstream. On May 12, he flew to Detroit to meet the one man with the resources and conviction that Lindbergh believed might help reverse these discouraging statistics. At lunch with Henry and Clara Ford that day, he made his case. I told him America First was badly in need of money for an advertising campaign and that I hoped he might be able to assist in this respect, Lindbergh noted in his journal. 36. Ford came through with an offer to underwrite a $250,000 national advertising campaign on behalf of the committee, using the services of the Ford Motor Company's favored advertising firm, Maxon. To Lindbergh's astonishment, Harry Bennett informed him the next day that this was just the beginning of the company's generosity. Henry Ford had authorized this amount just for the first month's campaign. After that, Bennett implied, there would be no limit to the backing Ford was prepared to provide. 37. In his 1951 memoirs, Bennett claimed that Ford had instructed him to immediately take $10,000 in cash out of the safe to send to General Wood in Chicago. But, because of Bennett's uneasiness about the business risk of publicly associating the company with America First, he convinced Ford to reverse the decision and to cancel the advertising campaign. It was a discouraging setback. In his journal, a disappointed Lindbergh speculated that government pressure in the form of defense contracts may have been responsible for the reversal. 38. The Ford Motor Company had recently been awarded a series of substantial defense contracts by the U.S. War Department, so it's entirely conceivable that this was indeed a factor. However, Lindbergh also suspected that Ford may have been paranoid about General Wood's connection with the partially Jewish-owned firm of Sears Roebuck. 39. Without Ford's largesse, the committee was forced to seek funds elsewhere. 3 months earlier, on February 21, President Roosevelt had sent a memo to his secretary Stephen Early attached to an America First Committee bulletin. The memo read, simply, "Will you find out from someone, perhaps FBI, who is paying for this?" 40. Early forwarded the request to J. Edgar Hoover, who commenced an immediate investigation into the source of the committee's funding. The probe would turn up no direct Nazi funding of the AFC, although German embassy dispatches captured after the war later revealed that significant Nazi funds had been funneled to more extremist elements of the isolationist movement as well as to a number of Republican congressmen, and that the Nazis claimed to have supported the AFC in various ways. Until that point, General Wood had refused to answer repeated media queries about where the committee was getting its funding. He had also declined to issue detailed financial statements, simply stating that the AFC relied on grassroots donations from its membership. Later, he bent slightly to mounting pressure and released a partial list of funders, explaining that numerous contributors had preferred not to have their names mentioned. 41. By this time, Lindbergh had already delivered a number of hugely popular speeches for America First, and the organization's ranks were swelling. Since he had accepted the role of spokesman, thousands of new members were signing up each week. But as the movement grew, the criticism reached new heights. On April 23, he was scheduled to address 10,000 AFC faithful at New York's Manhattan Center. Outside the arena, hundreds of protesters picketed the proceedings while a new interventionist group, Fight for Freedom, distributed cardboard replicas of Lindbergh's Nazi decoration bearing the inscription, Lindy quit the U.S. Army but kept the Nazi medal. Leon Burkhead, a Unitarian minister who headed the interventionist group Friends of Democracy, had predicted before the rally that it would be the largest gathering of pro-Nazis and pro-fascists since the German-American Bund had packed Madison Square Garden years before. 42. His prediction appeared prophetic. In its coverage the next day, PM wrote that the rally included a liberal sprinkling of Nazis, fascists, anti-Semites, crackpots, and just people. The just people seemed out of place. According to a number of press accounts, loud boos accompanied every reference to Roosevelt. Several people in the crowd were seen giving the Nazi salute. America First's founders had been determined to keep the organization free of the extremist elements that characterized the membership of other isolationist groups. In its manifesto, the AFC declared it would bring together all Americans, regardless of possible difference on other matters, who see eye to eye on our principles. This does not include Nazis, fascists, communists, or members of other groups that place the interests of any other nation above those of our own country. 43. But as the organization gained in strength and effectiveness, becoming America's preeminent anti-war group, it was stamped with a sinister seal of approval by far-right groups throughout the land. As far back as January 1941, a Nazi shortwave radio broadcast emanating from the propaganda ministry in Berlin appeared to endorse the AFC by declaring, "The America First Committee is true Americanism and true patriotism." 44. On May 1, the German-American Bund's newspaper The Free American encouraged its members to join the committee. 45. Soon afterward, members of the American fascist leader William Dudley Pelley's Silver Shirts, the Ku Klux Klan, Father Coughlin's Christian Front, and scores of other fascist groups also entered the AFC ranks. Nazi agent Werner C. Klemm offered his services as a fundraiser. Another Nazi agent, George Viereck, developed propaganda for the committee. Garland Alderman, former secretary of the pro-Nazi National Workers' League, joined the AFC and later revealed, "I wanted to keep America out of the war, and I thought I could do it better by spreading anti-Semitism." 46. When a newspaper reported that the April 23 Manhattan Center rally was riddled with extremists, Edwin Webster, secretary of the AFC's New York chapter, downplayed the charge. Although certain of the people mentioned were probably at our rally, they were in the very small minority. No press tickets or tickets of any sort are given to the people in question. 47. But a week later, when an undercover FBI agent purchased a copy of the Nazi Bund newspaper, he was handed 2 complimentary tickets to Lindbergh's next AFC speech, scheduled for May 23 at Madison Square Garden. 48. There is no evidence that anybody on the National Committee, including Lindbergh, encouraged these far-right forces to join the AFC. But it soon became apparent that extremist elements had successfully hijacked the movement, if not the leadership of the committee itself. And, as these elements swelled the ranks of the America First Committee, there was clearly a new force drawing them in, Lindbergh himself, who had become the darling of the American extreme right. In a letter to General George Van Horn Moseley dated April 23, 1941, less than a week after Lindbergh gave his first AFC address, fascist leader William Dudley Pelley, the former Hollywood screenwriter who dubbed his followers the Silver Shirts, named the 4 men he needed to bring about a Nazi revolution in America: Senator Burton Wheeler, who would lend his prestige on Capitol Hill; Moseley, who would convince the army personnel; Charles Lindbergh, who would provide glamour to assure the interest of the public; and Henry Ford, with his wealth to finance remedial action. 49. Invoking Roosevelt's widely publicized attack on Lindbergh, a new organization was formed by Bund member Ellis Jones calling itself the National Copperhead Association, declaring Lindbergh to be "our man on horseback." 50. The Nazi Bund immediately instructed its members to join the Copperheads. Coughlin's Jew-baiting social justice magazine regularly featured Lindbergh on its cover. As Scottberg writes, the more Lindbergh attracted such bigots, the more people judged him by his followers. 51. but if his vilification was simply a matter of guilt by association, Lindbergh repeatedly declined to publicly disassociate himself from the growing array of extremists who cloaked themselves in his aura. What had started out as a patriotic organization composed of mostly sincere American pacifists had by the summer of 1941 degenerated into something very different from what its founders had intended. In July, Time magazine called the AFC a garden in which the weeds had gotten out of hand, a group full of Jew haters, Roosevelt haters, England haters, Coughlinites. Henry Hobson, the Episcopal Bishop of Southern Ohio, called America First the first fascist party in this nation's history. 52. A year earlier, an Armenian-American named Arthur Douranian had infiltrated American fascist organizations as an undercover informant for the FBI. 53. Writing under the pseudonym John Ray Carlson, Douranian described the early days of America First as a gathering of reliable and sincere elements, as American as Plymouth Rock. 54. But proceeded to document the group's gradual evolution into a cesspool of hate and deceit. In his sensational 1943 bestseller Undercover, My Life in the Nazi Underworld, Carlson reports his repeated encounters with anti-Semitism, fascism, and pro-Nazi sentiment in the America First Committee. In one passage, he relates that members of America First had participated in a giant Ku Klux Klan rally in Rockford, Illinois, attended by 50,000 Klansmen after the Klan had urged its members to enroll in the AFC. The resurgence of the Klan was symbolic of the riffraff which now began to flow unchecked into the America First fold. Nowhere in his investigation did Douranian encounter evidence that Lindbergh himself was a Nazi, characterizing him rather as the most naive of men politically, willing to be led by the nose, but he describes the committee's most popular speaker as a hero to countless American fascist groups looking for a Führer. 55. Douranian's book, like many pro-interventionist tracts, is far from objective and has to be discounted to some extent, but his description of the reaction to one Lindbergh America First speech at Madison Square Garden in May 1941 mirrors a number of similar press accounts. The wildest demonstration I ever heard met Lindbergh. It was unlike anything else I had known. A deep-throated, unearthly, savage roar, chilling, frightening, sinister and awesome. And what of the blonde god who for 6 full minutes smiled like an adolescent as the mob stood to its feet, waved flags, threw kisses and frenziedly rendered the Nazi salute? 56. In fact, a number of newspapers the morning after this rally had carried photos of Lindbergh standing next to the extreme right-wing Senator Burton Wheeler and the novelist Kathleen Norris, a popular AFC speaker. Each had their right arms raised in the air in what appeared to many as a Nazi salute, although they later claimed they were simply waving to their supporters and the photo was taken out of context. In the same book, Carlson also describes Henry Ford as a hero to the far right, reporting that his Dearborn Independent articles were still used as a reference source by each American Nazi leader. 57. On one visit to the New York office of the American Nazi Party in 1941, Carlson claims he saw a stack of petitions with the heading, "Ford for President to Restore Americanism." 58. Despite the increasing presence of extremist elements among the grassroots membership of the movement, neither anti-Semitic nor explicitly pro-fascist views were ever expressed from the podium at national AFC rallies or in the committee's literature, at least not in the first year of the organization's existence. But the files of the AFC between January and November 1941 reveal considerable alarm among some of its founders at the direction the organization had taken. At one rally, Joe McWilliams, leader of the pro-fascist American Destiny Party, was spotted sitting in the front row. In response, AFC National Committee member John Flynn, who was considered the leader of the committee's so-called liberal wing, took to the podium and publicly rejected the support of communists, fascists, Bundists, and especially Joe McWilliams. During the second half of 1941, one of the AFC's most popular speakers was another famed pilot, Laura Ingalls, who had gained notoriety in September 1939 when she dropped anti-war leaflets over the White House. Occasionally sharing an AFC platform with her fellow aviator Lindbergh, Engels was often described as the heroine of the isolationist movement. In 1942, she was convicted and jailed by the United States government for failing to register as a foreign agent. An investigation revealed that she had been on the Nazi payroll for years, working for U.S. Gestapo chief Baron von Geinanth, who told her, "The best thing you can do for our cause is to promote the America First Committee." 59. There is no record that her AFC association caused any particular concern within the committee's leadership or that the executive knew of her Nazi ties, despite her frequently expressed pro-German views. Although many interventionist groups freely labeled all isolationists as fifth columnists or Nazi sympathizers, some were more circumspect. As the AFC attracted ever more extremist elements, Leon Birkhead, the national director of Friends of Democracy, wrote Lindbergh expressing alarm at the direction the country's most influential isolationist organization was taking. Assuring Lindbergh that his group, despite its strong support for interventionism, had a high regard for sincere isolationists, Birkhead was anxious to bring Lindbergh's attention to the increasing exploitation of the AFC by pro-Nazi forces throughout the country. "Does it make sense," he asked, "that a committee calling itself America First is being used by those who give aid and comfort to the enemy?" Birkhead ends his letter by urging the AFC to either clean house or disband. 60. Lindbergh ignored the letter. During the summer of 1941, a rift occurred between the liberal and conservative wings of the AFC over the ever-increasing number of Father Coughlin's followers joining the movement. Flynn wanted to expel the Coughlin'ites because of their loud anti-Semitic and pro-fascist views. After the media reported in July that Coughlin's followers would be expelled from America First, prompting an angry editorial in the pages of Social Justice, General Wood hastily wrote a letter to the magazine denying the report. "I have not rejected the Christian social justice movement. I welcome their support in our common objective preventing this country from getting into the war." 61. By now, of course, the two organizations were indelibly linked with Lindbergh in the public eye, and the popular columnists Dorothy Thompson and Walter Winchell seized on the opportunity to take their increasingly vitriolic attacks a step further. Lindbergh, they wrote, was the leader of the American Nazi movement. By this point, he was used to this kind of inflammatory rhetoric and the attacks hardly seemed to bother him. In his journal entry of May 1, Lindbergh blames the British agents who are allowed free rein in a list of forces, including the Jews, that he believed were responsible for such propaganda. Isolationists had regularly leveled this accusation, convinced that England had planted agents in cooperation with Roosevelt to incite the nation to war. Their charges had always been dismissed by interventionists as paranoia. But years later, information surfaced to suggest that some of Lindbergh's suspicions may have been justified. Operating out of an office in New York's Rockefeller Center throughout the years 1940 and 1941 was a highly secretive unit known as British Security Coordination. Its operations were overseen by the legendary British spymaster William S. Stevenson, who was codenamed Intrepid. Its mission was straightforward: to discredit the isolationist movement and influence American public opinion in favor of aid to Britain, although not necessarily toward direct American involvement in the war. British agents regularly provided resources to interventionist groups, manipulated public opinion polls and leaked damaging information to a number of prominent reporters and columnists, among them Lindbergh's harshest critics, Walter Winchell and Dorothy Thompson. BSC, in fact, was not above resorting to dirty tricks to achieve its ends. On one occasion, the unit printed up and distributed a set of duplicate tickets to an America First rally featuring Lindbergh at Madison Square Garden, hoping to spark fights and turmoil in the arena over seating. But the plan backfired when the original crowd proved smaller than expected and the phony tickets only succeeded in inflating attendance. 62. Both sides, then, were being manipulated by outside forces bent on using the well-meaning grassroots membership as pawns in a heated battle for supremacy over U.S. public opinion. Through it all, the American people, oblivious to these machinations, remained deeply and bitterly divided as the great debate raged on. Before the spring of 1941, Many inside the Roosevelt administration still believed that Ickes and others were simply guilty of hyperbole in their repeated accusations that Lindbergh was a fifth columnist. That changed on May 23 when the AFC spokesman addressed a Madison Square Garden rally. Speaking to 20,000 fervent supporters, he decried the results of the November presidential election which Roosevelt had won convincingly and called for a change of leadership in this country. 63. An outcry ensued. What did he mean by a change of leadership? Did he want to oust the president? The next day, Lindbergh denied he was referring to Roosevelt. He explained that he merely wanted a change in the interventionists who were surrounding and influencing the president. Neither I nor anyone else in the America First Committee advocate proceeding by anything but constitutional methods, he told the Associated Press. 64. The New York Telegram was only one of many newspapers who questioned his explanation. Is he thinking of having President Roosevelt impeached? In that case, look who he is going to get as a new president, Henry Wallace. Or is he thinking of imposing it by other means, in which case we'll get a Nazi? Lindbergh continued to deny either option. But in his journal entry of May 31, a week later, he reveals that ousting Roosevelt was indeed very much on his mind. Describing a meeting he attended that afternoon with former President Herbert Hoover, another influential isolationist leader, Lindbergh writes, "At one time during our conversation, we discussed the possibility of Roosevelt being impeached before his term expires." 65. Since the Copperhead accusation in the spring of 1941, President Roosevelt had chosen to publicly ignore the America First Committee and its popular spokesman. However, the group's growing strength made this impossible. From the time Lindbergh joined the AFC in April, its membership had swelled from 300,000 to nearly 800,000 members. 66. Something would have to be done to put the brakes on. Again, it was left up to Ickes to lead the attack. Speaking at a Bastille Day rally in support of the Free French forces at New York's Manhattan Center on July 14, the Interior Secretary fired the most direct hit at Lindbergh to date, calling him a mouthpiece of the Nazi Party line in the United States. No one has ever heard Lindbergh utter a word of horror at, or even aversion to, the bloody career that the Nazis are following, nor a word of pity for the innocent men, women, and children who have been deliberately murdered by the Nazis in practically every country in Europe. I have never heard this Knight of the German Eagle denounce Hitler or Nazism, or Mussolini, or fascism. 67. Here, Ickes had finally seized upon an effective strategy. Instead of the cheap and increasingly stale propaganda tactic of labeling isolationists as Nazi sympathizers and fifth columnists, he seized on what he believed was concrete proof, the Nazi medal Lindbergh had accepted 3 years earlier, and began to refer to its recipient as the Knight of the German Eagle. Why not return it, Ickes demanded, to demonstrate his opposition to the Nazi regime? This was one of the Interior Secretary's favorite topics. At a White House cabinet meeting a year earlier, Ickes had steered discussion to Lindbergh's Nazi medal. When Roosevelt's Secretary of the Navy Charles Edison mentioned that, upon receiving the decoration from Göring in 1938, Lindbergh didn't know what to do with it, the president barked, "I would have known what to do with it all right." 68. It was a theme that had growing resonance, even among Lindbergh's supporters. Why wouldn't he publicly come out and condemn Hitler? His failure to do so was only fanning the flames and providing ammunition to those who accused him of harboring Nazi sympathies. The chairman of the German-American Congress for Democracy, Dr. Frank Bonn, accused him of being the leader of the fascist youth of the United States. 69. Even General Wood urged him to come out with a public statement against all the isms, including communism, fascism, and Nazism, in order to silence the whisper campaigns that he is pro-Nazi. 70. But Lindbergh refused. He believed that America already had far too many of the type of articles and addresses that bend with the changing winds of popular opinion. 71. However, he was not altogether unmindful of the need to safeguard appearances to maintain his credibility. In March, he had written Truman Smith that he thought it inadvisable to meet with a friend of Smith's who was visiting from Germany, lest he provide fresh ammunition to his critics. I have had no communication with Germany, or with German citizens, since I left Europe in April 1939, and I think it is important for me to say this whenever the question arises. It is a stupid situation, and I do not intend to govern my actions by such considerations indefinitely. 72. Of course, Smith himself was bound by no such restrictions. According to an FBI report, since his return to the United States from Germany, Colonel Smith has been in continual contact with the German embassy. 73. Lindbergh had never before publicly responded to Ickes or his other detractors. But now he sensed an opportunity to turn the tables. In his journal, he wrote, "Nothing is to be gained by my entering a controversy with a man of Ickes's type. But if I can pin Ickes's actions on Roosevelt, it will have the utmost effect." 74. On July 16, Lindbergh wrote a letter to the President demanding an apology for the Interior Secretary's comments and reminding Roosevelt that he had received the Goring Medal in the American Embassy, in the presence of your ambassador. He insisted that he had no connection with any foreign government and offered to open his files for inspection. 75. The letter was ignored. The administration noted that the letter's credibility was undermined by the fact that Lindbergh had leaked it to the press before it even reached the White House. Ickes seemed positively gleeful that Lindbergh had reached for his bait, writing in his diary, "Up to that time, I had always admired Lindbergh in one respect. No matter how vigorously he had been attacked personally, he had never attempted to answer. I had begun to think that no one could get under his skin enough to make him squeal. But at last I had succeeded. I suspect that it was my reference to him as a knight of the German Eagle that got him." 76. Ickes wasted no time exploiting his new tactic, telling reporters, "If Mr. Lindbergh feels like cringing when he is correctly referred to as a knight of the German Eagle, why doesn't he send back the disgraceful decoration and be done with it?" Americans remember that he had no hesitation about sending back to the President his commission in the United States Army. The well-known Broadway impresario Billy Rose sent Lindbergh a telegram detailing a list of documented Nazi atrocities and offered to rent Madison Square Garden at his own expense if he would melt down his Nazi medal at the rally. 77. Lindbergh ignored the bait. Ickes sensed that he had his opponent on the ropes. "He has now made it clear to the whole country that he still clings to the German decoration," he wrote in his diary. "For the first time, he has allowed himself to be put on the defensive, and that is always a weak position for anyone." 78. To friends and supporters, Lindbergh claimed that condemning Nazi atrocities or returning his medal would jeopardize his policy of strict neutrality. But this policy of refraining from criticism of a foreign belligerent appeared only to apply to Nazi Germany. At an America First rally on July 1, 1941, he issued a brutal condemnation of the barbarism and godlessness of the Soviet Union, which had been invaded by the Nazis only a week earlier when Hitler abandoned his non-aggression pact with Stalin and turned his blitzkrieg toward Russia. In the 2 years since the pact was signed in 1939, making Russia a nominal Nazi ally, Lindbergh had never once publicly criticized the Soviet Union. The same restraint toward its former nemesis was evident in the Nazi press, which, since the signing of the non-aggression pact, had also conspicuously refrained from its once common blistering attacks on the Soviets. But only 10 days after Hitler declared the Soviet Union an enemy of the Reich, Lindbergh told a San Francisco rally, "I would 100 times rather see my country ally itself with England, or even Germany with all her faults, than with the cruelty, the godlessness, and the barbarism that exist in Soviet Russia. An alliance between the US and Russia should be opposed by every Christian, and every humanitarian, in this country." 79. The timing of his sudden turnaround was not lost on his critics, who renewed their attacks with a vengeance, convinced he was simply parroting the Nazis. The criticism was having a devastating effect on his reputation. More than 200 American libraries pulled Lindbergh's books from their shelves. His hometown of Little Falls, Minnesota, repainted its water tower, which for years had proudly proclaimed the town's Lindbergh connection. The airline TWA no longer ran advertisements featuring its famous slogan, the Lindbergh line. Even his closest friends and associates began to turn against him. Writing in the American magazine, Harry Bruno, who had served as his public relations advisor before and after the 1927 flight, wrote that Lindbergh was attracted to the Nazi philosophy because of its dehumanizing nature. He never learned that people do not act like machines. His admiration for a new order that tries to make men act like machines is therefore not so strange. 80. In July, a coalition of 21 youth groups issued a public statement declaring, "We're the youth who named our dogs Lindy. We're the youth who built models of the spirit of St. Louis. We're the youth who used to crowd the airports and streets of the towns you visited to catch a glimpse of you. But now you've disappointed us, Mr. Lindbergh. Now you ask us to follow you, a wearer of the Nazi German cross, an embittered isolationist, a man who would have us make peace with a mad dictator. We're the American youth, do you hear us? We don't have to be goose-stepped into defending our freedom. But instead of leading us in our fight against Hitler, as we truly felt you would, Mr. Lindbergh, you plead with us to accept slavery willingly. Heroes fight for freedom. You are no longer a hero, ex-Colonel Lindbergh." 81. Yet in the face of the relentless attacks, continuous scorn, and accusations of treason, it was clear that for a segment of the American population, Lindbergh did remain a hero. Thousands of letters of support poured in from the heartland. America First membership rolls continued to grow, and local AFC chapters throughout the country desperately vied for a speaking engagement, knowing that a Lindbergh speech was guaranteed to fill an arena. His support appeared to be strongest in the Midwest, the same rural constituency that had supported his father and Henry Ford in their own crusades decades earlier. What accounts for Lindbergh's enduring popularity in the face of accusations of treason, sedition, and association with an odious regime? His biographer Walter Ross attempts an explanation. Ever since his first public appearance at the American Embassy in France, in 1927, he had a kind of hypnotic effect on people. His utterances, therefore, had more force than those of others. Contemporary media accounts confirm that wherever Lindbergh appeared, the crowds appeared mesmerized just being in his presence. Unlike many other larger-than-life characters, he wasn't a particularly charismatic figure on the surface. In person, he was rather shy, and he was never entirely comfortable in front of large crowds. On the radio, where most Americans encountered his isolationist appeals, his delivery was often halting, and, while he eventually became an accomplished speaker, nothing in his style appears to account for the frenzy that media reports often described as the reaction to his speeches. But it seems that the Lindbergh legend had taken on a life of its own over the years, fed by the media he hated, which had built him up into an almost superhuman figure. In 1929, Marquis Childs captured the public mood best when he wrote in the New York Herald Tribune, 5 centuries have been required to make a saint of Joan of Arc, but in 2 years Colonel Lindbergh has become a demigod. 82. Most of his enormous nationwide following, in fact, had placed Lindbergh on a pedestal of hero worship long before they ever heard him on the radio or saw him speak. Thus, it appears to be the mystique of Lindbergh rather than his personality, ideas, or physical presence that commanded the loyalty and adoration of millions. For a significant portion of the American population steeped in the legend, nothing could bring him down from his pedestal. People wanted to believe him, and believe in him. On the afternoon of September 2, Lindbergh drove to Dearborn to attend what he called an important conference with Henry and Clara Ford. For an hour, they discussed the war situation and the America First Committee. It is difficult to ascertain exactly what the two men discussed at their frequent meetings. In his journal entry that day, Lindbergh simply notes, "Every time I see Ford the First am impressed both by his eccentricity and his genius. I always come away refreshed and encouraged after a meeting with Ford. I only wish the country had more men like him." 83. His journal contains many such generalities after every meeting with Ford but fails to provide any details about what they discussed. But Ford's FBI file offers a clearer, and somewhat more disturbing, glimpse of their conversations. Around the time of Pearl Harbor, J. Edgar Hoover became suspicious that Lindbergh may have leaked classified information to the Germans. 84. Hoover knew that Lindbergh was an advisor to Ford, whose company had recently been awarded a number of U.S. military defense contracts, and may therefore have been privy to classified material. He assigned Detroit's FBI chief John S. Buggas to interview Ford and determine how much Lindbergh knew about Ford's military contracts. But Ford quickly reassured him. "When Charles comes out here, we only talk about the Jews," he told the agent. 85. The old man's anti-Semitism was as virulent as ever. What it lacked, since the Independent's demise, was a credible mouthpiece. When Lindbergh took the podium at an America First rally on September 11 in Des Moines, Iowa, a week after the meeting with Ford, his speech began on a familiar note: "It is now 2 years since this latest European war began. From that day in September 1939, until the present moment, there has been an ever-increasing effort to force the United States into the conflict." Since the start of his public involvement with the interventionist cause 24 months earlier, Lindbergh had regularly hinted that there were invisible forces pushing the country toward war, but he had never identified those forces by name. Now, he indicated that was about to change. The subterfuge and propaganda that exists in our country is obvious on every side. Tonight, I shall try to pierce through a portion of it, to the naked facts which lie beneath. National polls showed that when England and France declared war on Germany, in 1939, less than 10% of our population favored a similar course for America. But there were various groups of people, here and abroad, whose interests and beliefs necessitated the involvement of the United States in the war. I shall point out some of these groups tonight, and outline their methods of procedure. In doing this, I must speak with the utmost frankness, for in order to counteract their efforts, we must know exactly who they are. As the crowd of 8,000 Midwesterners waited in hushed expectation, he proceeded to carry through on this promise. The three most important groups who have been pressing this country toward war are the British, the Jewish, and the Roosevelt administration. A massive roar from the crowd greeted these words as thousands rose to their feet to cheer. When they quieted, he continued, proceeding to outline the case against Britain, the first group he named, which he said was in a desperate position and therefore had to draw America into the war. He then came to the second group. It is not difficult to understand why Jewish people desire the overthrow of Nazi Germany. The persecution they suffered in Germany would be sufficient to make bitter enemies of any race. No person with a sense of the dignity of mankind can condone the persecution of the Jewish race in Germany. But no person of honesty and vision can look on their pro-war policy here today without seeing the dangers involved in such a policy both for us and for them. Instead of agitating for war, the Jewish groups in this country should be opposing it in every possible way, for they will be among the first to feel its consequences. Tolerance is a virtue that depends upon peace and strength. History shows that it cannot survive war and devastations. A few far-sighted Jewish people realize this and stand opposed to intervention. But the majority still do not. Their greatest danger to this country lies in their large ownership and influence in our motion pictures, our press, our radio, and our government. I am not attacking either the Jewish or the British people. Both races I admire. But I am saying that the leaders of both the British and the Jewish races, for reasons which are as understandable from their viewpoint as they are inadvisable from ours, for reasons which are not American, wish to involve us in the war. 86. In September 1941, Arnold Forster was a young lawyer in his second year as the chief attorney of the Anti-Defamation League, America's leading organization against anti-Semitism and racial prejudice. 62 years later, he continues to serve as general counsel for the ADL. Interviewed in 2001, Forster, then 92, remembered Lindbergh's Des Moines speech as if it were yesterday. When I heard him utter those words, I along with every Jew in America felt as if we had been kicked in the gut. We had come so far, yet with this one statement he did a tremendous amount of damage. Here was this so-called hero saying these things, and it was like an invitation for anti-Semites to blame us. For the average American at the time who wouldn't know a Jew from Adam, it said the Jews want to get your son killed. Of course, Lindbergh was never known for his brains. Somebody was obviously feeding him these things. When asked about the common argument that Lindbergh merely reflected the attitudes of the times, that a lot of Americans were anti-Semitic in 1941, and he was only echoing mainstream opinion, Forster was dismissive. That's horse's ass logic. Sure, most Americans didn't want their daughter to marry a Jew, and the rich didn't want us in their country clubs, but there is a very great difference between that kind of anti-Semitism and the kind of poison he preached that day. And if anybody thinks he was only saying what most Americans believed, they only have to look at the reaction to the speech to realize that is ludicrous. 87. Indeed, the firestorm ignited by the speech was so far-ranging from Jews and Gentiles, from interventionists and isolationists, from Republicans and Democrats, that almost overnight the America First Committee came close to collapse. Resignations poured in from all over the country. Even the organization's most adamant media supporters were outraged. The assertion that Jews are pressing this country into war is unwise, unpatriotic, and un-American, charged the fiercely isolationist Hearst Chain. The voice is Lindbergh's, but the words are the words of Hitler, declared the San Francisco Chronicle. The speech was so intemperate, so unfair, so dangerous in its implications, thundered the Des Moines Register, that it disqualifies Lindbergh from any pretensions of leadership. The invective flew from all sides. One columnist wrote that Lindbergh had plummeted from public hero number 1 to public enemy number 1. The Republican standard-bearer Wendell Willkie, for whom Lindbergh had voted the year before, called the speech the most un-American talk made in my time by any person of national reputation. 88. Liberty magazine called Lindbergh the most dangerous man in America. Christian leaders joined Jewish groups demanding that he retract his remarks. 89. Roosevelt's presidential secretary Stephen Early noted that there was a striking similarity between the Des Moines speech and the outpourings of Berlin in the last few days. 90. The Texas House of Representatives adopted a resolution telling Lindbergh to stay out of Texas. But the most widely publicized attack of all came from Lindbergh's own cousin Augustus, who told the media that Charles is one of Hitler's most valuable helpers. 91. Walter Winchell captured the remarkable transformation of the one-time hero's image when he declared, "Lindbergh's halo has become his news." Lindbergh may have believed his Des Moines speech was sympathetic to Jews, as he later claimed, but he was one of the few who believed it. Besides the ominous tone of his remarks, critics immediately questioned their accuracy, particularly Lindbergh's implication that a Jewish media conspiracy was behind the interventionist movement. Arthur Robb, editor of the Media Trade Journal, editor and publisher, noted that out of 1,700 owner-publishers in America at the time, only 15 or less than 1% were Jewish. 92. 90 prominent Americans, including Eleanor Roosevelt, along with many isolationists and Republicans, signed a public statement urging a debate on national policy without any attempt to pit religion against religion. 93. From the tone of the criticism, Lindbergh's greatest sin was not that he identified the Jews as one of the groups pushing for war. What alarmed most Americans was the implied threat carried in the speech, the warning that Jews would be the first to feel the consequences of a war. It sounded a little too close to Hitler's own Reichstag speech in January 1939, when he warned that if Jewish bankers plunged the world into war, it would result in the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. 94. Equally controversial was Lindbergh's assertion that interventionist Jews were un-American. In his journal entry the evening following delivery of the speech, Lindbergh seemed oblivious to the uproar. "When I mentioned the three major groups agitating for war, the entire audience seemed to stand and cheer. At that moment, whatever opposition existed was completely drowned out by our support." 95. 4 days later, he seemed bemused by the subsequent reaction. My Des Moines address has caused so much controversy that General Wood has decided to hold a meeting of the America First National Committee in Chicago. I must, of course, attend. I felt I had worded my Des Moines address carefully and moderately. It seems that almost anything can be discussed in America except the Jewish problem. The very mention of the word Jew is cause for a storm. 96. Lindbergh's later defenders, including a number of historians seeking to downplay his anti-Semitism, have argued that the Des Moines speech does not actually attack Jews, merely their influence, which is a distinction that has long been popular with anti-Semites. Jews, the argument goes, are not vilified for what they are, but what they do. Even his authorized biographer A. Scott Berg, who does acknowledge Lindbergh's genteel anti-Semitism on a number of other occasions, maintained that in the speech, Lindbergh had bent over backwards to be kind about the Jews and that the Des Moines speech contained the only public reference to Jews that Lindbergh ever made during the Great Debate, although Berg does devote considerable space to the firestorm of criticism ignited by the speech. The files of the America First Committee, now housed at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, reveal that some of the AFC's own leaders were shocked at Lindbergh's words. As the founders met to debate how to salvage their badly damaged movement, National Committee member John Flynn wrote a memo to Stewart and Wood expressing his disbelief. It was incredible that Lindbergh, acting alone, literally committed the America First movement to open attack on Jews, he wrote. In a separate letter to Lindbergh, who believed he had done nothing wrong, Flynn explained why the speech was harmful. We know that New York's Jewish community is practically unanimous for war, and they had tried to brand all war opponents as anti-Semitic or pro-Nazi, a responsibility that should be brought home to them, he wrote on September 15. But this is a far different matter from going out on the public platform and denouncing the Jews as the warmongers. No man can do that without incurring the guilt of religious and racial intolerance, and that character is poison in a community like ours. 97. Anne was deeply distressed, writing in her diary that the speech had thrown her into a black gloom. She writes that she had attempted to persuade her husband not to mention the Jews in his Des Moines speech, pleading that it would be taken as Jew-baiting and merely serve to rally the anti-Semitic forces around him. She had hoped he would say, "I call you people before me tonight to witness that I am not anti-Semitic nor have I attacked the Jews." When he refused her pleas, she attempted to rework the paragraph dealing with the Jews, rewriting it to avoid all trace of rancor and bitterness and inserting the brief section expressing sympathy with their plight. 98. But as she sat listening to the speech on September 11, the frenzied applause of the crowd frightened her. Can he keep in control what he has in his hands? She asked her diary. 99. Anne continued to grapple with the repercussions of the speech. In her diary 3 days later, she attempts to come to terms with her feelings of revulsion at Charles's comments. Though she believed he spoke the truth about the three groups pushing for war, she instinctively knew there was something wrong about stating it publicly. To her own question, why is naming the Jews un-American, she provides a clear-eyed answer: because it is segregating them as a group, setting the ground for anti-Semitism. It is a match lit near a pile of Excelsior. 100. Needless to say, the American far right was overjoyed with the Des Moines speech, particularly its warning of the consequences for Jews if they continued to support intervention. In Germany, the press upheld Goebbels' strict orders to refrain from praising Lindbergh for fear of jeopardizing his efforts in America. 101. But in New York, the official newspaper of the pro-Nazi Bund, the Free American, called the Des Moines speech truthful, and echoed its implication that the Jews' elimination in this country might be less gentle. 102. Father Coughlin's social justice and Scribner's commentator also had high praise for the speech. In light of the Des Moines address, America's most prominent fascist leader, Joe McWilliams, believed he was having a positive influence on Lindbergh's thinking. According to the undercover FBI informant Arthur Duranian, McWilliams claimed his disciples were responsible for indoctrinating the America First spokesman. I'll tell you how Lindbergh is getting his education. He is getting it from the men I have been talking to for months. Lawrence Dennis is one. I can't tell you who the others are. For months, I've been talking to intellectuals on the Jewish question, coaching them and giving them our literature. Lindbergh talked to these men after I educated them. Indirectly, Lindbergh got his education from me. Asked whether he believed America would ever be governed by National Socialism, McWilliams replied, "Hell yes. Can't you see the way the AFC is gradually coming our way? Just wait 6 months." 103. Meanwhile, a Gallup poll revealed that an overwhelming majority of Americans disagreed with Lindbergh's assertion that Jews were responsible for inciting war. The poll, released October 24, asked Americans what groups are most active in trying to get us into a war. The Roosevelt administration was the overwhelming response, followed by big business. Only 1 in 16 respondents, less than 7%, listed the Jews. 104. How typical was anti-Semitism in late Depression America? Many historians and biographers have cited a January 1939 Gallup poll reporting that 83% of Americans opposed the admission of a larger number of Jewish refugees. However, they usually fail to point out that most Americans were opposed to increased immigration of any kind during this period. 105. As much because of economic conditions and high unemployment as anything else. As early as 1937, a majority of Americans told pollsters they would be willing to elect a Jewish president. 106. In a 1940 poll, Americans by an overwhelming 3-to-1 margin said they would be less likely to elect a member of Congress if he was against the Jews. 107. The same year, only 12% of those polled responded favorably to the idea of a campaign against the Jews. 108. Clearly, however, a large portion of the population was anti-Semitic, egged on by the propaganda of Father Coughlin and other extremists who consistently blamed the Jews for the country's economic problems. Another poll found that 1/3 of the American people believed Jews were more radical than other Americans and possessed a number of unpleasant qualities, including greed, dishonesty and selfishness. 109. A disproportionate percentage of anti-Semitic attitudes could be found in the Midwest rural constituencies where support for Coughlin, Lindbergh, and the America First Committee was highest and where the Dearborn Independent had enjoyed its strongest popularity 15 years earlier. 110. However, it is difficult to gauge how much of a role anti-Semitism played in the isolationist movement as a whole. As the criticism mounted, Lindbergh's public crusade appeared undaunted. 2 weeks after the Des Moines speech, he addressed an AFC rally in Fort Wayne, Indiana, warning the crowd of 1,500 supporters that Roosevelt might suspend the 1942 congressional elections and impose a dictatorship on the United States. Lindbergh knew that most Americans valued democracy above all and that this argument would strike a chord. The administration wasted no time responding to the accusation, matching its foe in the escalating war of rhetoric. Speaking at the Harvard Club, Assistant Secretary of State Adolph A. Burley Jr. charged that Lindbergh was following the exact line which has been laid down in Berlin for the use of Nazi propagandists in the U.S. Burley revealed that the FBI had intercepted orders from Berlin to its American supporters instructing them on how to undermine the interventionists. He said these orders included instructions that a howl was to be raised that Roosevelt would impose on America the kind of dictatorship that Hitler has imposed on Germany. 111. It was not the first time Lindbergh had been publicly accused in a credible forum of following the Nazi line. In August, Life quoted Lindbergh telling a Philadelphia America First rally, "If we say our frontier lies on the Rhine, they can say it lies on the Mississippi." A few days earlier, the magazine had secured an interview with Adolf Hitler, which had not yet been published. In this interview, Hitler had said that he had not yet seen anybody in Germany say the Mississippi River was a German frontier. The magazine was quick to seize on the similarity between the two quotes. This coincidence, like many that have occurred in Lindbergh's speeches, appears to have been a result of parallel thinking, writes Life correspondent Roger Butterfield, noting that no actual evidence existed suggesting Lindbergh deliberately followed the party line or had any contact with German agents. 112. On September 11, the FBI interrogated Friedrich Auerhagen, leader of the American Fellowship Forum, who was later imprisoned for failing to register as a Nazi agent. Under questioning, he told the agents that the America First Committee was the leading propaganda organization in the United States. The chief problem of the German government, claimed Auerhagen, was to keep the committee advised of all available propaganda. 113. For 2 years, Auerhagen published a magazine called Today's Challenge. Among the contributors was Lindbergh, as well as a number of pro-Nazi agents who were later charged with sedition after Pearl Harbor, including Lawrence Dennis. 114. With the AFC in disarray, the Executive Committee convened on September 18 to decide whether to repudiate Lindbergh's comments. The isolationist movement as a whole was clearly hurting. A number of prominent anti-interventionists, including Republican Congressman Everett Dirksen of Illinois, publicly switched sides and supported the Roosevelt administration's stand for the first time. On October 5, one of organized labor's most prominent isolationists, Carpenter Union Chief William Hutchison, abandoned his anti-intervention position and resigned from America First. 115. John Flynn pleaded that, unless the AFC acted quickly, the movement was in danger of collapse. But many members of the National Committee insisted that Lindbergh had merely spoken the truth and refused to admonish him. Lindbergh reported that telegrams to the committee were running overwhelmingly in his favor. Flynn's was the lone dissenting voice when the committee voted 10-1 to stand by its most valuable asset and resist the pressure. Instead, a statement was issued by the America First leadership on September 24 declaring that the attacks on Lindbergh were merely an attempt by the interventionists to hide the real issues by flinging false charges. Colonel Lindbergh and his fellow members of the America First Committee are not anti-Semitic. We deplore the injection of the race issue into the discussion of war or peace. It is the interventionists who have done this. There is but one real issue, the issue of war. From this issue we will not be diverted. 116. Many isolationists defected to other organizations such as the Keep America Out of War Committee, whose director had written that Lindbergh's speech did more to fan the flames of anti-Semitism and push on the fence Jews into the war camp than Mr. Lindbergh could possibly imagine. 117. On November 12, the AFC in shambles, Lindbergh approached the one man whom he believed could save the movement. Over breakfast at his Dearborn home, Henry Ford told his young friend that he wanted to do something more to help oppose American intervention and promised to donate a monthly sum to keep the America First Committee afloat. 118. The next day, Hans Thomson, charge d'affaires of the German embassy in Washington, dispatched a cable marked secret to the Foreign Ministry in Berlin. The AFC's plight had sounded alarm in American Nazi spy circles. Attention from the FBI, which had recently begun investigating Scribner's Commentator and the Herald as the two principal publicity vehicles of the America First Committee, was particularly worrisome. Thomson's cable indicates that he still believed the Nazis could manipulate the AFC to do its bidding. The danger exists that many leading members of the committee will be so intimidated by these methods that they will resign. In order that this useful organization not disintegrate, the press officer, through his confidential agents, is endeavoring to ensure that should General Wood, who is the present chairman, resign, Lindbergh would take over the leadership. The negotiations are conducted in such a way that the embassy's part in them cannot be discerned. 119. So high was Nazi esteem for Lindbergh that its agents failed to comprehend that he was no longer an asset to their cause in America, but had instead become a liability. In the words of Anne's sister Constance, reflecting on America's new attitude toward Lindbergh, in just 15 years, he had gone from Jesus to Judas. 120. Nevertheless, thousands of letters from everyday Americans continued to pour in supporting his stand, and he could still fill an arena. On October 30, 1941, 20,000 New Yorkers packed Madison Square Garden to hear Lindbergh call for the right to demand integrity in the leadership of this nation. Throughout most of the Great Debate, the focus on both sides had been the war in Europe. Little attention was paid to developments in Asia, despite faint rumblings over Japanese aggression in China and the announcement that Japan had signed a tripartite pact with Germany and Italy. But when the Roosevelt administration blocked all Japanese assets in America in July 1941 and moved to cut off its oil supplies in Asia, isolationists paid attention to Asian developments for the first time. In the late fall of 1941, the America First Bulletin carried a blaring front-page headline, "Blame for Rift with Japan Rests on Administration," charging that the Japanese had only peaceful intentions and were being unfairly vilified by Roosevelt. 121. The same day, the New York chapter of the AFC fired off an angry letter to the president, "What's all this saber-rattling in connection with Japan?" 122. Less than 24 hours later, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Chapter 11. Will it run? Shunned for his pre-war isolationist views after Pearl Harbor, Lindbergh was anxious to prove his patriotism. Barred from re-enlisting by the Roosevelt administration, he ended up flying more than 25 missions in the South Pacific as a civilian observer, shooting down at least one Japanese Zero. Here, he is pictured in the cockpit of a Corsair fighter in New Guinea. The date was December 17, 1941, only 10 days after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor plunged the United States into the Second World War. Shortly after 7 p.m., guests began arriving at the Greenwich Village townhouse of Edwin Webster, Jr., secretary for the New York chapter of the America First Committee. The occasion was a farewell dinner to honor selected America First organizers, in recognition of their tireless efforts on behalf of the isolationist cause. 1. About 40 guests, including Charles Lindbergh, were invited to attend. The AFC, like the rest of America, was reeling from the sneak attack. As news bulletins of the Japanese bombing were still pouring in on December 7, the committee's national headquarters had issued a statement urging its followers to support America's war effort against Japan. America First suspended all non-interventionist activity, postponed rallies already scheduled, and immediately halted the distribution of all isolationist literature until further notice. But the statement had deliberately left open the possibility of resuming opposition to involvement in the European war. "Well, he got us in through the back door," General Wood told Lindbergh the morning after the attack, reflecting the cynical attitude of many America First members about Roosevelt's motives. 2. 3 days later, on December 11, a group of prominent AFC officials convened in Chicago to discuss whether to disband. Lindbergh did not attend but sent a telegram opposing dissolution. He suggested simply adjourning the committee, a course that would involve burning no bridges. 3. In a straw poll taken at the meeting, 77 members backed Lindbergh's position, while 44 voted to dissolve the committee. Despite the majority vote, the national leadership opted to cease AFC operations because of disunity within the ranks. 4. Humbled irrevocably by the historical circumstances, members of the committee were gathering in Webster's living room for one final self-affirmation before their voices were drowned out by war. But not every member had accepted the abandonment of their historic crusade as inevitable. After supper, a Brooklyn America First organizer named Horace Haase rose to address the assembled guests. "It's obviously necessary for leaders of America First like Wood and Webster to keep quiet. But the organization should not be destroyed. We must be ready for the next attack which must be made upon this communistic administration. If and when the moment comes, I feel sure that our leaders, and especially the Colonel, will take the leadership and take us to victory." 5. At the invocation of Lindbergh's name, the other members present urged him to address the gathering. He was at first reluctant, arguing that he was simply there to honor the street workers. But his colleagues insisted, and the movement's most popular leader, 2 months shy of his 40th birthday, rose to make one final speech. Among those present that evening were informants for both the FBI and the U.S. Military Intelligence Division, who relayed summaries of Lindbergh's remarks to their respective agencies. Lindbergh, they noted, was discouraged by the United States government because it had no plan and did not appear to know for what it is fighting. He deplored the fact that America had for years been talking of the Yellow Peril, but now found itself fighting on the side of the Russians and the Chinese. He said he accepted the fact that America must fight the Germans, but he appeared distinctly distressed at the prospect. There is only one danger in the world, that is the yellow danger. China and Japan are really bound together against the white race. There could have only been one efficient weapon against this alliance. Underneath the surface, Germany itself could have been this weapon. The ideal setup would have been to have had Germany take over Poland and Russia, in collaboration with the British, as a bloc against the yellow people and Bolshevism. But instead the British and the fools in Washington had to interfere. The British envied the Germans and wanted to rule the world forever. Britain is the real cause of all the trouble in the world today. 6. The committee would live again when German military superiority was made manifest, Lindbergh confided to the gathering. He still appeared convinced that a German military victory was inevitable. Of course, America first cannot be active right now. But it should keep on the alert, and when the large missing lists and losses are published, the American people will realize how much they have been betrayed by the British and the administration. Then America first can be a political force again. We must be quiet a while and await the time for active functioning. There may be a time soon when we can advocate a negotiated peace. 7. Like his father, who a quarter-century earlier had set aside his initial passionate opposition to the First World War to support the U.S. war effort, Lindbergh presented a patriotic face to the public. The day after Pearl Harbor, he released a statement through the AFC, "We have been stepping closer to war for many months. Now it has come, and we must meet it as united Americans regardless of our attitude in the past toward the policy our government has followed. Whether or not that policy has been wise, we have been attacked by force of arms, and by force of arms we must retaliate." 8. With his country at war, Lindbergh was anxious to be of some service and demonstrate his patriotism. He was keenly aware, however, that not everyone would welcome his participation. "What part am I to take in the war in view of the obvious antagonism of the administration?" he mused to his journal. 9. On December 20, he wrote a personal letter to General Hap Arnold, Chief of the U.S. Air Corps, offering his military services while conceding the complications created by his previous political stand. 10. 10 days later, when the offer was leaked to the media, it set off an immediate uproar. Letters poured into Arnold's office urging him to reject the offer. "I consider him to be the most dangerous man in America today," wrote one veteran of the First World War. "Why doesn't he return that medal to Hitler, at least, so he can come into the service of the country with clean hands?" 11. Another letter demanded that Lindbergh be given no position except that of an orderly in a concentration camp, where he should have been a long time ago. 12. In the Washington office of Harold Ickes, Lindbergh's attempt to reenlist was met with crushing scorn. On December 30, the Interior Secretary wrote a memo to President Roosevelt charging that Lindbergh's actions were coldly calculated with a view to attaining ultimate power for himself, and that it would be a tragic disservice to American democracy to give one of its bitterest and most ruthless enemies a chance to gain a military record. Describing Lindbergh as a ruthless and conscious fascist, motivated by hatred for you personally and a contempt for democracy in general, Ickes urged the president to reject the offer and instead bury Lindbergh in merciful oblivion. 13. Roosevelt promptly responded, "What you say about Lindbergh and the potential danger of the man, I agree with wholeheartedly." 14. Officially, the administration only told Lindbergh his offer was under consideration. Most of the media shared Ickes's cynicism, but the New York Times noted that Lindbergh had done nothing illegal and believed his offer should and would be accepted, ironically belying his paranoia about the agenda of the Jewish-owned press. On January 12, Lindbergh decided to broach the subject with Secretary of War Henry Stimson, imploring the former Republican-turned-Roosevelt loyalist to give him a chance. Stimson was blunt. He was extremely hesitant to put the former isolationist spokesman in any position of command. Anybody who held such views, he confided, should not be involved in the armed forces because he doubted such a person could carry on the war with sufficient aggressiveness. Moreover, Stimson could not be entirely convinced about Lindbergh's loyalty or the sincerity of his change of heart. Lindbergh confirmed that he had not changed his views at all, that he believed it had been a mistake for the United States to get into the war, but that at this point, my stand was behind the country, as I always said it would be. He offered to help in whatever way he could be most effective. 15. The next day, Lindbergh met with General Arnold, Chief of the Air Corps, and Robert Lovett, Assistant Secretary of War for Air. Lovett pointed out that Lindbergh had attacked Roosevelt very strongly. Could he serve the president loyally? Lindbergh acknowledged that he had very little confidence in the Roosevelt administration and intended to vote against it at the first opportunity, but would follow the President of the United States as Commander-in-Chief of the Army. In view of the positions he had taken in the past, Arnold asked, did Lindbergh really believe that his associates in the Air Corps would have any confidence in him? Ultimately, their suspicions convinced Lindbergh to abandon his plans. After a half-hour discussion, he told the officers it would be a mistake for him to return to military service, given the ill feelings he had generated. Perhaps, he suggested, he could be more useful to the war effort working in the civilian aviation industry. Did they think the administration would have any objection? Lovett said he believed the War Department would support such a move. 16. Lindbergh proceeded to put out feelers, contacting Pan American Airways, United Aircraft, and Curtiss-Wright Aviation offering his services. But it soon became apparent that Lovett had overestimated the administration's capacity for forgiveness. On January 26, Lindbergh received a phone call from his old friend, Pan Am Chairman Juan Trippe. Obstacles had been put in the way of hiring Lindbergh as a consultant. The White House had made it clear that such a move would not be viewed favorably. 17. Similar calls came from Curtiss-Wright and United Aircraft. The situation, explained Curtiss-Wright President Guy Vaughan, was loaded with dynamite. 18. As the rejections poured in, Lindbergh's frustration increased. Suddenly desperate to participate in a conflict that he had long opposed, he complained in his journal, I am beginning to wonder whether I will be blocked in every attempt I make to take part in this war. 19. Scott Berg and other biographers have attributed these obstacles to vindictiveness on the part of the Roosevelt administration. Berg cites a meeting at which the president allegedly told a group of senators, I'll clip that young man's wings. 20. But military intelligence files reveal that there may be more to the administration's initial veto than petty revenge in the months immediately following the outbreak of war. Only weeks earlier, the White House had been informed by the FBI that Lindbergh was under investigation as the potential source of a serious military leak. A number of historians have suggested that Roosevelt regularly used the Bureau to stifle political dissent, abusing the power of the presidency against his political enemies. However, a series of Freedom of Information Act requests reveal that the administration had never once asked the FBI to formally investigate Lindbergh, nor did J. Edgar Hoover do so on his own initiative, although he was fond of leaking incriminating information about the president's political opponents, including Lindbergh, to the White House and the press. As distasteful as Lindbergh's activities may have been to the president, there was nothing illegal or treasonous about professing pro-Nazi sympathies before Pearl Harbor. The closest Roosevelt appears to have come to abusing the Bureau's investigative powers against the isolationist movement is when he asked his secretary in February 1941 to inquire about the source of AFC funding. 21. During most of his political crusade, Lindbergh had never been a law enforcement target. That situation changed dramatically 11 days before Pearl Harbor when the FBI received a disturbing advisory from the War Department's Military Intelligence Division. On November 26, Colonel J.T. Bissell of MIT informed Hoover that when Lindbergh returned to the United States in 1939, a civilian inventor, Marvin Rutherford, had sent him a complete set of plans for a self-sealing gas tank. Lindbergh had received the plans via registered mail as chairman of the Air Corps' New Devices Committee. Not long afterwards, Colonel Bissell reported, the Luftwaffe happened to develop its own self-sealing gas tank for airplanes, which was discovered on a German plane shot down in England. Rutherford suspected that Lindbergh had transmitted the plans to the German government. A subsequent search by MID determined the plans Lindbergh had received were missing from the War Department files. Suspecting that Lindbergh may have leaked the plans to Germany, Bissell reported that he had written to Lindbergh requesting the plans or an explanation of what became of them. 22. Before Pearl Harbor, Bissell's report appears to have sparked little concern at FBI headquarters. In fact, Hoover had received a similar report from the Bureau's Dallas office in July 1941 but, because the United States was not yet at war with Germany, he concluded that, even if true, no federal violation would have occurred. 23. However, on the day of the Japanese attack, an informant's account of a recent conversation with Ford Motor Company executive Harry Bennett reignited the FBI's interest and cast new suspicion on Lindbergh's loyalty. During this conversation, Bennett allegedly claimed that Lindbergh had boasted that much of the factual information he used in his isolationist speeches came from officials in the U.S. War Department. 24. 3 days before Pearl Harbor, the fiercely isolationist Chicago Tribune had leaked the War Department's contingency plans, codenamed the Victory Program, as evidence that Roosevelt planned on secretly bringing the United States into the war. The president was livid and ordered Hoover to find out who leaked the information. The FBI investigation concluded that an anti-Roosevelt Army officer had leaked the plans. Now, with the informant's report, Hoover was convinced that Lindbergh was the conduit for the leak. Hoover promptly dispatched the FBI's Detroit bureau chief John Buggas to the Ford plant to interview Bennett about Lindbergh's claim. What Bennett told the FBI agent did little to reassure the bureau. He said he had been present at a conversation between Ford and Lindbergh 3 weeks earlier in which the two men discussed the war in Europe, at which point Lindbergh revealed that he was getting much of his confidential information directly from U.S. Army officials. 25. He claimed that he had a regular contact in the Washington Officer Corps, who had similar political views, but Lindbergh no longer went to see this officer because he felt they were being watched or followed. Bennett could not recall the officer's name. 26. 3 weeks later, Bennett called Buggas and said he had learned that Lindbergh's Army contact was probably a general in Hap Arnold's office named Ralph Cousins. But from Bennett's description, Lindbergh was almost certainly referring to Truman Smith, not Cousins, as his War Department source. During a subsequent investigation, FBI agents learned that Lindbergh barely knew Ralph Cousins. 27. Hoover immediately circulated a memo to his chief deputies advising them of his preferred course of action. If Lindbergh refused to reveal his War Department contact, he wrote, we can then give consideration as to whether he should be called before a grand jury. He either should be made to put up or shut up. 28. Lindbergh's name had also recently come to the Bureau's attention in connection with a shadowy right-wing movement that the FBI suspected of succeeding the America First Committee. The Bureau had been receiving a number of reports that some former AFC members had been meeting and discussing the formation of a new movement or political party with Lindbergh at the helm. Agents were dispatched around the country to investigate these reports. On January 26, 1942, the Bureau was alerted by Vice President Henry Wallace about the potentially subversive activities of the prominent Brigham family of New York, many of whom were former members of America First. A subsequent FBI investigation revealed that the family matriarch Ethel Brigham was reported to have said, upon the declaration of war with Japan, Lindbergh was right and we will not win this war. We are getting no more than we deserve. Her daughter Constance Brigham allegedly said, I would like to kill Roosevelt. Another daughter, Barbara Brigham, said she knew of a secret organization in the United States financed by a millionaire with a membership of over 500,000, all of whom were armed and ready to take up arms against the president. She implied the group was associated with the AFC. 29. Barbara Brigham happened to be one of the 40 AFC members present at the exclusive Greenwich Village gathering on December 17 when Lindbergh warned against the yellow danger. 30. The Bureau could find no evidence that Lindbergh was acting in league with the Brighams in planning anything subversive. Nor did a subsequent investigation implicate him in any seditious activity after Pearl Harbor. But in a letter to the President's Secretary Edwin M. Watson on February 13, 1942, Hoover reveals that the White House had good reason to be concerned about Lindbergh's potential involvement in the war effort. To this point, Hoover's reports about Lindbergh had always been surprisingly objective, paying little attention to the raw data, rumors, and innuendo that characterized the FBI files of many public figures. Though Hoover had received hundreds of letters from citizens urging that he investigate Lindbergh for fifth-column activities, the Bureau had always ignored these accusations, never so much as placing a wiretap on the Lindbergh's telephone. So the first paragraph of Hoover's letter to Watson couldn't have failed to attract the attention of the White House. I have been confidentially informed that members of the America First Committee entertain the hope that the committee may again become a political force, that they are biding their time in contemplation of this eventuality. While the organization ostensibly went out of existence following the entrance of the United States into the present war, I am informed that the committee has in reality gone underground, under the leadership of Charles A. Lindbergh. 31. Nothing in the letter, however, explicitly stated that Lindbergh was guilty of any crime or that the America First Committee was engaged in treasonous activity. It appears that the FBI had found no evidence proving Lindbergh had leaked sensitive military information to the Germans. The Bureau was determined to remain vigilant, but no action was recommended. Meanwhile, Lindbergh remained a pariah, unable to secure a single civilian job in the American aviation industry. Scrutinized, mistrusted, scorned outright, and blocked from serving his country at every turn, he still had one powerful friend who would not shun him, a friend who, in the words of Leonard Mosley, could not be pressured. He loathed Roosevelt even more than Charles Lindbergh did. He also despised democracy, was anti-Semitic, and employed a ruthless thug to break the affiliations, the spirit, or the heads of those who got in the way. But not even the United States government was strong enough to challenge him, or prevent him from saying or doing pretty well what he wished. 32. On March 21, 1942, Lindbergh received word that Henry Ford wanted to see him. 3 days later, he arrived in Detroit to meet with Ford, Harry Bennett, and a group of high-ranking company officials. After lunch, they drove to a massive clearing west of Dearborn where the Ford Motor Company had recently constructed a mammoth manufacturing plant known as Willow Run. The plant had been built to accommodate the major contract Ford had secured a year earlier to build B-24 bombers for the U.S. War Department. For the sake of the national defense effort, the Roosevelt administration had put aside its historical antagonism against Henry Ford and his company, believing its legendary manufacturing expertise could be channeled towards strengthening a long-neglected military arsenal. Nicknamed the Liberator, the B-24 was to be the cornerstone of American supremacy over the skies. Ford had persuaded the government to contribute a staggering $200 million to the plant's construction after promising to build one B-24 every hour. Adapting a 24-hour/7-day work week, the company threw itself into the project, accompanied by a massive publicity campaign painting the Ford Motor Company as a vital cog in the U.S. war machine. The company even attempted to rewrite history, downplaying its controversial 1940 refusal of the British Rolls-Royce Merlin engine contract. A company spokesman told the media that the Ford Motor Company had only refused the Merlin contract because Henry Ford didn't like the design, not for any political motive. 33. This explanation, of course, was pure fiction. As they toured the Willow Run site, Ford suddenly asked his young friend whether he would be willing to move to Detroit to help the company with its B-24 program. Lindbergh jumped at the offer. Here, finally, was a chance to make a contribution to the war effort, after being rebuffed for months by other companies fearful of the administration's retributive reach. But before he would get his hopes up, Lindbergh suggested that Ford seek clearance from the Roosevelt administration to ensure that his employment wouldn't jeopardize any military contracts. Initially incensed at the idea of having to ask permission to do anything in his own company, Ford finally relented and instructed his subordinates to contact the War Department for approval. Lindbergh was equally chagrined. "It annoys me to have to ask the government's permission to make a connection with a commercial company, it's too damn much like Russia," he complained in his journal. 34. The FBI had still not found any credible evidence to suggest Lindbergh posed a security risk, and Secretary of War Henry Stimson gave the go-ahead a week later. Lindbergh enthusiastically moved his family to Detroit and reported for work, his first real job in almost 20 years. But news that the two Nazi medal recipients were working together on behalf of the U.S. war effort raised hackles across the country. Hundreds of angry letters poured into the White House complaining about a Detroit fifth column. Nor were Ford's own employees thrilled to be working with a man who had smugly implied a German victory was nigh only a few months earlier. On April 10, the Foundry Workers Union passed a resolution, approved by 10,000 Ford workers, charging that laboring men had been given a slap in the face by the hiring of the former isolationist leader. A Ford spokesman dismissed the resolution as communist-inspired. 35. But the doubts persisted. In July, Liberty magazine ran an open letter to Lindbergh headlined, "Have you changed your mind?" challenging him to publicly affirm to the nation that he was wholeheartedly behind our government and the president in the struggle to win the war. Lindbergh immediately crafted a handwritten reply, refusing to retract any of his pre-war views and restating his conviction that the alternative to a negotiated peace in Europe was either a Hitler victory or a prostrate Europe and possibly a prostrate America as well. The Roosevelt administration, he charged, had so far pursued a course that had led to a series of failures and disasters almost unparalleled in history. Perhaps sensing the firestorm that would ensue if these views were made public while America was at war, he decided against mailing the letter. 36. Still, the Lindbergh name kept popping up in a number of unsavory contexts. Since Pearl Harbor, the U.S. government had been investigating the allegedly fascist and pro-Nazi activities of a number of individuals and organizations. Before the war, these activities were protected by the constitutional right to free speech. Now they were potentially seditious. One of the most notorious American fascists was William Dudley Pelley, leader of the Silver Shirt Stormtroopers. Patterned after the Nazi brown shirts, the organization's announced purpose was a wholesale and drastic ousting of every radical-minded Jew from the United States. 37. Shortly after Pearl Harbor, Pelley was indicted by a grand jury on 11 counts of criminal sedition for conspiring to overthrow the government. In early August, as Pelley's trial convened in Indianapolis, the defense suddenly called Charles Lindbergh as a surprise witness. 2 years earlier, Pelley had written a letter to the extreme right-wing isolationist leader George Van Horn Moseley confiding that he would like to enlist Lindbergh, along with Ford, in an American Nazi revolution. This letter could have suggested a potentially damning connection between the two men. But it was the defense, not the prosecution, who called Lindbergh to testify, and the move appeared to be little more than a publicity stunt since there was no evidence the two men had ever even met. Indeed, when Lindbergh appeared in court on August 4, he was called on to answer only 3 inconsequential questions. Asked about American public opinion regarding war before Pearl Harbor, he testified, "It was my impression that a majority of the people opposed entering the war before we were attacked." 38. He was off the stand in less than 15 minutes, but the mere association in the public eye with a notorious figure such as Pelley only served to reinforce American suspicions that Lindbergh could not be trusted. On September 18, 1942, President Roosevelt paid a visit to Willow Run to inspect the B-24 bomber program for which the Allies had such high hopes. Lindbergh's animosity toward the president had not changed, and he decided to take the afternoon off rather than chance being at the plant when Roosevelt arrived. 39. Each morning, Ford liked to pay a visit to his favorite employee where they discussed world events, the war, and other shared interests. "Charles, in much of his thinking, is much like me," he told Fortune magazine in February 1943. 40. A week before Roosevelt's visit, Ford had visited Lindbergh's office to express disgust with the president's policies. "People like that always get what's coming to them," Ford hissed. 41. He went on to blame the DuPonts, owners of arch-rival General Motors, for most of the country's troubles, an increasingly common theme of his private rhetoric. The DuPont family was originally Huguenot. 42. But Ford was convinced they were Jewish and acting in league with Roosevelt to destroy the country. Lindbergh humored the old man and continued to report for work at Willow Run each day. However, privately, he was becoming increasingly frustrated with the B-24 project, which was not going as smoothly as the company pretended. Ford officials regularly boasted to the media that publicizing Willow Run's production plans would scare Hitler to death, and the company painted itself as an important element in President Roosevelt's arsenal of democracy. The March 1942 cover of Time magazine featured an image of Henry Ford standing before a huge factory from which streams of tanks and bombers flowed. The caption stated, "Out of enormous rooms, armies will roll and fleets will fly." 43. Even today, the Ford Motor Company boasts of its work on the B-24 as a significant contribution to the Allied victory in World War II. And, although the company eventually did produce significant numbers of B-24s and other war material, the facts in 1942 suggested a very different story, that of a fiasco in the making. The mismanagement, incompetence, and plain bungling at Willow Run were plainly evident, and Lindbergh appeared embarrassed to be associated with the project. His journal told the story. After a meeting with Air Corps Chief General Arnold on August 11, Lindbergh relates that Arnold told him combat squadrons greatly preferred the B-17 bomber to the B-24 because when we send the 17s out on a mission, most of them return. But when we send the 24s out, most of them don't. 44. A month later, Lindbergh visited the Dearborn Engineering Laboratory with Ford production chief Charles Sorensen, who told the company's new consultant that he thought the workmanship on the B-24 was as good as other companies and that the plant was well ahead of their production schedule. That evening, Lindbergh confided to his journal, "I had to say bluntly that we were not making schedule and that the workmanship on the first bombers that went through Willow Run was the worst I had ever seen." 45. It appears to be Lindbergh's devotion to Ford, who had long since replaced Alexis Carrel as his father figure, that prevented him from resigning from the disaster-plagued program. On Ford's 79th birthday, Lindbergh sent his boss a congratulatory note that reflected his continued admiration. "My friendship with you is one of the things I value most highly in life. You combine the characteristics I admire most in men: success with humility, firmness with tolerance, science with religion." 46. As young American B-24 test pilots continued to be killed in the flying death traps, which the company had promised would help vanquish Hitler, the government began to ask questions. As early as February 1943, rumors had begun to surface about shoddy B-24 production standards at Willow Run when Fortune reported that aircraft manufacturers believed the plant should have been named Will It Run. 47. 2 months later, a National Defense Congressional Committee headed by Senator Harry Truman sent investigators to look into problems with the B-24. Their report to Congress 3 months later was devastating. Investigators severely criticized the Ford Motor Company for setting up the B-24 production line like an automobile assembly line, despite the warnings of many experienced aircraftmen. The report contrasted the work at Willow Run with another military contractor, San Diego-based Consolidated Aircraft, which was turning out B-24s at a much faster rate. It criticized Ford for failing to send production engineers to San Diego to determine why the Consolidated program was so much more successful, and lamented the project's waste and confusion. Underlying the committee's findings were the lofty promises made by the Ford Motor Company in its bid to convince the government to hand over $200 million to build Willow Run a year earlier. The company promised that Ford's legendary production resources would turn out a B-24 every hour, as well as thousands of spare parts to be used by other aircraft manufacturers who were engaged in producing B-24s across the country. However, by July 1943, Ford had failed to supply any of the parts for which it had contracted, forcing the Army to switch its parts manufacturing to a plant in Tulsa and setting the consolidated B-24 plant at Fort Worth, Texas, far behind schedule. By far the most damning finding, however, was the revelation that, until shortly before the report was released, the Ford Motor Company had not produced at Willow Run a plane which was capable of use at the front. 48. Senator Monrad Wallgren, chairman of the Truman Subcommittee, publicly described the employees of Willow Run as aircraft workers who have never produced a plane. 49. Around this time, U.S. military intelligence reported that a delegation from the Ford UAW local planned to ask the United Auto Workers Convention what Lindbergh is doing as a consultant at the Ford Motor Company and demand an investigation of the company's war production effort, which they charge as being shamefully retarded. 50. The delegation appears to have abandoned this plan before the convention. The problems with the B-24 program were said to be taking a tremendous toll on company president Edsel Ford, whose health had been rapidly failing for months under the strain. Twice, he was hospitalized suffering from gastric ulcers, although the company repeatedly downplayed his medical problems. Then, on May 25, 1943, the 49-year-old Edsel suddenly lapsed into a coma while home in bed. The next day, the Ford empire was shaken by the news that Henry's only child had died during the night. The elder Ford, just shy of his 80th birthday, was a broken man. "Maybe I pushed the boy too hard," he lamented to friends. 51. As it faced its most serious crisis in years, the company appeared rudderless. However, Edsel's death appeared to have been welcomed by at least one company official, who moved quickly to take advantage of the void. Edsel had always despised Ford's ruthless security chief Harry Bennett, and the feeling was entirely mutual. Each regularly complained to Henry Ford about the other. Only Henry's intervention had prevented Edsel from firing Bennett years before. But by the time the mourning period was over, Bennett had consolidated his power in the company with remarkable agility, joining the Ford board of directors alongside Henry and Clara, and Edsel's two sons, Benson and Henry Ford II. His company title was switched in the summer of 1943 from head of the Ford Service Department to Director of Administrative Affairs, a position that gave him enormous additional powers. Now, he reported only to Henry, who had reassumed the president's mantle, but was reported to be in failing health himself. In what Ford biographer Keith Sword describes as a palace revolution, Bennett plotted to purge a number of longtime enemies, many loyal to Edsel, from the company's executive ranks. But there was one Ford employee whom Bennett wanted out above all others. As far back as 1933, he had set his sights on Ernest Liebald's removal from the company payroll. Liebald had long since ceased to be a major power within the company itself, but had remained personally close to Henry and Clara Ford, handling their personal investments, retaining their power of attorney, and continuing to exert a good deal of influence over his boss of 30 years. Simple jealousy may have been a factor in the conflict, as Bennett competed for Ford's undivided attention and would tolerate no rival. In his autobiography, Bennett would presumptuously claim to have been closer to Ford even than his only son. 52. For years, Bennett had attempted to persuade Ford to fire Liebald, accusing the longtime secretary of embezzling company funds and a number of other improprieties. Ford had resolutely refused these entreaties. Bennett later said he believed Ford was afraid of Liebald, and that is why he refused to dismiss him. In his 1951 memoir, Bennett insisted that Ford had first become disenchanted with Liebald following Edsel's death, after that he wasn't anti-Semitic or anything else. He was just a tired old man who wanted to live in peace. He reached a point where he didn't want to see either Lebald or Cameron. 53. Like many of the stories in his self-serving memoir, there is very little evidence to back up this account. It was Bennett who didn't want Lebald around, and he set about his task in earnest. His long-awaited opportunity was inadvertently set in motion in late 1943 by none other than Charles Lindbergh, who had returned from a trip to Washington with some disturbing news. The Willow Run disaster was the talk of the capital, he reported. High-ranking military officials had intimated that the government might take the plant over. Lindbergh suggested remedial action before it was too late. "You'd better be prepared and see if you can't do something about it," he told Ford officials. 54. This wasn't the first time this threat had flashed on the company's radar screen. As early as January 1941, Eleanor Roosevelt had told an audience of Yale University students that her husband could declare a state of national emergency at any time and can even take over Mr. Ford himself tomorrow. 55. More recently, Washington columnist Drew Pearson revealed that the U.S. War Production Board had let it be known that if Willow Run continued to flounder, the government was prepared to commandeer Ford's plant and run it for him. 56. Here, Ford's old friend, the Jew-baiting minister Gerald L.K. Smith, re-enters the picture. Smith had refused to accept the decision of the mainstream isolationist movement to disband after Pearl Harbor, maintaining the widely held conviction that President Roosevelt had secretly engineered the attack as an excuse to push the United States into the war. According to Smith's biographer Glenn Jeanson, his hatred for Roosevelt was deep and emotional, far beyond simply opposing his policies. Smith loathed the president and accused him of evil intentions, corrupt acts, and endless ambition. He was obsessed with removing President Roosevelt from office. 57. To this end, Smith formed his own political party to challenge Roosevelt in the 1944 presidential election, calling it the America First Party, although there was no discernible connection between Smith's party and the former AFC. For Smith, only one man had the public profile to successfully dethrone the popular president. He met with Charles Lindbergh at the Dearborn Inn on July 10, 1942, to persuade him to carry the new party's banner. 58. But Lindbergh allegedly declined, explaining he had no political ambitions. Next, Smith offered the party's presidential nomination to the popular General Douglas MacArthur, whose extremist political views had long made him a darling of the American far right. When he was rebuffed once again, Smith finally decided to run for president himself. To have any chance of success, however, he knew he would require two things: significant funding and the endorsement of prominent Americans. To this end, he spent the next 2 years attempting to contact both Lindbergh and Ford, but by this time, it was clear that Smith was treading dangerously close to crossing the line between free speech and sedition. Both Ford and Lindbergh had been warned by colleagues to distance themselves from the increasingly unstable clergyman, who was under almost constant surveillance by various law enforcement agencies. According to FBI reports, Smith left repeated unreturned messages for both Lindbergh and Ford. This is not to say Lindbergh or other former AFC officials had abandoned the idea of unseating Roosevelt, still the cherished dream of the American right. According to his journal, Lindbergh lunched with Wood and other former members of the AFC National Committee at the end of 1943 to discuss the possible presidential candidacy of General MacArthur. These discussions coincided with Smith's own attempt to enlist MacArthur as a presidential candidate, but it's difficult to determine whether the efforts were related. In August 1942, a month after he met with Lindbergh at the Dearborn Inn, Smith nominated Lindbergh for the post of Assistant Secretary of War for Aviation, although there is no evidence Lindbergh ever consented to this. 59. Nobody was more aware of Smith's activities than Harry Bennett, who had provided substantial financial support to the Reverend over the years, most likely on behalf of Henry Ford. 60. Bennett had long been close to the FBI's Detroit bureau chief John Buggas, who, in an FBI field report, once described Bennett as a friend of the bureau. 61. In early 1944, Bennett made Bugges an offer he couldn't refuse, luring him away from the FBI as his assistant at a salary more than 3 times what the veteran agent had been earning at the Bureau. As his first task, Bugges was asked to write a memorandum detailing his inside knowledge of Ernest Liebald's activities. To this day, the 3-page memo, entitled Re. Ernest Liebald, sits in a file at the Ford Motor Company's archives. When the company donated its corporate papers to an independent museum repository in 1964, supposedly in the interest of opening up its history to the public, it chose to keep the Liebald memo where it lay, far from the prying eyes of historians. 62. Bugges's memo tells an astonishing story. It reveals that on the day after Pearl Harbor, December 8, 1941, a federal warrant had been issued for Liebald's arrest along with several hundred other dangerous individuals. But while the subsequent FBI sweep had taken countless Nazi agents and other potential national security threats into custody, the Liebald arrest warrant was never served. It was eventually countermanded, the memo reveals, due principally to Liebald's affiliation with Ford. 63. Bugges implies that Ford himself intervened to save his trusted secretary from arrest but provides no further details. Though Liebald escaped detention, the FBI continued to keep close tabs on his activities. By 1944, reveals Bugges, Liebald had for 4 years been very suspiciously regarded by federal law enforcement agencies. 64. The memo goes on to describe how, at a time when the Ford Motor Company was working on a number of highly classified military contracts, Liebald met frequently with a man named Edmund G. Heine, whom he had befriended in the early 1930s when Heine was manager at the Ford Werke plant in Cologne. In 1941, years after Heine stopped working for Ford, he was living in the United States when he was apprehended by the FBI for sending information about the American aviation industry to Nazi Germany. He was convicted on 2 counts of espionage and sentenced to 18 years imprisonment. 65. Details of the Heine-Liebald relationship are troubling. In the months leading up to his arrest, according to the Bugges memo, Heine's movements were being monitored 24 hours a day at a time when he was intensively engaged in espionage activities, which the FBI was observing unknown to him. During this period, he visited the office of Liebald frequently and was in constant communication with him. After Heine's arrest, Liebald attempted to procure the services of a Ford attorney to represent the accused spy. According to a separate FBI report, Liebald had mysteriously advised Heine in September 1940 that he had gone to Washington to get the data. 66. Around the same time, Heine approached Liebald asking for his help to secure a U.S. passport to return to Germany. Liebald informed his friend that the Ford Motor Company could probably send him on a mission as a pretext for securing the passport. Later, Liebald asked Heine to help him obtain a first edition of Mein Kampf. 67. After Pearl Harbor, the Bugges memo continues, Liebald had continuous contact with several Nazi organizations such as the German-American Bund, the German Relief Fund, and a number of agencies that have since the war been outlawed. In addition, Liebald was a recipient of considerable and various expert and effective German propaganda, and actually disseminated same. 68. In the memo, Bugges also establishes a direct connection between Liebald and the Reverend Gerald Smith. He was a fairly frequent visitor with Gerald L. K. Smith, who had, over a period of years, until fairly recently, almost open access to Liebald's office. 69. It is this finding that Bennett hoped would persuade Henry Ford to fire Liebald because of the fear that the Smith Association could trigger punitive action by the Roosevelt administration. As Bennett almost surely intended when he asked Bugges to write the memo, the former FBI chief concluded with an unequivocal recommendation: "The purpose of this is to tell you, insofar as I know, the type of man Liebald is, which in itself thoroughly justifies, in my opinion, severance of this man's employment with the company and with Mr. Ford." 70. The details of what happened next are still sketchy. In his memoirs, Harry Bennett makes no reference to the Bugg's memo but appears to allude to it when he writes, "In the spring of 1944, I learned some things I hadn't known about Liebald." Armed with this information, Bennett finally got a chance to fire Liebald, the only executive I ever did fire. 71. Bennett claims that when he took up the matter of Liebald's unsavory activities with Ford, the old man responded, "Oh, it isn't that bad." Bennett then attempted a different tactic. Because Liebald held Ford's personal power of attorney, he explained, the secretary could give away all Ford's money if he so desired. Ford appears to have never before grasped this legal concept. A few phone calls to his lawyers confirmed it. Bennett describes what happened next. "He then spoke the words I had been waiting to hear for so long, 'Well, you just get him out of here.'" 72. Bennett immediately asked Ford's executive secretary Frank Campsall to revoke the power of attorney. Liebald, explains Bennett, had always been paid directly by Henry Ford, rather than the company, meaning that Bennett had no official power to dismiss him. To get around this complication, he claims he took the necessary steps to place Liebald, who was in Mexico on vacation, on the company payroll. Once that was accomplished, it put him under my jurisdiction, and I fired him. 73. Bennett's account, repeated by a number of biographers, implies Liebald's disturbing activities over the years were those of a private individual working for Henry Ford. They were thus completely removed from the Ford Motor Company itself. But, according to personnel records found in the company's industrial archives, this claim was simply not true. The records reveal that, although Liebald worked privately for Ford from 1911 to 1915, he was added to the company payroll on October 1, 1915, and his substantial salary was paid by the Ford Motor Company for nearly 30 years. 74. This proves that Bennett's account is likely a fabrication. Like many Ford loyalists, he appears to be deliberately seeking to distance Liebald's actions from the corporation, thus protecting the reputation of both Henry Ford and the company. Nevertheless, Bennett's version of the story contains some truth. Liebald returned from his Mexican vacation in May 1944, only to be informed by Campsall that his power of attorney over the finances of Henry and Clara Ford had been revoked. Stunned at losing this last vestige of influence over the company founder, he tried in vain to change Ford's mind. The decision was final, but Henry never told him the reason for the abrupt revocation. Years later, in his oral history, Liebald was still apparently bewildered by his fall from grace. While he was away in Mexico, he recalled, "I found that Gerald L. K. Smith had been at my office. I always believed it was Gerald Smith's visit to my office which apparently aroused Mr. Ford." 75. Until his death 12 years later, Liebald would frequently claim that Harry Bennett had deliberately turned Ford against him and that Bennett, not himself, was disloyal to the United States. The Detroit Free Press and the New York Times carried prominent stories marking the end of an era at Ford. Both papers quoted Liebald as saying he had been dismissed, an assertion that has been generally accepted over the years. However, according to company personnel records, Ford never actually fired his longtime confidant even after learning that he was probably a Nazi spy. This lenience is hardly surprising, considering that Ford had apparently intervened to prevent the government from arresting his secretary as a threat to national security after Pearl Harbor 3 years earlier. Instead, Liebald was offered another position at the company's Rouge River facility. 76. But the prospect of losing precious access to Ford's inner sanctum, only to take a meaningless office job, was more than Liebald could bear, and he left in a huff, not even bothering to clean out his office. The personal effects he left behind offer a revealing insight into the man who had at one time occupied a position of unrivaled power within the company. Among the boxes of documents and files found in Liebald's office were copies of a speech by Adolf Hitler, a number of publications issued by the Nazi propaganda agency Deutsche Fichtbund, and a letter from the German Consul General thanking Liebald for a donation he had made to the German Winter Relief Fund, a well-known Nazi financial front. 77. For almost 3 years after the United States entered the war, at a time when the Allies were relying on the Ford Motor Company to manufacture some of its most important weapons delivery systems, Liebald had all but unrestricted access to every phase of company operations, including sensitive military systems. 78. During this same period, a Senate committee accused Ford of seriously mismanaging the most important of these systems, the B-24 bomber, dealing a staggering setback to the Allied war effort. However, there is no conclusive evidence proving that Liebald sabotaged the bomber program. Although Ford's B-24 production increased significantly after Liebald left the company, the bomber had already become a reliable mainstay of the U.S. Air Corps, its once frequent glitches a thing of the past. Meanwhile, Lindbergh's frustration over the B-24 fiasco apparently convinced him to abandon most of his duties at Ford shortly before Liebald left the company. Although he never officially resigned his position as a consultant on the B-24 and he continued to offer occasional advice, Lindbergh quietly took another position as a consultant with the United Aircraft Corporation, where he was charged with improving the company's well-respected Navy Marine Corsair fighter. Ever since he had been rebuffed in his bid to rejoin the U.S. military, Lindbergh had been itching to see some action. Although he was still uncomfortable at the prospect of fighting Germans, he had no such qualms about going to war against the Japanese, whom he had referred to as the Yellow Danger at the beginning of the war. In January 1944, Lindbergh traveled to Washington to seek permission to go to the South Pacific Combat Zone to survey Corsair operating bases. The war against Japan was entering its most crucial phase and Lindbergh was anxious to be a part of it. He was not optimistic about his chances, fearful that the Roosevelt administration would veto the trip. But a day after a meeting with Brigadier General Lewis Wood, he received the go-ahead to fly to the Pacific War Zone. Here again, the White House could have placed obstacles in the way and chose not to do so, despite the claims by Lindbergh's friends and supporters that they were out to get him. In fact, there is not a single piece of convincing evidence, only rumors related by Lindbergh himself in his journal, that the administration ever interfered with his requests to help the war effort as a civilian. In April 1944, the Allies established a beachhead in Hollandia, New Guinea, after a surprise invasion caught the Japanese off guard. This was to be Lindbergh's first Pacific War Zone destination. 79. He arrived in May eager to join the front lines after more than 2 years working at a desk. His presence at first was not well received by American troops, many of whom still regarded him as traitor for his defeatist speeches, and there was considerable grumbling in the ranks wherever he appeared. 80. But many high-ranking officers, including Pacific Commander Douglas MacArthur, had been sympathetic to the isolationist movement before Pearl Harbor and still regarded Lindbergh as a hero. As a civilian, Lindbergh was forbidden from acting in anything more than an observer role, but his officer friends knew there were many ways to skirt the regulations. If he was flying along as a passenger and his plane was shot at by an enemy fighter, surely nobody would object if he acted in self-defense. That's just what happened as he flew along as an observer on daily missions, regularly drawing enemy fire and firing back on a number of occasions. Stories, many of them exaggerated, began to spread throughout the South Pacific of a civilian pilot dive-bombing enemy positions, sinking barges and evading Japanese Zeros. On May 29, Lindbergh was flying a Corsair fighter-bomber over Cavian when he dropped a 500-pound high-explosive bomb on a section of the city which he described as an area where we know there is Jap military activity. His bomb missed its intended target, landing on a strip of buildings instead and almost certainly killing innocent civilians. In his journal that night, he wrote, "I don't like this bombing and machine gunning of unknown targets. You press a button and death flies down. 1 second the bomb is hanging harmlessly in your racks, completely under your control. The next it is hurtling down through the air, and nothing in your power can revoke what you have done. The cards are dealt. If there is life where that bomb will hit, you have taken it." 81. Flying along as an observer on almost 50 missions, Lindbergh was reported to have shot down at least one Japanese Zero in self-defense. He also taught American pilots how to conserve fuel so their own bombing missions would be more efficient. A number of officers, impressed with Lindbergh's exploits, suggested he make another attempt to regain his military commission, but he demurred. In his journal, he explained his reluctance: "There are political complications, and I am hesitant to accept a commission under Roosevelt even if I could obtain one." But these complications became moot in April 1945 when, a few weeks short of VE Day, the president died suddenly at his Georgia retreat. Lindbergh had temporarily suspended his journal, so there is no record how he felt about the death of his greatest nemesis. However, in her own unpublished memoirs, Truman Smith's wife Kay provides a revealing insight into the mindset of the circle of Roosevelt's longtime enemies who surrounded Lindbergh. She recalled that on the day they heard of the president's death, in blue Connie Brown, his eyes popping out of his head, sparkling, his face one large beaming smile. He said not a word but hugged me violently. Rushed to Truman, embraced him. Threw his arms high in the air in exultation. Whirled around and flew out the door, leaving me speechless. Truman and I burst into roars of laughter. We had not yet heard the news, but we knew only one thing could have given him such fierce delight. The evil man was dead. Writing this in the year of 1974, I know how right we were to hate him so bitterly. Our decline, our degeneracy stems from that man and his socialist, blinded, greedy wife. 82. Chapter 12. Business as usual. Ford's Cologne plant, on the banks of the Rhine, was instrumental in the Nazi war effort, employing thousands of forced laborers supplied by the regime, including inmates from a nearby concentration camp. In the beginning of October 1942, a convoy of German occupation troops suddenly swept through the Russian city of Rostov without warning, abducting children as young as 14 and placing them into cattle wagons bound for Germany. The city's Jewish population had already been massacred by Nazi death squads 3 months earlier. Armed soldiers traveled from house to house, forcing the remaining residents to register at a German labor depot and wait until their number was called. Among the group of detainees was a 16-year-old schoolgirl named Elsa Iwanowa. On October 8, Elsa and 2,000 other young Russians were herded like livestock, driven by blows from the butts of German rifles, onto a transport heading west. After a grueling 3-week journey, she arrived in the city of Wuppertal, Germany, where she and 38 other Russian teenagers were put in line and displayed before a group of waiting businessmen shopping for human cargo. 1. 7 months earlier, the Nazis had appointed Fritz Sauckel as the plenipotentiary general for the allocation of labor, responsible for supervising a massive slave labor operation designed to alleviate the Reich's severe manpower shortages. The Nuremberg war crimes trial would later reveal that, following Sauckel's appointment, manhunts took place in streets, at motion picture houses, even at churches and at night in private houses. More than 7.5 million people were forcibly deported from Nazi-occupied territories to Germany to support the war effort. 2. A significant number of these civilian forced laborers were the nearly 3 million young adults and minors, most of them female, who were captured by the Nazis in the Soviet Union beginning in March 1942. 3. Pursuant to Sauckel's directive, German industries were encouraged, but not required, to bid for forced laborers in order to meet production quotas. 4. When Elsa arrived in Wuppertal, she was purchased like a common beast of burden by a representative of Ford Werke. 5. 60 years later, Iwanowa, 76 years old and living in Antwerp, Belgium, describes what happened next. They took us by truck to the Ford plant in Cologne. We were just children, we were frightened, calling out for our mothers, crying all the time. At first, they told us it would only be for a few months and then we would go home, but they lied to us, they never let us go. At Ford, we were treated like dogs, thrown into a barracks without any heat, running water, or sewage. It was freezing in the winter, terrible, just terrible. The bunks had no mattresses, just wooden planks with a little straw, and they only fed us a bowl of cabbage and water broth twice a day with a slice of bread. We were always hungry. I sat all day dreaming about food. If you asked for seconds, they would beat you. I was forced to work from 7 in the morning until 7 at night drilling holes in engine blocks while the foremen, who were like animals, supervised us. We had no names, only numbers. Whenever a worker got sick, they took them away. We later heard they were shot. If we didn't meet our quota, we were beaten. 6. Elsa Iwanawa was just one of thousands of forced laborers who toiled under brutal conditions at Fort Werka during the Second World War. According to a post-war U.S. military investigation, as much as 40% of the total workforce during 1943 and 1944 were foreigners. Approximately one-third of those were Russian POWs, while another third consisted of Russian civilians such as Iwanawa. 7. The balance of the foreign workers came from other countries the Nazis had conquered. French, Dutch, Belgian, Polish, and Yugoslav prisoners were separated by nationality in different compounds. A prisoner's ethnic origin appeared to be the determining factor in how he or she was treated. According to former Fort Werka toolmaker Fritz Theilen, who was German, the French weren't treated so badly, but Poles, and Russians and Yugoslavs, those were the so-called subhumans. 8. In the new order he described in Mein Kampf, Hitler had long ago envisioned the Slavic peoples as a service caste, eternally subordinate to their Aryan masters. 9. For more than half a century, the series of events that brought Elsa Iwanawa and thousands of other forced laborers to Fort Werka had never been brought to light. While most other German-based American companies had been seized by the Nazis as enemy property after Pearl Harbor, the Fort Werka plant continued operating for months as if nothing had changed. This wasn't mere happenstance, but the result of concerted efforts on the part of its senior executives to protect Dearborn's financial interests. 2 weeks before the Japanese sneak attack, board chairman Heinrich Albert had recognized the signals and was already taking preemptive action to safeguard the company's independence in the event that the United States entered the war. In a memo written November 25, 1941, Albert argued that Ford should be spared from Nazi control even if the Americans declare war on Germany. He makes a convincing case for continued association with the American parent company, reasoning that, with Dearborn's assistance, Fort Werka had been a strong supporter of the Nazi war effort from the beginning, and there was no reason this relationship could not continue. Moreover, he argued, a continuing link to Dearborn meant a number of economic advantages for Fort Werka and for the Nazis. Among the reasons speaking against a complete Germanization of the capital, the first one is the excellent sales organization which, thanks to its connection with the American company, is at the disposal of the German Fort Werka. As long as Fort Werka AG have an American majority, it will be possible to bring the remaining European Ford companies under German influence. As soon as the American majority is eliminated, each Ford company in every country will fight for its individual existence. A majority, even if it is only a small one, of the Americans is essential for the actually free transmittal of the newest American models as well as for the insight into American production and sales methods. 10. Albert's arguments were persuasive. By December 1941, 250 American firms operating in Germany owned more than $450 million in German assets. Ranked 16th by investment holdings, Ford held 1.9% of the total American investment. 11. In the months following Pearl Harbor, the Nazis declared most of those companies enemy property and incorporated many into the Hermann Göring Werke, a giant industrial combine set up by Göring when he was placed in charge of the Nazis' 4-year plan. But while the assets of one American company after another were seized by the Nazis, Fort Werka was somehow spared, its shares remaining in the hands of Dearborn. After the war, Fort Werka's deputy board chairman Karl Krauk was tried at Nuremberg for war crimes in connection with his directorship of IG Farben, the company that at one time controlled 15% of Fort Werka stock. 12. During his 1946 interrogation by Allied investigators, Krauk provided a telling explanation for German Ford's inexplicable continuing independence after almost every other American company was taken over by the Nazis. I myself knew Henry Ford and admired him. I went to see Göring personally about that. I told Göring that I myself knew his son Edsel, too, and I told Göring that if we took Ford independence away from them in Germany, it would aggrieve friendly relations with American industry in the future. I counted on a lot of success for the adaptation of American methods in Germany's industries, but that could be done only in friendly cooperation. Göring listened to me and then he said, "I agree. I shall see to it that the German Ford Company will not be incorporated in the Hermann Göring Company." So I participated regularly in the supervisory board meetings to inform myself about the business processes of Henry Ford and, if possible, to take a stand for the Henry Ford Works after the war had begun. Thus, we succeeded in keeping the Ford Works working and operating independently of our government's seizure. 13. For several months, the plant operated independently, producing military vehicles at a remarkable rate with virtually no government interference. Its allegiances, however, were clear. In March 1942, company manager Robert Schmidt penned a motivational plea to his employees in the company's internal organ: "It depends upon our work whether the front can be supplied with its necessities, therefore, we too are soldiers of the Führer." The industrial sector was, by now, inseparable from Germany's war machine. Finally, in May 1942, the plant's autonomy was curtailed slightly when the Cologne Superior Court declared Fordwerke to be an enterprise under authoritative enemy influence and demanded the appointment of a trustee. 14. However, unlike most foreign companies so designated, which saw the selection of a Nazi-appointed custodian to safeguard the Reich's interests, the authorities saw no need to impose an outsider. In a February 1942 letter to the Nazi Party leadership, the party's regional economic advisor in Cologne recommended appointing Schmidt himself as custodian because of the German character of Fordwerke and his confidence in Schmidt, who had always been a willing and obedient servant of the Führer. Nor did the trusteeship entail any change in Dearborn's majority ownership. All profits and dividends would simply be placed in an escrow account for distribution to the American parent company after the war. The new arrangement couldn't have been more satisfactory for the company, considering how little actually changed. Schmidt was merely required to report to the Reich Commissioner every 3 months and seek approval before determining profit margins. Government regulations also required that Fordwerke management obtain permission from the Reich Commissioner before purchasing or disposing of property and assets. Under Schmidt's continued management, Ford Germany amassed huge profits without interruption, operating its production lines in full service to the Nazi military effort. Of the 350,000 trucks which the motorized German army possessed in 1942, at least 120,000 were built by Ford. 15. With a significant portion of the German male workforce called into armed service, the plant was in desperate need of labor in order to keep up its extraordinary output and maintain rapidly rising profits. As the war progressed, the company lost a significant portion of its workers to the military draft and, with the government demanding a rise in production quotas, the labor shortage was becoming more acute. 16. The minutes of Fordwerke's Custodial Advisory Council in January 1943 illustrate the company's growing concern: "The labor question has gotten extraordinarily difficult. Military recruitment is no longer sparing our key people." 17. The Nazis were all too willing to provide a solution. In August 1944, Nazi armaments minister Albert Speer ruled that the automotive industry was essential to the German war effort and decided to make 12,000 concentration camp inmates available to ensure that the industry produced up to its maximal capacity. Following a meeting between Robert Schmidt and the head of the German Automotive Industry Economic Group in August, the nearby Buchenwald concentration camp drew up a list of prisoners to be sent to work at Fordwerke. 18. Buchenwald was one of the most notorious of the Nazi prison camps and had become one of the largest labor exploitation centers in Europe, supplying slave laborers to a number of German industries, including IG Farben, which maintained a factory there. After Schmidt paid the SS an undisclosed sum to purchase the inmates, 50 were delivered to the Ford plant, although it is impossible to determine how many of these inmates were Jews. 19. Right through to the end of the war, Buchenwald prisoners would continue to be dispatched to the Cologne plant. Contrary to common myth, the company was not compelled to employ slave laborers or concentration camp inmates, nor were they automatically assigned these workers by the regime. Rather, Ford had to purchase the workers or fill out an application with Nazi authorities, detailing the company's needs. Like the German industrialist Oskar Schindler, the real-life subject of Steven Spielberg's epic film Fordwerke had the choice to treat its laborers humanely. Instead, it chose to exploit them as slaves. According to German historian Mark Sporer, an authority on wartime forced labor, normally, a company had quite a lot of discretion. He explains that a firm which treated its workers decently could always find an excuse because this was simply conducive to efficient armaments production on behalf of the Nazi regime. 20. In a post-war interrogation, Robert Schmidt claimed that the forced laborers from the East were paid a monthly wage based on about 1.28 Reichsmarks per hour. Documents retained by the plant suggest that a payroll record was indeed maintained for many of the forced laborers, but that a substantial percentage was deducted from the workers' wages for taxes as well as for food, clothing, and lodging supposedly provided by Fordwerke. Some foreign prisoners later reported that they were in fact given a few marks. 21. But, according to Elsa Iwanawa, I never received any money in the 3 years I worked for Ford. Nothing. Never. 22. Other forced laborers working at the Cologne plant told a similar story in oral histories collected after the war. In early March 1945, as the Allies pushed relentlessly across Germany, American troops exchanged fire with German soldiers on the opposite bank of the Rhine, damaging a portion of the Fordwerke plant in the process. After a short battle, the Allies took Cologne on March 6, 2 months before the Nazi High Command surrendered, ending the war in Europe. When American troops entered Fordwerke, they found more than 500 foreign workers still confined behind barbed wire. Hundreds more had already escaped days earlier during the battle for Cologne. Elsa Iwanawa was still at the plant on March 7 when an American Army unit told her she was free to go. It was the happiest day of my life, she recalls. The nightmare was over. I truly believed I would die at Ford before I would be set free. 23. A report by U.S. occupation authorities 3 days later revealed that conditions at the plant were foul in the extreme and most of the Russian women were reported to be suffering from VD, suggesting they had been raped by their captors. 24. Most of the foreign workers, including Elsa, were sent to displaced persons camps operated by the United States Army. 25. Allied intelligence had long known that Fordwerke was a vital part of the German war machine but had decided recriminations would have to wait until the war was won. Rather than close down the plant, its resources would be channeled by the Allies to helping defeat Germany. Less than 3 weeks after the plant's liberation, a U.S. Army officer met with Schmidt to discuss using it for servicing American Army vehicles. On April 27, 11 days before VE Day, occupation authorities authorized the plant to begin assembling trucks for the U.S. Army. On May 8, the day after the Nazis officially surrendered, an American documentary camera crew recorded the first post-war truck coming off the Fordwerke assembly line. 26. As early as March 10, a combined British and American intelligence team had begun investigating the plant's complicity in the Nazi war effort. The team questioned a number of forced laborers and German Fordwerke employees and interviewed Robert Schmidt on several occasions. On June 9, Schmidt was arrested and taken into custody by American military authorities, though not in connection with his tenure as wartime plant manager of Fordwerke. Rather, the arrest order stated that he was to be held for questioning in connection with the IG Farben investigation. 27. The full extent of Farben's crimes was just beginning to emerge as the world learned the horrifying truth about the Nazi final solution. Soon, the name Auschwitz was indelibly linked with history's most monstrous crime, and it was clear to Allied investigators that IG Farben was, more than any other company, complicit in the events that would soon be referred to as the Holocaust. The chairman of IG Farben was Karl Krauch, who was also deputy chairman of the Ford-Werke board. Krauch was appointed to his position at Ford-Werke not by the Nazis but by Ford, with the full knowledge and consent of Dearborn. It seemed clear that Ford's connection to Farben ran deep. The chemical giant owned as much as 15% of Ford-Werke stock, and until 1941, Edsel Ford had sat on the board of Farben's American subsidiary, General Aniline and Film, which was later exposed as a Nazi front. Farben's culpability for the Holocaust extended far beyond the fact that its rubber factory made up an integral part of the Auschwitz concentration camp complex. Investigators soon discovered that, with Krauch's knowledge, an IG Farben subsidiary, DGS, manufactured a poisonous gas known as Zyklon B, which was used by the Nazis in Auschwitz and other death camps to exterminate hundreds of thousands of Jews and other prisoners. At Nuremberg, Krauch was charged with crimes against humanity and with enslaving and murdering civilian populations. During his subsequent trial, little was said about his high-level connection to Ford. 28. Schmidt was interrogated by Allied investigators for more than 3 months. He was compelled to write a series of affidavits detailing his knowledge of Farben's activities as well as Ford-Werke's wartime operations, before authorities finally released him in September. On September 5, 1945, a civilian investigator for the U.S. Army named Henry Schneider issued a devastating report outlining Dearborn's role in its German subsidiary's complicity with the Nazi war machine. The report charged that Ford-Werke's American ties had made it a valuable asset to the Reich, and that without continuing American technological assistance, German Ford might have lost most or all of its value. 29. Even before the war, Schneider concluded, Ford-Werke had, with Dearborn's consent, become an arsenal of Nazism. 30. Schneider reveals that the company had sought to win military contracts for the Reich as early as 1936. Once war came, German Ford stepped into the position of a major supplier of vehicles for the army. Ford trucks prominently present in the supply lines of the Wehrmacht were understandably an unpleasant sight to men in our army, he writes. In addition, as much as 7 or 8% of total output during the war years consisted of more specialized war material. Schneider's report touches only briefly on the use of forced labor. As was common in other German enterprises, Ford increasingly resorted to use of prisoners of war and other slave labor. The foreigners employed rose to over 40% of its labor supply in 1944. The usual Nazi discriminations in wages and working conditions were practiced. 31. When the investigators' findings were made public, they received little attention from the German-based American media corps, whose attention had been captivated by a more sensational wartime story: the emergence of almost daily revelations of Nazi monstrosities and the inconceivably horrific plan described as the final solution. One story that did register with the American press was the discovery of Heinrich Albert's November 1941 memo asking whether a Nazi takeover of Ford-Werke would be necessary or advisable should the United States enter the war. The influential syndicated columnist Drew Pearson exposed the Albert memo in a July 1945 column headlined, "How Ford Helped Nazis." But it failed to gain broader notice because it appeared on July 17. The same day President Truman met Stalin and Churchill at Potsdam to discuss how to deal with the defeated Germany. 32. For more than half a century, Ford largely escaped the consequences of its business dealings with the Nazis. The world soon forgot about Ford and other American corporations that conducted business as usual while Hitler was building up his powerful war machine. But one woman wouldn't forget. On March 4, 1998, 53 years after she was liberated from the German Ford plant, Elsa Iwanawa demanded justice, filing a class action lawsuit in U.S. District Court against the Ford Motor Company and its German subsidiary. She demanded compensation on behalf of herself and the thousands of other forced laborers who were compelled to work at Ford-Werke during the Second World War under utterly barbarous conditions. 4 months earlier, German courts had lifted the statute of limitations on such lawsuits, permitting slave laborers to seek compensation for the first time. In a court submission responding to her suit, the Ford Motor Company acknowledged that Iwanawa and others were forced to endure a sad and terrible experience at its German plant, but maintained that redressing such tragedies should be a nation-to-nation, government-to-government concern. 33. Dearborn maintained that it bore no responsibility for their plight. At first, Ford claimed that it did not profit in any way from forced labor at its Cologne plant. Ford spokesman John Spellich publicly defended the company's decision to maintain business ties with Nazi Germany on the grounds that the U.S. government continued to have diplomatic relations with Berlin up until the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941. 34. But a few months after the suit was filed, the company did a sudden about-face. Spellich told the Washington Post that company historians found documents showing that after the war, Dearborn had indeed received dividend payments for profits accrued at Ford-Werke between 1940 and 1943. Meanwhile, the BBC had broadcast a documentary about the use of slave labor at Ford-Werke. To a company that had always bragged about its contribution to the Allied war effort, the headlines were devastating. The company's strenuous attempts to restore friendly relations with the Jewish community, which included contributions in the millions to Jewish causes, had made Henry Ford's hate campaign seem the misguided obsessions of a cranky old eccentric. Now, with revelations that its entire board of directors had approved dealings with the Nazi regime, fresh horrors were awakened. Something had to be done. A damage control team was assembled in 1998 to discuss how best to address the serious issues raised by the Iwanawa lawsuit and stem the public relations nightmare it had created. Calls went out from corporate watchdog groups for an independent investigation into the company's wartime role, but the company rejected them. It chose instead to conduct an internal investigation, carefully controlled from within, and appointed a team of 45 researchers, historians, and archivists, promising an exhaustive and uncompromising assessment regarding accusations of profiteering, collaboration and the use of forced and slave labor. To avoid accusations of a whitewash, the company hired an outside consultant, University of Pittsburgh political science professor Simon Reich, to assist in locating materials, to read and comment on the research team's findings, and to ensure that the report was an accurate reflection of the materials collected. Another academic consultant, Lawrence Dowler, was hired as an expert on research methodology. In truth, the company had little choice but to conduct this investigation. As much as being an inescapable public relations exercise, it needed to determine the facts to avoid any unpleasant surprises when the Iwanawa case went to court. At stake were billions of dollars in potential damages and untold lost profits. But in September 1999, a U.S. federal judge dismissed the class action suit not on its merits, but because he ruled the resolution of such matters should be left to international treaties between countries. 35. Iwanawa's lawyers appealed the judgment, confident it would be overturned. But on the eve of the appeal in late 1999, a number of German and American companies agreed to a $5 billion international settlement of slave labor and Holocaust-related claims. As part of the settlement, all outstanding class action suits were dropped and Iwanawa's appeal was moot. To its credit, Ford continued with its internal investigation and promised to release the team's findings, whatever they revealed. The company made good on its promise 2 years later, but it chose a strange time to go public with its findings. On December 6, 2001, at the height of the U.S. war in Afghanistan, when the media and most Americans were paying attention to other matters, the Ford Motor Company held a press conference to release its 198-page report, entitled Research Findings about Ford-Werke Under the Nazi Regime. 36. Did the company rush its report to take advantage of the media's distraction with the war on terror? Company spokesperson Tom Hoyt steadfastly refused to answer any questions concerning the chronology of the report's release, nor would he disclose when the company came to the decision to release its report on the date in question, although it's certainly possible the timing is coincidental. 37. Contrary to expectations, the report itself came to no conclusions, explaining in its preface that it consciously tries to avoid interpretation and allows readers to draw their own conclusions. But at the press conference called to unveil the final report, Ford sent the company's chief of staff John Rintamaki to spin the findings for journalists who had no time to read the full report and its 98,000 accompanying pages in order to come to their own conclusions. The use of forced and slave labor in Germany, including at Ford-Werke, was wrong and cannot be justified, Rintamaki told the assembled media. In looking back, it must be remembered that all companies operating in Germany at that time had to use labor provided by the German government, and that the Nazi regime chose to provide forced and slave laborers to industry. By being open and honest about the past, even when we find the subject reprehensible, we hope to contribute toward a better understanding of this period of history. 38. The journalists had no reason to doubt Rintamaki's claim. The next day, they dutifully reported the company's assertion that Ford-Werke had no other choice but to use slave labor. But a careful reading of the report and its accompanying source material reveals Rintamaki's assertion that the company had to use forced labor provided by the government does not stand up under scrutiny. The slave laborers were in fact there at the behest of Ford-Werke, not the Nazis. One of the most disturbing revelations in the report was never addressed in the press conference, nor in the media release that accompanied the report. Repeatedly, the company has emphasized that it lost control over Ford-Werke after Pearl Harbor and therefore can't be held responsible for what happened. When he was asked by a reporter about the company's responsibility for the use of forced labor, Rintamaki responded that what happened at Ford Germany was a process we could not influence or control. 39. But, according to the documentation accompanying the report, the first forced laborers arrived at the plant before the United States entered the war, as early as September 1940, when between 100 and 200 French prisoners of war were requisitioned by the company to help fill a government contract to build army barge motors, in violation of Article 31 of the Geneva Convention governing prisoners of war. The 1929 convention, agreed to by Germany, stated, "Work done by prisoners of war shall have no direct connection with the operations of the war." 40. These prisoners were among the more than 1 million French citizens detained for forced labor by the Nazis after the fall of France in June and made available to companies that requested their services. At this time, Dearborn still controlled the German company. Rintamaki's assertion that Ford-Werke's hands were tied on the matter of slave labor also does not hold up under scrutiny. German historian Carola Fings ascribes such arguments to the collective denial of guilt by scores of firms that used morally unacceptable means to profit from the war. In Working for the Enemy, her book about forced labor in the auto industry during World War II, Fings writes, "The corporations that made use of forced labor during the war met any and all accusations in later decades with a defense borrowed from the Nuremberg trial defendants. They argued that the Nazi state forced companies to accept slaves, that businesses were left with no choice and no influence in the matter. A long series of studies have exploded this myth." 41. In the most detailed study ever conducted on the use of wartime forced labor in German industry, historian Mark Sporer discovered that the companies almost always lobbied the government to supply forced laborers, rather than the other way around. In only one of the 24 cases Sporer studied did the German state actually coerce a private company to use forced labor. Even more significantly, he discovered 5 separate cases where the Nazi regime proposed the use of slave labor but was unable to force the German companies to comply. Thus, it was possible for a company to refuse the use of forced labor without repercussions. 42. 4. In fact, the country had no genuine labor shortage. Companies manufacturing for the German war effort always had another choice. They could have chosen to employ the large available supply of German women to work in their plants, a business strategy implemented with great success by the Allied countries in their own defense industries. A substantial amount of forced laborers in Germany, after all, were foreign women and girls. But these companies would have had to pay German women a living wage, thereby cutting into corporate profits. The use of forced labor, therefore, appears to have been motivated by greed rather than necessity. Indeed, neither Rintamaki nor the Ford Motor Company has been able to provide any evidence that Ford was forced by the Nazi regime to use slave labor. 43. The report's accompanying documentation, in fact, makes it clear that it was Fordwerke that requested additional forced laborers from the government. Even if the company felt pressured to use forced labor in order to meet increased government production quotas, no one was able to point me to a single piece of evidence that proves it was the Nazis who were responsible for most of the brutal treatment of the slave laborers within the plant. The Eastern workers were beaten, raped, forced to live through the winter with no heat and given the most meager of food rations by Fordwerke at a time when the company was reaping unprecedented profits from their labor. Possibly in an attempt to absolve himself of responsibility for war crimes, Robert Schmidt would claim after his 1945 arrest that the Gestapo had taken over the housing and feeding of all workers, foreign and German. 44. However, Elsa Iwanawa and other forced laborers dispute this, and the research team failed to produce any independent evidence to verify Schmidt's claims. 45. Moreover, the company first began to employ forced labor in 1940, 2 years before the Gestapo had any jurisdiction there. It is true that, after Pearl Harbor, Nazi guidelines officially required the supervisor of the Eastern forced laborers to be jointly appointed by the Gestapo and the German Labor Front. But like many such Nazi rules, an exception appears to have been made for Ford. In a July 13, 1942, letter to the Gestapo, a Fordwerke employee named Werner Buch informed the secret state police force that if the Gestapo approved, the company had chosen its own candidate, Joseph Wiersheim, to oversee the Eastern workers. Permission for Wiersheim's appointment was duly received. 46. This left a Ford employee, rather than a Nazi official, in charge of Elsa and other Russian forced laborers. This conforms to a pattern repeated throughout the war. Fordwerke consistently received permission from German government authorities to run its own affairs, with minimal interference from the Nazi regime. Although some slave laborers reported the occasional presence of Gestapo officials and other Nazis at the Cologne plant, most of the Nazis appear to have performed a security role rather than in a day-to-day supervisory capacity. 47. When a prisoner attempted to escape, the Gestapo was called in to interrogate and punish the offender. When a worker showed any anti-Nazi tendencies, the Gestapo moved in. Iwanawa says most of the guards were in fact fellow prisoners or German gendarmes who did not wear the Nazi badge. 48. The Ford Motor Company and the investigative team have failed to provide any evidence demonstrating that the Nazis were directly responsible for the inhuman treatment of the Eastern prisoners. 49. A substantial portion of the Fordwerke slave labor report relies on the post-war affidavits of Robert Schmidt and Heinrich Albert, who were both interrogated by Allied investigators after the war. Both men, of course, had a clear interest in downplaying their own involvement in the crimes of the Reich. When I asked the Ford Motor Company whether it made any independent attempt to verify their claims, a company spokesperson pointed out that the investigation team, led by the company's chief archivist, employed a typical archival approach to gathering evidence. I was referred to an accompanying report. For the archivist, the aim is to copy any relevant document, rather than read and evaluate each piece of evidence, wrote Lawrence Dowler, who was hired by Ford to supervise the team's research methods. 50. In other words, the report was not so much an investigation looking for specific answers as an attempt to locate all relevant material and let readers draw their own conclusions. This makes Rintamaki's subsequent attempts at spin all the more troubling, since he effectively made claims to the media that are not necessarily backed up in the actual research findings. One thing appears clear from the report. After Pearl Harbor, as Ford claims, Dearborn did lose effective day-to-day control over the Fordwerke plant. According to Simon Reich, the consultant hired to oversee the project, the plant's relationship with Dearborn became increasingly attenuated during the 1930s and non-existent after Pearl Harbor. 51. Reich makes the point that, short of divestment by the American parent, Ford's German managers had little choice but to try to address Nazi demands. 52. This may or may not be true. A significant body of evidence shows that it was Ford Germany, with the full consent of Dearborn, that solicited the Nazis to begin awarding the company military contracts in the first place. The Nazis never in fact forced the company to manufacture on behalf of its military machine. But, for the sake of argument, it can be assumed that the government may have eventually compelled the company to assist the German war effort. If that had happened, as Reich argues, Dearborn would have been left with only two choices. The parent company would either be forced to comply with government demands or divest its German holdings, sacrificing potentially large profits. In 1940, of course, Henry Ford and his company chose principles over profits, opting to give up the British Rolls-Royce engine contract because of his alleged reluctance to manufacture for a foreign belligerent, thereby sacrificing millions of dollars in lost revenues. Before Pearl Harbor, when it still controlled its German subsidiary, Dearborn could have done the same thing, refusing to participate in the German war effort. Instead, as Reich acknowledges, Ford did absolutely everything they could to ingratiate themselves to the Nazi state. 53. Reich maintains that after 1939, the German subsidiary acted with growing autonomy from the American parent company, which was often ill-informed about activities in Germany. 54. This assertion is certainly not borne out by a letter Fordwerke chairman Heinrich Albert sent Edsel Ford in July 1940, seeking permission to hire Albert's own son to work at the Cologne plant. 55. This evidence of Dearborn micromanagement almost a year after the war began hardly demonstrates the German subsidiary's growing autonomy. It is almost impossible to ascertain exactly how much Dearborn knew about the German plant's activities before and after Pearl Harbor. The Ford research team had access to more than 100 letters exchanged between Fordwerke and Dearborn before Pearl Harbor, and Reich insists there is no evidence in the letters to indicate that the parent company knew about the use of forced labor. 56. But this paper trail doesn't reveal the whole story. In September 1940, V.Y. Thalberg, a former chief inspector at the Cologne plant, sailed from Germany to the United States with instructions from Fordwerke management to tell the people in Dearborn how conditions were and what we were doing in the plant. 57. No record exists about what he reported, but it is likely that Dearborn was much better informed about the activities of its German plant than the surviving documentation would suggest. In fact, the possibility of missing documents was the only real constraint faced by Reich and the Ford research team. We could only work with what was there, says Reich. 58. However, it is impossible to determine how much wartime documentation is actually missing from the company's archives. The recollections of former Chrysler chairman Lee Iacocca, who began his automotive career at the Ford Motor Company in the 1950s working under Edsel's son, Henry Ford II, suggests there may be a great deal. In his 1984 autobiography, Iacocca recalls his employer's attitude about preserving company documentation. Henry actually used to boast that he never kept any files. Every now and then he would burn all his papers. He told me, "That stuff can only hurt you. Someday you could be crucified for keeping all that stuff." 59. Although it acknowledges that it had a controlling financial stake in the plant throughout the war, the Ford Motor Company has always claimed that it lost all communication with Fordwerke after Pearl Harbor and therefore had no knowledge of, or responsibility for, its activities after December 7, 1941. But in 1944, a former Fordwerke employee named Oscar Bornheim told U.S. military authorities that former plant co-manager Erhard Wittger had been in communication via radio telephone with the Detroit offices of the Ford Motor Company subsequent to 1942. 60. If true, this would have represented a serious violation of U.S. trading with the enemy laws, presenting grounds for prosecution of the parent company. However, there was no way of proving the allegation and authorities were forced to drop the investigation. Nevertheless, it underscores a point that the company has been anxious to downplay since the charges of wartime Nazi complicity first surfaced. Unlike most other American corporations operating in Germany after America entered the war, Ford-Werke was not actually run by Nazis. It was still being operated by longtime Ford employees, most of them hired by Dearborn more than a decade earlier and fiercely loyal to the parent company's interests. In an affidavit supporting Elsa Iwanow's slave labor lawsuit, Ford-Werke's wartime head of production Hans Grande denied that the Nazis were calling the shots. "We on the floor, we didn't have the impression we were working for the government but that we were still owned by the shareholders and that we were working for Ford, for the Ford Motor Company." 61. Grande, who went on to become Ford's vice president of European operations after the war, acknowledged that our first priority was to look after the company's interests, even after Pearl Harbor. 62. In an effort to absolve Dearborn from any responsibility, Ford has painted itself as an unwitting victim of the Nazi regime. According to Simon Reich, the evidence provided by the data suggests that there was no complicity on the part of Ford's Dearborn management in assisting the Nazi government's wartime effort. 63. This is a carefully worded, and potentially misleading, statement that lends a subjective interpretation to a report from which readers are supposed to draw their own conclusions. Reich may be correct that no evidence exists proving Dearborn directly aided the Nazi war effort, but this is true only after the United States joined the war. There is substantial evidence that, before December 1941, Dearborn was highly complicit in strengthening the German war machine, becoming, in the words of a post-war U.S. military report, an arsenal of Nazism. I think there is a big difference in my own mind between if you were actively involved in the manufacture of chemicals for gas chambers or if you were actively involved in the manufacture of trucks, declares Reich, overlooking Ford's close political and financial relationship with its part owner, IG Farben, the company that manufactured the chemicals for the gas chambers. 64. Moreover, Ford-Werke was manufacturing more than just trucks. According to a U.S. military investigation, as much as 8% of the company's total wartime output was devoted to more specialized war munitions materiel, including the turbine for the V-2 rockets that killed thousands of civilians in London during the Blitz. 65. Certainly no one has called into question Reich's integrity. Indeed, the investigation itself appears to have been very thorough and there is no indication that the company is trying to cover up its wartime past. However, it is the interpretation of the report's findings that is most crucial to an objective assessment of Ford's wartime role. The Ford Motor Company has repeatedly bragged about its transparency during this investigation, arguing correctly that it has been more open than any other U.S. company operating in Germany during the war. But critics have pointed out that hiring a paid consultant such as Simon Reich to provide an interpretation of the team's research data undermines the objectivity of the report itself, much like doctors who make a career of testifying for the plaintiff in medical malpractice cases. Reich's 6-page commentary, which describes his involvement and offers his opinion about the research team's findings, was released by Ford in December 2001 to accompany the team's 144-page report of their findings. Ford refuses to disclose how much it paid Reich to participate in the investigation and comment on the research team's findings. At the same time it released its findings, the Ford Motor Company also announced that it has hired Reich to assist in setting up a new center for the study of human rights issues with a $2 million endowment from Ford. 66. Thus, the independent consultant hired by Ford to evaluate its slave labor practices remains on the company payroll. 67. In December 2001, New York University law professor Bert Newborn told the Los Angeles Times that no conclusions can be drawn about Ford's wartime conduct until a fully independent review of the documents could be made. 68. As the first independent researcher to access the documentation accompanying the report, I spent weeks examining a significant portion of the 98,000 pages of source material deposited by the research team at the Ford Museum archives, following the completion of its investigation. An exhaustive review of these documents raised as many questions as they answered, and I requested an interview with John Rintamaki to clarify some of the claims he made at the December 2001 press conference. But, although the company made Rintamaki available to reporters on December 6 before any of them had a chance to examine the documentation, my request was refused. Mr. Rintamaki has nothing to add to what has already been released or stated at the briefing with news media on December 6, 2001 when the report was released, responded Ford spokesperson Tom Hoyt. 69. Instead, I was asked to submit any questions I had in writing. When I did so, I still received no direct answers or elaboration, only an email referring me to relevant sections of the report that still did not answer my questions. One of the most contentious issues raised by the report is the company's claim that it did not profit from forced labor. At the press conference, Rintamaki stated, "The statements that we profited, that Ford US profited, from Ford Germany are just not true." However, a close examination of the documentation accompanying the report appears to suggest otherwise. As part of the investigation, Ford hired the accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers to conduct an independent analysis of the company's financial activities during the war. The results are revealing. According to its findings, Ford Werke reaped a substantial net profit of 9,605,519 Reichsmarks. 70. Between 1939 and 1943. In 1944, the last full year of the war, the company suffered a net loss of 2,731,689 Reichsmarks. This means that the company realized an overall net operating profit of $2,533,532 US during the entire wartime period up until the end of 1944. In 1945, Ford Werke suffered another large operating loss due to the military defeat of its biggest client. However, the company only operated under the Nazis during the first 2 months of the year, so it would be misleading to count its 1945 loss in the wartime calculations. 71. Even if the full 1945 loss is counted, the company still enjoyed a substantial net operating profit of well over $1 million during the war years. The foundation underlying Ford's argument that it did not profit from Ford Werke stems from losses it allegedly incurred in the heavy Allied bombing of the Cologne plant during the closing months of the war. But in fact, according to the post-war account of Robert Schmidt, the plant suffered relatively minor damage and its production facilities remained largely unaffected. 72. 2 decades after the war ended, the U.S. government implemented a War Damages Claim Commission that allowed Dearborn to submit claims for bombing losses and other lost revenues it sustained at its German and Austrian plants. In 1965, the Ford Motor Company submitted a claim to the commission in the amount of $7,050,052. 2 years later, the government awarded the company $785,321 for its share of allowable losses under the program. 73. Ford appears to base part of its claim that it did not profit from Ford Werke on the fact that it only received 10% of its damage claims in compensation. However, this statistic is very misleading. Some of the company's damage claims stem from Allied bombing of its slave labor barracks. Presumably, these barracks were no longer required after the war ended, so these claims are moot. The question of whether or not Ford profited from its German wartime operations rests on extremely complex accounting principles. When I asked Ford for permission to interview the PricewaterhouseCoopers accountant who supervised the financial review, in order to clarify its findings and to confirm Ford's claim that it never profited from Ford Werke, I was refused. Certainly, nowhere in the PricewaterhouseCoopers report does it explicitly state that Ford did not profit during the war. In March 1998, John Rintamaki told the BBC that Dearborn had looked at the records and as far as we can tell, Ford did not receive any profits or dividends from its operations in Cologne. 74. But, according to the findings of the research team, the company did indeed collect dividends after the war based on its German subsidiaries' wartime profits. When war came, states the report, the German government blocked payment of dividends to Ford-Werke. Instead, the money was safeguarded in an escrow account to be paid to the American parent company after the war. Between 1939 and 1943, Ford-Werke declared a total of $600,000 US in dividends. Dearborn's share of these were not paid out until 1951. By this time, the German government had established a new currency, the Deutsche Mark, devaluing the old Reichsmark by 90%. This left Dearborn's share of Ford-Werke dividends at $60,000 US, which the company used to purchase its outstanding shares back from IG Farben after the chemical conglomerate was liquidated by the courts because of the company's complicity in Nazi war crimes. These additional shares are today worth tens of millions of dollars to Dearborn. 75. Today, the Ford Motor Company points to this dividend payment as the only direct wartime profit it realized from Ford-Werke. However, the dividend only tells a small part of the story. In the same PricewaterhouseCoopers report, financial investigators revealed that the total value of Ford-Werke had increased an impressive 14% during the war. 76. It is this statistic that Elsa Iwanow's attorney Mel Weiss says is most significant. During the war years, Ford-Werke reinvested most of its profits to increase production capacity, which directly benefited Dearborn after the war when it regained control of its German subsidiary. The increased value, he argues, is an indirect profit, much of it derived from the use of forced labor. If the case had gone to court, it would have been extremely easy to prove that Ford profited, despite all their accounting mumbo-jumbo that claims otherwise. 77. Weiss says that Ford was eager to demand compensation from the U.S. government after the war for losses due to bomb damage to its German plants and therefore should also be responsible for any benefits derived from forced labor. 78. They were out to profit, pure and simple, and they didn't care how it was earned or who was abused in the process. 79. Immediately after the war, he notes, Ford-Werke continued to produce trucks at substantial profit at a time when much of Europe was devastated, benefiting from economic reserves and production capacity that had, in large part, been derived from the work of unpaid, forced laborers. 80. Weiss notes that today, Ford-Werke is the headquarters for the Ford Motor Company's entire European operations, which produce billions of dollars in annual revenues. Even if, as the company claims, Dearborn didn't profit from Ford-Werke's wartime activities, it fails to acknowledge the profits it realized from other Ford subsidiaries such as Ford France that did significant business with the Nazis during the war. According to business historians Myra Wilkins and Frank Hill in their 1964 study American Business Abroad, the European companies operated at a handsome profit in all years except 1945. They estimated that the Ford family's net paper profit from these operations during the war years came to just under $11 million US. 81. However, the Ford-Werke research team was not asked to determine the extent of profits realized by the company at other Ford companies operating in Nazi-occupied Europe. As a result, the company appears to have deliberately ignored the big picture by simply claiming that it did not profit from its wartime Nazi business dealings in Germany. The press conference called by company officials to herald the report's release focused on the activities of Ford-Werke and slave labor. Many news accounts the following day simply reiterated Ford's claim that it did not profit from its German plant and that it had lost control of Ford-Werke after Pearl Harbor. The casual reader could have easily come to the conclusion that the company had been vindicated by the report and that Ford's involvement with the Nazis ended after the United States entered the war. But when Rintamaki told reporters that the report proved Ford was committed to being open and honest about the past, it appears that he, like Simon Reich, neglected to mention its most damaging finding. Several months before Ford released its Ford-Werke report in December 2001, I was conducting my own research into the Ford Motor Company's wartime activities when I discovered an astonishing series of government documents, most of which had never before publicly surfaced. These documents, found at the U.S. National Archives, focus on a criminal investigation into Ford's Nazi complicity that centered on an ill-timed wartime business letter from Edsel Ford. In July 1942, after Ford of France transferred the head office of its African subsidiary company, Ford Afrique, from Paris to Algeria at the time a French colony, governed from neutral Vichy, the American consul general at Algiers became suspicious. He was puzzled as to why the move to a neutral country had been initiated by a company operating out of Nazi-occupied France. 82. He wondered whether the Germans, with the connivance of the Ford Motor Company, had engineered the move in order to receive shipments of Ford products to a neutral country that would eventually make their way into Germany. 83. The consul, Felix Cole, immediately notified Washington, triggering a Treasury Department investigation that would soon have far-reaching implications in Dearborn. On December 7, 1942, a Treasury investigator named John Lawler made a surprise appearance at Ford Motor Company headquarters with a document ordering the company to immediately open its complete books and files, under the authority of the 1917 Trading with the Enemy Act. The act, which was intended to prevent any economic activity that could benefit enemy powers, prohibited U.S. firms from having any contact with enterprises in occupied Europe. Lawler instructed the company to locate all records relating to its French subsidiaries' operations since the fall of France in June 1940. 84. For weeks, investigators combed the company's files, copying thousands of documents relating to Ford France. For an additional 3 months, Treasury Department attorneys in Washington carefully scrutinized the mountain of paperwork, looking for any sign that the company had violated federal statutes. Finally, on May 25, 1943, the investigation complete, a Treasury attorney named Randolph Paul dispatched a copy of the Lawler report to U.S. Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau with a memo summarizing its most significant findings. 1. The business of the Ford subsidiaries in France substantially increased. 2. Their production was solely for the benefit of Germany and the countries under its occupation. 3. The Germans have shown clearly their wish to protect the Ford interests because of the attitude of strict neutrality maintained by Henry and Edsel Ford. And 4. The increased activity of the French subsidiaries on behalf of the Germans received the recommendation of the Ford family in America. 85. The accompanying report is damning. It reprints the extensive correspondence between Dearborn and Ford France managing director Maurice Dollfuss, including numerous letters to and from Edsel proving that Dearborn knew and approved of the French company's substantial manufacturing efforts on behalf of the German military. For 2 years, Dearborn had applauded Dollfuss's efforts, praising as a remarkable achievement the huge profits he realized manufacturing on behalf of the Nazi war machine. 86. Because the overwhelming majority of this correspondence was exchanged before Pearl Harbor, it broke no U.S. federal laws. However, Treasury investigators immediately seized on a series of 11 letters exchanged between Dollfuss and Dearborn between January and October 1942 after the United States had entered the war. The base of Ford's French operations was located in Poissy in the Nazi-occupied zone. The Poissy plant was therefore classified by the American government as enemy property. Any communications between Poissy and Dearborn would have violated the Trading with the Enemy Act. But Dollfuss had figured out a loophole around these restrictions. Because Ford France also had a plant located in neutral Vichy, Dollfuss was able to dispatch his assistant George Iselstow, acting as a courier, to Vichy in order to send and receive correspondence between Ford France and American corporate headquarters in Dearborn. 87. From previous correspondence with Dollfuss, Dearborn was well aware that its French plants were generating enormous profits manufacturing vehicles for the German military. Edsel frequently commended Dollfuss for his efforts. Before Pearl Harbor, there was nothing officially improper about these Nazi military contracts. But on January 28, 1942, Dollfuss's letters took on a more circumspect tone. He writes Edsel admitting that, since the existence of a state of war between the United States and Germany, correspondence is difficult. he reveals that Ford continued to profit from Nazi military contracts, despite U.S. entry into the war, noting that production is continuing at the same rate despite difficulties. Dollfuss goes on to boast that the company's military production is distributed between the collaborationist Vichy government and the Nazi military authorities in occupied France, adding that this production rate is the best of all the French manufacturers. He confides that he is still relying on Vichy to preserve the interests of the American shareholders. 88. On February 11, Dollfuss sent another letter to Dearborn, reporting the company's 1941 net profit at 58 million francs. A month later, Dollfuss cabled Edsel informing him that the Poissy plant had been severely bombed and that one man was wounded. 89. On May 11, 1942, Edsel finally responded to Dollfuss's letters, writing, "It is interesting to note that you have started your African company and are laying plans for a more peaceful future." At this point, he refers to the recent bombing of the Poissy plant, revealing that photographs of the plant on fire were published in American newspapers, but fortunately no reference was made to the Ford Motor Company. 90. Treasury investigators paid particular attention to this phrase, noting Edsel's eagerness to avoid alerting the public to the fact that a Ford plant was manufacturing for the Nazis. On June 6, Dollfuss wrote Edsel again, informing him that the Poissy plant had now been bombed 4 times but that the government had agreed to compensate the company for any damages incurred. He hoped Edsel would show the letter to his father and Ford production chief Charles Sorensen. On July 17, Edsel responded, stating that he was pleased that the company was in good health and that Dollfuss was carrying on the best way possible under the circumstances. "I have shown your letter to my father and Mr. Sorensen and they both join me in sending best wishes for you and your staff, and the hope that you will continue to carry on the good work you are doing." 91. The team of Treasury investigators were stunned by this letter. The previous correspondence clearly demonstrated that a Ford company was complicit in helping to send thousands of Allied soldiers to their deaths on the bloody battlefields of Europe. The Nazis frequently commended the efficiency of Ford-produced military vehicles in the success of their combat operations. Now, here was apparent evidence that Edsel Ford approved of these efforts and wanted them to continue. On May 25, 1943, Morgenthau forwarded a copy of the Lawler Report to President Roosevelt, directing the president's attention to what he calls the amazing and shocking correspondence between Edsel Ford and Dollfuss. Although the Lawler Report was never made public, Eleanor Roosevelt was almost certainly referring to it in her My Day column in September 1945 when she wrote, "I recall hearing after France fell and after we went into the war, that the heads of a big industry in this country cabled congratulations to their managers in France because the latter were keeping the plant going, although they were keeping it going by making what the Germans asked them to make. Business complications do strange things to our patriotism and ethics." 92. On May 26, 1943, only one day after the Treasury Department completed its investigation, Edsel Ford died suddenly at the age of 49. His premature death had always been blamed on stress over the company's bungled B-24 program, but Edsel was well aware that government investigators were investigating his involvement in potentially treasonous activities. It is entirely conceivable that his worry over a potential federal indictment in fact contributed significantly to the rapid decline of his health and even his death. 93. On the same day Edsel died, copies of the Lawler Report were forwarded to the U.S. Military Intelligence Division, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and the FBI. 94. After a 3-month Justice Department investigation, the United States Assistant Attorney General dropped a bombshell. An examination of the correspondence between Edsel and Dollfuss concluded that there was the basis for a case against Edsel Ford under the Trading with the Enemy Act. 95. From the pattern of his correspondence with Maurice Dollfuss, it was clear that Edsel had sanctioned continued business dealings between his company and the Nazi regime with whom his country was at war. But, taken individually, each letter was ambiguous enough to provide cover. Justice Department attorneys worried that Ford's July 17 letter urging Dollfuss to keep up the good work could be argued in court as nothing more than a polite expression of appreciation from an employer to his subordinate. Moreover, investigators could not obtain enough evidence for an indictment against the company itself. Although Edsel had indicated that he had informed his colleagues, there was no written documentation of this, making a prosecution case against the Ford Motor Company untenable. In his correspondence after Pearl Harbor, Edsel had dispatched his letters to Dollfuss through neutral Vichy. If the letters had remained in unoccupied France, they would have broken no laws. But, as the Justice Department studied the correspondence, it concluded that he deliberately intended his letters to be sent on to Dollfuss in Nazi-occupied territory. This was a clear violation of Section 3 of the Trading with the Enemy Act. Justice Department Attorney David Buxtaver concluded there was a basis for a case. 96. The Ford Motor Company's president was almost certainly guilty of violating one of the nation's most serious federal wartime statutes and could have gone to prison. Only treason would have carried a stiffer penalty. Indeed, a number of historians have referred to violation of the Trading with the Enemy Act as corporate treason. 97. However, by the time the investigation was concluded, Edsel had been dead for 3 months and the Justice Department was forced to abandon its investigation because his death made any discussion of criminal liability purely academic. 98. When the Ford Werke investigative team came across the same documents I had discovered about the existence of the Lawler investigation along with the Justice Department's startling conclusions, they briefly noted their findings in the December 2001 report. However, this section appears to have been completely ignored in Simon Reich's accompanying commentary as well as at the December 6 Ford Motor Company press conference. Consequently, the damaging findings were not mentioned in any of the subsequent media accounts. The company has refused to comment directly on the revelation that its former president may have been guilty of trading with the enemy. Officially, the Ford Motor Company will only say that the report speaks for itself. 99. If Edsel Ford violated federal laws by continuing to do business with the Nazis after Pearl Harbor, he was not alone. In a small box housed among the U.S. National Archives Trading with the Enemy files sits an explosive series of documents implicating another prominent American family in this serious crime. On October 20, 1942, 10 months after the United States entered the Second World War, the U.S. Alien Property Custodian, Leo T. Crowley, issued Vesting Order 248 under the Trading with the Enemy Act, seizing all assets of the Union Banking Corporation of New York, which was being operated as a front for enemy nationals. 100. According to a federal government investigation, Union Banking was not a bank at all, but a cloak operation, laundering money for Germany's powerful Thyssen family. The Thysens were instrumental in financing Hitler's rise to power and had supplied the Nazi regime with much of the steel it needed to prosecute the war. 101. One of the partners of the Union Banking Corporation, the man who oversaw all investments on behalf of the Nazi-affiliated owners, happened to be Prescott Bush, grandfather of the American President George W. Bush. Through the connections of his father-in-law, Bert Walker, who has been described by a U.S. Justice Department investigator as one of Hitler's most powerful financial supporters in the United States. 102. Prescott Bush specialized in managing the investments for a number of German companies, many with extensive Nazi ties. These included the North American operations of another Nazi front, the Hamburg America Line, which was directly linked to a network set up by IG Farben to smuggle agents, money, and propaganda for Germany. 103. According to a 1934 congressional investigation, the Hamburg America Line subsidized a wide range of pro-Nazi propaganda efforts both in Germany and the United States. 104. Both Walker and Bush were directors of a holding company, the Harriman 15 Corporation, that directly financed the line. Shortly before the government seized the assets of the Union Banking Corporation, in fact, it had also seized American-held assets of the Hamburg-America line under the Trading with the Enemy Act. A few weeks after the government seized Bush's shares in Union Banking, it seized the assets of 3 other Nazi front companies whose investments were handled by Bush: the Holland American Trading Corporation, the Seamless Steel Equipment Corporation, and the Silesian American Corporation. The paper trail indicated that the bulk of Prescott Bush's financial empire was being operated on behalf of Nazi Germany. 105. According to former United States Justice Department Nazi war crimes investigator John Loftus, who has investigated the Bush family's considerable ties to the Third Reich, Prescott Bush's investment prowess helped make millions of dollars for various Nazi front holding companies, and he was well paid for his efforts. The Bush family fortune that helped put 2 members of the family in the White House can be traced directly to the Third Reich, says Loftus, who is currently president of the Florida Holocaust Museum. 106. In his own investigation, Loftus discovered a disturbing trail connecting the Bush family's money laundering efforts to the Thyssen and their role in building up the Nazi war machine. He believes these connections deserve more scrutiny. There are 6 million skeletons in the Thyssen family closet, and a myriad of criminal and historical questions to be answered about the Bush family's complicity. 107. Fortunately for Bush, who was later elected a United States Senator, his name never surfaced in the news when his Union Banking shares were seized by the U.S. government. The only media reference related to the seizure was a brief 1944 item in the New York Times announcing that the Union Banking Corporation, 39 Broadway, New York, has received authority to change its principal place of business to 120 Broadway. 108. The article neglected to point out that the company's assets had been seized under the Trading with the Enemy Act, or that 120 Broadway was the address of the U.S. alien property custodian. If the news had been publicized, it might well have derailed Bush's political career as well as the future presidential aspirations of both his son and grandson. According to Loftus, however, the potential scandal did affect the short-term career plans of Prescott's eldest son, George Herbert Walker Bush. As the government investigation into Prescott's Nazi dealings heated up, Loftus reveals, the 18-year-old Bush abandoned his plans to enter Yale and enlisted instead in the U.S. Army in an attempt to save the family's honor. 109. Meanwhile, Prescott Bush, in an effort to avoid potential government prosecution, volunteered to spy for the OSS, precursor of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. These efforts at cleansing his Nazi ties appear to have been successful. He was never indicted. In 1951, Union Banking assets valued at $1.5 million were released back to the Bush family. While the Ford Motor Company and the Union Banking Corporation were being investigated for trading with the enemy, hundreds of other American companies continued to carry on business in Nazi Germany and other Axis-controlled territories after Pearl Harbor. However, most of these companies came under immediate seizure by the Nazi Enemy Property Commission. In his commentary accompanying the Ford Werke report, Simon Reich goes out of his way to stress that Ford was not the only American car company operating in the Third Reich. General Motors, he argues, played a much larger role in Germany, dwarfing Ford's production there. 110. Indeed, GM's Opel subsidiary was involved in Nazi war preparations as far back as 1935, manufacturing heavy trucks for the Wehrmacht. In succeeding years, Opel became an integral part of the German military machine, eventually building engines for the Luftwaffe air fleet as well as military vehicles for the German army. Like Ford, GM's shares in Opel were never seized after Pearl Harbor, although an enemy property custodian was appointed to oversee the plant in November 1942. Opel, likewise, employed thousands of forced laborers in its own wartime operations. However, General Motors did not appear to enjoy the same cozy relationship with the Reich as did Ford after the United States entered the war. Beginning in August 1942, Opel was forced to fight numerous attempts by the Reich War Ministry to expropriate and even liquidate its German operations. 111. Up to the present day, GM, like Ford, appears to have escaped the moral consequences of its own extensive business dealings with Nazi Germany. According to company spokesperson D. Allen, "We lost complete control of the company after Pearl Harbor, so we can't be held responsible for anything that happened at Opel during the war." 112. Perhaps the most notorious example of U.S. corporate collaboration with the Reich was exposed by historian Edwin Black in his explosive 2001 book, IBM and the Holocaust. Black reveals for the first time how IBM's German subsidiary developed the information technology that helped Hitler efficiently implement the final solution by identifying Jews so they could be rapidly rounded up, deported, imprisoned and ultimately exterminated. With the American parent company's full knowledge and guidance, the automation of persecution was enthusiastically perfected and sold to the Nazis for massive profits. It may be significant to note that Ford-Werke's attorney and board chairman Heinrich Albert also served as the German attorney for IBM. It was in fact Albert who advised the company before Pearl Harbor on how to maintain its independence and protect its profits should America enter the war. IBM has remained largely silent on its wartime role since Black's book made headlines in 2001. 113. Objectionable though the Nazi business dealings of Prescott Bush, General Motors, and IBM may be, however, they differed from Ford in one significant respect. As Edwin Black writes about IBM's Nazi collaboration, it was never about the anti-Semitism, never about the Nazism. It was always about the money. As far as IBM was concerned, business was its middle name. 114. In fact, it is an incident involving IBM President Thomas Watson that provides the starkest possible contrast between the philosophies of the two companies' founders. At a Berlin Economic Congress in June 1937, the German government bestowed on Watson the Merit Cross of the German Eagle, a slightly lower grade Nazi decoration than the Grand Cross Henry Ford would receive a year later. 115. Ford consistently refused public calls to return his own medal, even after the United States entered World War II. He believed the Jews were behind efforts to take it away from him, telling an associate, "They told me to return it or else I'm not American. I'm going to keep it." 116. Watson's Nazi decoration never received the kind of publicity accorded to Ford's own Cross of the German Eagle, hence, there was no similar public clamor for the IBM president to return his medal. But in May 1940, as the Nazi blitzkrieg swept westward toward France, Watson wrote a letter to Hitler, returning the medal the Führer had bestowed on him 3 years earlier, writing, "The present policies of your government are contrary to the causes for which I have been working and for which I received the decoration." 117. Like Ford, however, he never returned Hitler's money. After the Iowa slave labor lawsuit against Ford was dismissed in 1999, a number of German companies, including GM subsidiary Opel, agreed to pay into a $5.1 billion humanitarian aid fund to compensate the victims of wartime slave labor. 118. At the time, Ford's director of global operations, Jim Vella, told reporters that Ford had no intention of contributing to the fund, because Ford did not do business in Germany during the war. Our Cologne plant was confiscated by the Nazi government. It would be inappropriate for Ford to participate in such a fund. 119. But in March 2000, after considerable negative publicity, Ford did a sudden about-face, announcing that its German subsidiary would contribute to the fund after all. According to the company's press release announcing this change of heart, Ford-Werke wants to make a humanitarian contribution to help former forced laborers who are still alive and others who suffered particular hardship during the National Socialist regime. The company announced that it expected to contribute approximately $13 million to the fund, although the exact amount had not been finalized. 120. In 1995, a group of historians invited Elsa Iwanawa and a number of other former Ford slave laborers to Cologne to tour the same Ford-Werke plant where they had been forced to toil at gunpoint during the war. During their tour, a company official presented each member of the group with a small lapel pin bearing the Ford Company logo. Just a pin for 3 years of labor and starvation, Iwanhoe recalled. We were humiliated by this ridiculous present. 121. As of May 2002, the pin remains the only compensation the 76-year-old Iwanhoe has received for her years as a teenage slave laborer. She has not received a dime from Ford or from the humanitarian aid fund to which the company contributed in 2000. As time passes, she grows increasingly bitter. I think they are waiting for all of us to die so they won't have to pay us, she says from her home in Antwerp. Ford is still pretending that they bear no responsibility for my nightmare, but somebody owes me for my 3 years in hell. It's 60 years later, and I'm still crying. 122. Chapter 13. Redemption. During the last years of his life, Lindbergh's white supremacist racial views were transformed as he traveled the world, visiting what he called primitive tribes on cultural conservation missions. As the plane circled over Mannheim on its final approach, the signs of destruction were poignantly evident below. Once a thriving industrial metropolis, the German city had been reduced to rubble, its factories and homes obliterated, its streets deserted. Lindbergh landed his C-47 on the damaged airfield shortly after noon on May 17, 1945, 10 days after the Nazis surrendered, ending the war in Europe. The last time he had set foot in the country 6 years earlier, he mused to his journal, his beloved Germany was still proud and virile. Now, as he surveyed the damage, it reminded him of a Dali painting, its hellish feel symbolizing death without dignity, creation without God. 1. The first accounts of Nazi atrocities were already filtering out of the newly liberated Germany. Horrors beyond imagining had only begun to pervade the public consciousness. Lindbergh was determined to see for himself whether the reports were just another example of the anti-German propaganda he had once dismissed as the exaggerations of a Jewish-dominated media. His first destination was Hitler's former headquarters at Berchtesgaden in the Bavarian Alps. As he stood in the bombed-out ruins of the mountain retreat, he could not help but ruminate on the initial promise of Hitler's vision, one that could have brought much human good but instead had turned to such resulting evil. In Lindbergh's journal entry, inscribed as he stood in the ruins, the Führer took on the traits of a tragic figure. A few weeks ago, he was here standing, looking through that window, realizing the collapse of his dreams, still struggling against overwhelming odds. 2. Lindbergh had long argued that a Nazi defeat would only replace one totalitarian regime with something worse, a communist-ruled Europe. Now, as he imagined what Hitler must have been feeling during those final days, he believed events had vindicated him. Germany overrun by the forces he feared most, the forces of Bolshevism, the armies of Soviet Russia, much of his country, like his own room and quarters, rubble, flame-blacked ruins. I think of the strength of pre-war Germany. 3. Officially, Lindbergh's trip had been undertaken to survey German developments in high-speed aircraft. As on his mission in the South Pacific a year earlier, he was traveling as a civilian representative of United Aircraft. Permission to travel in U.S. occupied Germany required clearance from the State Department, but this presented no serious obstacle. Lindbergh believed that, since Roosevelt's death, official attitudes toward him had softened considerably. The vindictiveness in Washington practically disappeared as far as I was concerned, he wrote General Wood. 4. For weeks, he toured the country, becoming increasingly angry with the misery he witnessed among the newly conquered German people. And, while conceding that the Nazis were ultimately responsible for the situation, he placed most of the blame for their continuing misery on the well-fed Americans who stuffed their faces while the German people suffered. In his journal, he asked, "What right have we to damn the Nazi and the Jap while we carry on with such callousness and hatred in our hearts?" 5. On June 11, Lindbergh and his party arrived at Camp Dora, a secret underground German rocket factory and death camp in the Harz Mountains. 27,000 slave laborers had been exterminated there by the Nazis after they had outlived their usefulness. As he stared into a huge pit overflowing with the residue of the furnace's small chips of human bone, the true horrors of the Nazi regime were brought home for the first time. Here was a place where men and life and death had reached the lowest form of degradation. How could any reward in national progress even faintly justify the establishment and operation of such a place? When the value of life and the dignity of death are removed, what is left for man? 6. But as he looked down at the evidence of one of history's greatest crimes, he could not bring himself to fully condemn the Germans responsible. Staring at the human debris, a strange sort of disturbance entered his mind. He was suddenly reminded of his mission to the South Pacific a few months earlier when, on a visit to the caves on the island of Biak, he saw a bomb crater filled with stacks of rotting Japanese bodies. Victorious U.S. troops had dumped a load of garbage over their bodies, to Lindbergh's disgust. It had left a lasting impression. A few moments later, he met a Polish prisoner recently liberated from Camp Dora, who looked like a walking skeleton, starved, hardly any flesh covering the bones. Where, Lindbergh asked himself, had he witnessed starvation like that before? Also on Biak Island, where he had seen Japanese prisoners thinner even than this Pole. Again, he cast responsibility on the Americans, who had let them starve themselves in the jungle by simply not accepting their surrender. Lindbergh proceeds to recall several more stories he had heard about the inhuman treatment of Japanese prisoners by American troops, and in his journal, he makes a telling comparison. I look down at the pit of ashes. This, I realize, is not a thing confined to any nation or to any people. What the German has done to the Jew in Europe, we are doing to the Jap in the Pacific. 7. Invoking a biblical passage, he writes, "Judge not that ye not be judged." It is not the Germans alone, or the Japs, but the men of all nations to whom this war has brought shame and degradation. His sudden concern for the plight of the Japanese people, whom he had only recently dismissed as the yellow danger, appears to be motivated as much by his antipathy toward American hypocrisy as a genuine concern for their welfare. When his wartime journals were published in 1970, the New York Times described Lindbergh's comparison between the Holocaust and isolated American excesses against Japanese prisoners as grotesque. 8. With billions of dollars in potential military contracts at stake after Pearl Harbor, the Ford Motor Company had been anxious to obtain its fair share of government largesse once the United States entered the war. To that end, company officials were determined to remain on good terms with the administration. Like many Americans on the far right, Henry Ford and his colleagues were convinced that the Roosevelt White House was dominated by Jews. Worried that Henry's anti-Semitic reputation still haunted the company, Ford Motor Company public relations officials had convinced him to meet with Richard Gutstadt, national director of the Anti-Defamation League, to clear the air. On January 7, 1942, soon after this meeting took place, a letter bearing Ford's signature was sent to hundreds of American newspapers, once again disassociating himself and his company from anti-Semitism. "In our present national and international emergency," Ford wrote, "I consider it of importance that I clarify some general misconceptions concerning my attitude towards my fellow citizens of Jewish faith. It is my sincere hope that now in this country and throughout the world, when this war is finished and peace once again established, hatred of the Jew, commonly known as anti-Semitism, and hatred against any other racial or religious group, shall cease for all time." 9. This time, American Jewish groups were not as willing to accept his words at face value. The Philadelphia Jewish exponent was the first to sound a skeptical note. "The revocation now is hardly sufficient to palliate the great injury that he has done to the Jewish people in the many years when he lent his name and his wealth to the spread of the libelous charges against them which have poisoned the minds of so many and the fruits of which are still a source of peril and misery to thousands of our people." 10. In his memoirs, Harry Bennett also insisted that Ford had irrevocably abandoned his anti-Semitic views. But a number of contemporary accounts indicate that Ford's visceral hatred for Jews continued unabated throughout the war years. Like his previous public renunciations of anti-Semitism, the letter appeared to be merely another insincere attempt at window dressing. Shortly after the war ended, a reporter asked him whether he had any plans to take his company public. Ford's reply is revealing: "I'll take down my factory brick by brick before I'll let any of the Jew speculators take stock in my company." 11. Each person had their own unique reaction to the stories coming out of Germany immediately after the war ended, but none perhaps as ironic, some would say fitting, as Henry Ford's. In the spring of 1946, the American government released a public information film called Death Stations, documenting the liberation of Nazi concentration camps by U.S. troops a year earlier. In May, Henry Ford and a number of his colleagues attended a private showing of the film at the auditorium of the Ford Rouge River plant, a few days before the documentary was to be released to the American public. Most of the assembled Ford executives sat rapt as the first gruesome images of the Majdanek concentration camp flickered on the screen. They reeled in horror at the graphic footage, which included stark images of a crematorium, Gestapo torture chambers, and a warehouse filled with the victims' belongings. When the lights went on an hour later, the company executives rose, shaken, only to find Henry Ford slumped over in his seat, barely conscious. Sitting there witnessing the full scale of Nazi atrocities for the first time, the old man had suffered a massive stroke, from which he would never fully recover. The story sounds apocryphal and is never mentioned in any company history or Ford biography, but the account comes from a credible eyewitness source. It is described in the unpublished memoirs of one of the Ford Motor Company's highest-ranking executives, Josephine Gaumont, director of female personnel at the Willow Run bomber plant, who was present at the screening. "Ford's lesson," she wrote, "seemed appropriate. The man who had pumped millions of dollars of anti-Semitic propaganda into Europe during the 20s saw the ravages of a plague he had helped to spread. The virus had come full circle." 12. Just before midnight on April 7, 1947, Henry Ford suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, and died in sleep at the age of 83. As his body lay in state at Ford's Greenfield Village Museum, 100,000 people filed past for a last glimpse of the man who had made such a lasting impact on American society. On the day of his funeral, every industrial worker in the state of Michigan was asked to observe a moment of silence. 13. Laudatory editorials filled the nation's newspapers, few mentioning his anti-Semitic past. His eldest grandson, Henry II, had been appointed president of the company more than a year earlier and was so far proving himself up to the task. Rather than preserving his grandfather's legacy, however, Edsall's son appeared to be going out of his way to demolish it. In quick order, he fired Harry Bennett and purged the remaining elements of the paramilitary force that continued to spy on Ford employees. He established peace with the labor unions, concluding a decades-long battle between the company and its workers, and ended what Fortune magazine called a feudal dynasty. And once and for all, Henry II moved to disavow any remaining vestiges of anti-Semitism on behalf of the company, publicly stating that copies of the International Jew published by Gerald L. K. Smith were without the authorization of his grandfather, the Ford Motor Company, or himself. "It is the policy of the Ford Motor Company and members of the Ford family," he wrote, "to urge all American citizens to combat any movement the purpose of which is to foster hatred and prejudice against any group." 14. By war's end, when Americans began to purchase cars again, the Jewish community was in no mood to forgive a company that had been so publicly associated with anti-Semitism and Nazism over the years. But under the leadership of Henry II, the corporation spent millions of dollars advertising in Jewish publications, donating generously to Jewish causes, and ensuring that these initiatives received wide publicity in the Jewish media. On the surface, it appeared that the company was genuinely committed to repudiating its tarnished past and restoring the family name. At the same time, however, on the other side of the Atlantic, and far from the scrutiny of the American press, a series of events were calling the depth of this commitment into question. As part of the denazification of Germany then underway, the U.S. military occupation government barred many of the country's industrial leaders from working at their former companies until they could prove that they had never been a member of the Nazi Party. In July 1946, the Denazification Committee placed Ford-Werke's wartime manager Robert Schmidt in Category 3 and denied him the right to return to his old position. 15. But in October 1947, after one unsuccessful appeal, Schmidt tried again and this time was officially cleared. Investigators could find no evidence that he had ever joined the party. Days later, Schmidt wrote a letter to Henry Ford II asking to be reinstated at Ford-Werke. A number of Schmidt's former employees protested, reporting that he had held strong pro-Nazi views, and for 2 years Dearborn stalled on a decision. 16. But in January 1950, with the full consent of the American parent company, Robert Schmidt finally was allowed to return to Ford-Werke as a technical advisor and member of the management board. Ford International executive A.J. Wieland praised Schmidt's return as an expedient solution to some of Ford-Werke's most pressing problems. 17. The company was struggling to regain its preeminence with German consumers, and company executives believed Schmidt's experience was sorely needed. His tarnished past did not appear to factor in the decision. 8 years later, he retired from the company with a lucrative compensation package, including a pension, expense allowance, annuity payments, and a 2-year consulting agreement. 18. He was immediately elected to the Ford-Werke Board of Directors, again with Dearborn's consent, and served 4 years until his death in 1962. Notwithstanding all his carefully publicized efforts to erase the stain of his company's past, no evidence has emerged that either Henry Ford II or any other top-level Ford Motor Company executive ever raised any moral objections to rehiring the man who had presided over one of the company's darkest chapters. Before Pearl Harbor, when Dearborn still controlled Ford-Werke but professed to know little of its goings-on, Schmidt had entered into an illegal arrangement to manufacture munitions for the Nazis, using Ford's resources to supply the regime with the means to kill thousands of British civilians during the Blitz. Also before Pearl Harbor, Robert Schmidt wrote in a company publication, vowing to give our best and utmost for final victory, in unshakable faithfulness to our Führer. 19. Before Pearl Harbor, he imported hundreds of POWs as forced laborers, in defiance of the Geneva Convention, to fill yet another German military contract. After Pearl Harbor, he literally purchased thousands of slave laborers and oversaw their brutal treatment at the hands of his own employees, while the company enjoyed unprecedented profits. There is no evidence that he had any qualms about these acts or that they were performed under coercion from the Nazi regime. Robert Schmidt was acting on his own initiative as a loyal servant of the Ford Motor Company. After the war, he was well rewarded for his efforts by Ford, a company that today claims it could not influence or control the wartime events over which Schmidt had presided and therefore had no responsibility for his actions. If his newly acquired first-hand knowledge of Nazi atrocities convinced Lindbergh that his pre-war position had been mistaken, it was nowhere evident as he returned to America and plunged headlong into another political controversy. A new international body, the United Nations, was being proposed to forge a lasting peace. Lindbergh was not necessarily opposed to this idea, but he firmly rejected one of the new body's guiding principles: human equality. In a speech before Washington's Aero Club on December 17, 1945, he proposed his own alternative to the UN, envisioning a world organization that would possess overwhelming military might and be guided by Christian ethical principles. 20. Human beings were obviously not equal in ability, he argued. An equal governing power must not be given to the Russians, the Chinese, and the Indians, who constituted the majority of the world's population. Instead, the organization must be governed by peoples of ability, Westerners who had developed modern science, aviation, and the atomic bomb. 21. He pointed to the Nazi excesses as an example of what happens when power is not tempered with Christian morality and argued that only Christian virtues could save Western civilization. He also condemned the recently commenced war crimes trials at Nuremberg for their spirit of vengeance against the Nazis who had perpetrated the final solution. The media took up where they left off before Pearl Harbor, excoriating Lindbergh for these views. Wrote the New Republic. He is saddened by the lack of Christian qualities in the post-war world as shown by our complacency at the hanging of Mussolini, at the court trials of our conquered enemies, and in our attitude toward the famine-stricken peoples we have defeated. There is no similar concern for the victims of Nazism. 22. In a statement to the Chicago Tribune, Lindbergh implied that the destruction of Nazi Germany had been a disastrous error and that the seeds of a Third World War were already being sown. 23. He later wrote, "A civilization had collapsed, one which was basically our own, stemming from the same Christian beliefs, rooted in similar history and culture." 24. Meanwhile, Lindbergh's old friend Truman Smith was growing increasingly bitter about his own treatment at the hands of the U.S. military. He had been finally forced to retire in 1941 without attaining the position of general that he had so coveted, even though most of his friends had long since been promoted to the Army's highest rank. In his letters to far-right figures after the war, Smith repeatedly claimed that he had been the victim of Jewish members of the Roosevelt administration, who had targeted him because of his association with Lindbergh. To understand how that crowd operated, he urged friends to read the fanatically anti-Semitic writings of the British ideologue Houston Stewart Chamberlain. 25. Recalls Smith's daughter Katchin Coley, "There is no question that his friendship with Lindbergh destroyed my father's career. He did not deserve the terrible things they did to him. He was completely apolitical, he never even voted because he said it would compromise his objectivity. But Lindbergh had a lot of enemies and they took it out on my father." 26. Smith was determined to redeem his reputation, but this would not be possible while Lindbergh remained a pariah. After the hostile reaction to his 1945 Aero Club speech, Lindbergh was determined to keep a low profile. But, as Leonard Mosley notes, Smith had other ideas. All of Lindbergh's pre-war prophecies were beginning to come true, the former military attaché wrote his friend. The British Empire was collapsing, a good part of Europe had come under the totalitarian control of the Soviets. In Asia, the Red Hordes of China were sweeping their enemies into the sea. Why, then, should Lindbergh not now be recognized as the prophet who had been maligned unjustly, and vilified only because he had insisted upon telling his fellow countrymen the truth? 27. Smith urged Lindbergh to redeem himself with the American people by publicly reminding them of this reality. The result was a slim volume, in essay form, that Lindbergh published in 1948 under the title of Flight and Life. Not for the last time, Lindbergh contended that, although they had enjoyed a military victory, the Allied nations had not really won the Second World War. Most of the issues for which we fought have not been settled. Our underlying objectives have not been attained. Our victory has not brought peace to the world. It has established neither democratic ideals nor the security of nations. As England won a war and lost an empire, we have stamped out the menace of Nazi Germany only to find that we have created the still greater menace of Soviet Russia, behind whose Iron Curtain lies a record of bloodshed and oppression never equaled. 28. A few years earlier, these words would have been dismissed as another attempt to justify his long-held pro-German views. Now, at the dawn of the Cold War, they resonated with a military and political establishment that saw the Soviet Union as the new enemy. Figures of the far right began arguing that their defense of the Nazis before the war had been merely a bulwark against the greater, communist threat. Hitler, they pleaded, was simply the lesser of two evils. And, while many conservatives had indeed argued this point, Lindbergh's friends preferred to forget that his support for the Nazi regime had been based on more than simply anti-communism. In the years ahead, as Lindbergh was hailed by Smith and other supporters as a prophet, it became nearly impossible to find any reference to his very frequent pre-war sermons about racial purity or his publicly and privately voiced anti-Semitic statements. Rarely was there an admission that many of Lindbergh's closest friends and associates before Pearl Harbor openly advocated fascism and received direct financing from the Nazi government. Smith himself never acknowledged that Lindbergh, even while disagreeing with their excesses, had frequently expressed admiration for Hitler and the Nazi regime, and had at one time planned to move his family to Nazi Germany because it was there that he felt most at home. Lindbergh was being recast from a Nazi sympathizer to an outspoken Cold Warrior. By the time the Republicans took control of the White House in 1953, after 20 long years in the political wilderness, Nazi ties were no longer necessarily a political liability. Expunging their records of war crimes, the U.S. government had allowed thousands of former Nazi scientists and their family members into the United States after the war to assist in developing an American missile and rocket program. 29. Without this program, dubbed Operation Paperclip, the United States would never have beaten the Soviet Union to the moon or developed some of the sophisticated missile technology that gave it a military edge during the Cold War. The most notorious of these German scientists was Dr. Wernher von Braun, who would have almost certainly been convicted of Nazi war crimes for his part in developing the V-2 missile if he had not been recruited by the Americans. Although much of the information surrounding the operation is still classified, it is likely that one of these former Nazi scientists requested to work with Lindbergh, whose well-known interest in rocketry derived from his efforts in the early 1930s to persuade the Guggenheim Foundation to finance the experiments of America's foremost rocket pioneer, Robert Goddard. The German scientists were fully aware that Lindbergh would be an asset to any rocket program. In fact, it was later revealed that his post-war German visit in May 1945, which included the visit to the Nazi V-2 rocket factory and extermination camp at Camp Dora, had actually been undertaken to help locate and recruit former German rocket scientists on behalf of the United States government. 30. In April 1954, the Eisenhower administration suddenly and inexplicably announced that Lindbergh's military commission had been restored and that he had been promoted to the rank of brigadier general in the Air Force Reserves. Many of his former isolationist friends had gone to work for the new Republican president, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and immediately rose to the defense of Lindbergh's pre-war activities. Although the rank was largely ceremonial, it meant that he could be granted a top-secret security clearance to work on von Braun's rocket program as a member of the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board, which may have been the genuine reason for the restoration of his military commission. 31. The newly promoted general continued his secret work on the rocket program for more than a decade and even made a small contribution to NASA's manned space program. But Lindbergh's interests during this period were not merely confined to aviation and rocketry. Scott Berg and other biographers have written at length about the passion for conservation that would consume Lindbergh until the end of his days. Indeed, he threw himself into the cause of protecting birds, whales and other wildlife, working closely with the World Wildlife Fund and other groups dedicated to saving endangered species. "I realized if I had to choose," he once stated, "I would rather have birds than airplanes." Even as a conservationist, however, Lindbergh could not escape his controversial past. When he explained that he wanted to preserve nature because "I don't want history to record my generation as being responsible for the extermination of any form of life," the syndicated columnist Max Lerner opined, "where the hell was he when Hitler was trying to exterminate an entire race of human beings?" 32. Perhaps Lindbergh's most notable post-war venture was his well-publicized 1972 foray into the jungles of the Philippines to study a long-lost primitive Stone Age tribe called the Tazete. The tribe had been allegedly discovered by the Philippine cultural minister Manuel Elizalde, who claimed they had lived an isolated existence for hundreds of years in a Philippine rainforest, without any contact with outsiders. Years earlier, Lindbergh had struck up a friendship with the country's brutal dictator Ferdinand Marcos, who became a patron of his conservationist causes. Instead of allowing trained anthropologists to study the recently discovered Tazete tribe, Marcos invited Lindbergh to lead the first expedition to the colony of this cave-dwelling people, whose discovery was soon hailed as one of the great anthropological finds of the century. After living among the Tazete for a week, Lindbergh told reporters he had never seen a happier people. Soon after, the Philippine government strictly prohibited all contact between outsiders and the Tazete, leaving Lindbergh's description one of the only accounts available to academic researchers. Again, Lindbergh was hailed for his non-Aviatushan achievements, adding to the carefully cultivated legend. More than just a great aviator, he was now regularly portrayed as a world-class scientist for his work with Carrel and a renowned conservationist and anthropologist for his work with the THIRD. For one of the few times, writes Scott Berg, the media reports about Lindbergh did not exaggerate. But Berg's assessment may have been misplaced. Soon after Marcos was ousted from power in 1986, a Swiss journalist and an anthropologist entered the THIRD area, the first outsiders to do so in more than a decade, and came out declaring the THIRD were a hoax. They told reporters the primitive tribesmen were in fact Filipino farmers who had been paid by Marcos to move into the forest and pretend to be Stone Age cave dwellers to fool anthropologists and journalists. 33. According to one of the so-called THIRD, we didn't live in caves, only near them, until we met Elizalde. Elizalde forced us to live in the caves so that we'd be better cavemen. Before he came, we lived in huts on the other side of the mountain and we farmed. We took off our clothes because Elizalde told us to do so and promised if we looked poor that we would get assistance. He gave us money to pose as THIRD and promised us security from counterinsurgency and tribal fighting. 34. Elizalde had allegedly perpetrated the hoax in an effort to increase tourism to the Philippines, although he had come to realize that his ruse would easily be discovered by trained anthropologists, forcing him to shield the THIRD from outsiders. The Swiss newspaper Neue Zürcher Zeitung exposed the sensational claims in a story headlined, "The Stone Age Swindle." It was being called the greatest hoax since Piltdown Man. Some academics claimed that the journalists themselves were the hoaxers. 35. But soon after, at a Philippines university conference, an anthropologist presented genealogical evidence proving that each of the THIRD came from one of the two neighboring language groups, the Blitmanobo or Tabalay. Since then, the majority of anthropologists who have studied the controversy agree that the story of the THIRD as a cave-dwelling people who had lived for hundreds of years without any outside human contact was a hoax. 36. However good his intentions, it appeared that once again Lindbergh had allowed himself to be used to further the agenda of a dictator. This incident, like many others in Lindbergh's past, speaks more to his naivete than to any sinister motive on his part. It would probably be a gross exaggeration to call Lindbergh one of the 20th century's greatest conservationists, a description used by more than one writer after his death. But there is no doubt that he was sincere in his conservation efforts and made some important contributions to environmental consciousness during the 60s and early 70s. However, his biographers have paid little attention to another of Lindbergh's greatest passions during the same period. With the shocking post-war revelations of the final solution, the American eugenics movement that had so inspired the Nazis fell into almost universal discredit. No longer was race betterment considered an acceptable field of scientific inquiry. However, the disclosure of Nazi euthanasia methods did not appear to sour Lindbergh on a movement he had embraced ever since his mentor Alexis Carrel introduced him to its principles during the early 1930s. Long after the war ended, Lindbergh remained committed to the cause of race betterment, contributing money, advice, and time to the American Eugenics Society, which had retained only a fraction of its pre-war membership. From 1955 to 1959, Lindbergh even served as a director of the society, concentrating his interests mainly on the concept of so-called positive eugenics, including selective breeding. 37. I believe the simplest knowledge of eugenics, if taught in schools, would have a tremendous long-term effect, he wrote AES Secretary Frederick Osborne in 1967. 38. However, Lindbergh's youngest daughter Reeve, who was born shortly after the war ended, says she can't remember ever hearing her father talking about concepts of racial purity. We grew up in suburban Connecticut where I heard racist and anti-Semitic comments on the block almost constantly. But in our house, my father never talked like that. He didn't seem to hate anyone. I never heard him talk directly about eugenics, though he used to speak in almost mystical terms about Alexis Carrel. Later on, I read Carrel's writings and they were truly scary. I never understood what my father saw in him. 39. In November 1944, Carrel had died in Paris, his reputation in tatters. After the fall of France in 1940, Lindbergh had suggested that the doctor might be able to return to France to work with the new Nazi-backed Vichy regime. 40. Following his protégé's advice, Carrel traveled to Paris in 1941. There, he obtained financial support from the collaborationist Vichy leader Marshal Pétain to establish a foundation for the study of human problems. 41. To promote many of the eugenic concepts Carrel had advocated in his 1935 book, Man the Unknown. With almost $8 million in Vichy funds, Carrel established his institute in Paris and pursued his research for more than 3 years. 42. Following the liberation of France in 1944, however, members of the resistance immediately fingered the doctor as a Nazi collaborator, an accusation Carrel vigorously denied, as did almost all collaborators after the war. Along with 4,000 other accused civilian collaborators, he was rounded up and detained at the Palais des Sports in Paris. 43. A purging committee was set up to determine the extent of their collaboration with the Nazis. 44. But 3 months later, before he could face a tribunal to answer the charges against him, Carrel died of a heart attack at the age of 71. With reports of his death, news about Carrel's alleged Nazi collaboration soon reached his former friends and colleagues in America. Many refused to believe the charges, since he had occasionally expressed anti-Nazi sympathies before the war and had even chided Lindbergh for his pro-German views following the fall of France. Shortly after VE Day, on his way to Germany, Lindbergh decided to take a brief detour to France in order to determine personally the circumstances of Carrel's wartime activities. Upon arriving in Paris, he spoke to a French duchess who was with the scientist frequently during his final days and who claimed Carrel's collaboration with the Germans had been greatly exaggerated and the charges against him unfair. He had merely gone to the German embassy, she explained, to argue against the closing of his institute, but his meeting with the Nazis had been misinterpreted by the resistance. 45. However, the Duchess herself was pro-Vichy, so her claims probably carried little credibility. The French Minister of Health Valéry Raydot publicly announced that he had important new evidence proving Carrel had collaborated with the Germans. 46. Many other witnesses also attested to Carrel's collaboration. Indeed, it is difficult to believe he could have secured millions of dollars in funding for his institute without some collaboration, although this doesn't mean that Carrel had changed his mind about the Nazis. Lindbergh himself appears to have eventually accepted the veracity of the claims. But as a pre-war Nazi sympathizer himself, who had counseled Carrel to return to France and work with the Nazi puppet regime, he was hardly disposed to condemn his longtime friend. Indeed, Lindbergh defended Carrel's activities in his journal shortly after hearing of the accusations. What could Carrel do but cooperate with the government of occupation? Carrel was never a pro-Nazi, but he thought the communists were worse. I have heard him say many times that if he had to choose between fascism and communism, he would take fascism without hesitation. 47. Lindbergh spent a good part of his remaining years attempting to redeem his mentor's reputation and in 1970 provided financial support to establish a foundation at Georgetown University to promote the study and dissemination of the ideas expounded during his lifetime by the late Alexis Carrel. After the war, the Lindberghs moved to Darien, Connecticut, a suburban WASP enclave that legally barred Jews and blacks from owning homes by employing restrictive real estate covenants. The town was so notoriously anti-Jewish that it was used as the setting for the Oscar-winning 1947 Gregory Peck film, Gentleman's Agreement, about anti-Semitism in America. Life in the Lindbergh household during those post-war was anything but idyllic for his growing family. His children remember a father who was loving but severe. Reeve recalled that one moment Charles could be playful, running imaginary animals across her back, while the next he could be a stern and exacting father who, when he returned from his frequent absences, called each of his 5 children into his office to peruse a handwritten list of their achievements and failures. 48. In 1998, republished a memoir, Under a Wing, in which she confronts her father's pre-war history. When as an adult she read his Des Moines speech, delivered years before she was born, she read a chilling distinction in his mind between Jews and other Americans, but says it didn't reflect the Charles Lindbergh she remembered growing up. Nor could she entirely sympathize with his pre-war isolationist stand. Knowing him as I did, it didn't compute, somehow, until I understood that my father represented his country and his time inescapably, in ways that even he didn't understand. All the same, he was a very principled and a very compassionate man. 49. Overall, she believes that the Lindbergh legacy is very profoundly the legacy of this country, and that his contradictions are our own. 50. Another daughter, Anne, remembered, there were only two ways of doing things: father's way and the wrong way. He barred television and comic books from the house, and when his wife suggested she needed a new stove, he asked her to postpone the decision until they could talk over the purchase together from personal, economic, and military standpoints. 51. Once, when she replaced some old mattresses in the guest room, purchasing a set of new mattresses on sale at Bloomingdale's, he accused her of contributing to the fall of civilization. 52. Lindbergh's stern manner appeared to take its severest toll on his wife, who suffered from severe bouts of depression and spent most of her days in her room crying, before learning to cope after years of psychiatric treatment. Eventually, husband and wife spent most of the year apart as Charles traveled the globe on various projects, and Anne compared herself to a widow. When she underwent painful knee surgery in the spring of 1960, she was devastated when Charles failed to show up at the hospital. "Where are you?" she wrote him bitterly 2 weeks after the operation, when he had still failed to visit. 53. During their increasingly rare periods together, she complained, he expected Anne's attention to focus exclusively on him, his self-absorption reaching what Scottberg calls comical proportions. 54. Occasionally, when he thought Anne was spending too much time on the telephone talking to friends, he would get his gun from the closet and threaten to shoot the phone. He frequently responded to her complaints with explosive rages, accusing her of making mountains out of molehills. Anne would later write about the banked bitterness she felt toward her husband, and admitted that, to relieve the loneliness, she had an extramarital affair with a surgeon who had removed her gallstones. 55. Lindbergh had all but disappeared from the spotlight during those post-war years. The man who had once dominated the front pages of American newspapers now rarely registered in the public eye. In some years, in fact, there is not a single reference to him in the New York Times Index. The notable exception was 1957, when Hollywood presented a screen adaptation of his Pulitzer Prize-winning memoir, The Spirit of St. Louis, starring James Stewart. Released with mammoth publicity on the 30th anniversary of Lindbergh's historic flight, the film was a giant box office flop. Producer Jack Warner allegedly called it the most disastrous failure in the history of his studio. 56. Critically acclaimed and packed with excitement, nobody could account for the film's lack of success. Perhaps many Americans were still hostile to Lindbergh for his pre-war isolationist stance and his flirtation with Nazism. Warner Brothers, in fact, experienced considerable difficulty in even booking the film into theaters because of Lindbergh's enduring reputation as an anti-Semite. 57. During the 1960s, Lindbergh demonstrated that his anti-war views were decidedly selective when he strongly supported U.S. military intervention in the Vietnam War. When his youngest son Scott threatened to renounce his U.S. citizenship and move to Europe in 1967 to avoid the draft, Lindbergh called him an ass, and the two remained estranged for many years. 58. He frequently claimed to friends that the controversy over his pre-war isolationist activities had never in the years since caused him a moment of concern. But in 1970, he appeared to go out of his way to sanitize his own past when he published his wartime journals, covering the years 1938 to 1945. In his introduction to the 1,000-page volume, publisher William Jovanovich insisted that the book omits only the insignificant details of day-to-day living, some material of intimately personal content and a number of repetitive passages. 59. But when Scottberg was allowed to access the original journals, he found that a number of distinctly anti-Semitic passages had been deliberately excised from the published version, including an entry in which Lindbergh complains about too much Jewish immigration into the United States. 60. Berg explains his subject's attempts at censorship. Without realizing that some of his comments were anti-Semitic, he intuitively deleted them. His admiration for Germany's accomplishments got soft-pedaled. 61. In his own introduction to the published journals, the 68-year-old Lindbergh made it clear that he had still not changed his mind about his pre-war stand. Looking back from the vantage point of a quarter century, he writes, America may have won World War II in a military sense, but in a broader sense it seems to me we lost it. In order to defeat Germany and Japan, he argues, the Allies supported the greater menaces of Russia and China. It is alarmingly possible that World War II marks the beginning of our Western civilization's breakdown, as it already marks the breakdown of the greatest empire ever built by man. Much of our Western culture was destroyed. We lost the genetic heredity formed through eons of many million lives. 62. In a testy editorial response to Lindbergh's argument, the New York Times took issue with his contention, if any war can said to be worth fighting and winning, it was World War II. Even vanquished nations gained, since Japan and Germany are far richer and freer today than they were in 1939. There is no doubt who won the war. Mankind won it. 63. On August 26, 1974, Charles Augustus Lindbergh succumbed to cancer at his Maui home, never having acknowledged that his pre-war stand may have been mistaken. Long newspaper obituaries commemorated his passing, the first time in years that the American public or press had paid much attention to the one-time hero. His historic flight had not been forgotten, but the controversy surrounding his isolationist activities was only briefly noted, much of the American pre-war generation having taken any lasting bitterness toward Lindbergh to their graves. In 1976, a British journalist named Leonard Mosley published the first major Lindbergh biography, a somewhat unflattering account that resurrected many of the stories about his Nazi sympathies. As a foreign correspondent, Mosley had covered Lindbergh's trips to Germany during the 30s and later interviewed many former members of the Nazi High Command, including Hitler's armaments minister Albert Speer, about Lindbergh's activities. Lindbergh's friends and supporters immediately moved to discredit the book, pointing out, among other things, that Mosley's book wrongly said Truman Smith was still alive in 1975, when in fact Smith had died in October 1970. 64. Historian Wayne Cole, who had written a number of books sympathetic to the isolationist movement, published his own account of Lindbergh's pre-war anti-intervention activities shortly before Lindbergh's death. This book is often cited today as the definitive account, but Cole counted himself as a friend of Lindbergh and so could hardly be objective. 65. Nevertheless, he raises some important points, asking the reader to consider beyond mere passion and prejudice the issues raised by the pre-war isolationist movement. Cole personally believes that Americans have been too quick to judge Lindbergh for his political stand. America's opinion-forming elite has concluded that he was wrong. Any judgment in depth, however, must wrestle with difficult questions about the consequences of alternative courses of action, those proposed either by Lindbergh or others. Would the alternative courses of action urged by Colonel Charles A. Lindbergh from 1937 through 1941 have provided a more or less secure, free and stable world for Americans and others than they find today? To what extent did the great debate and the tactics by both the isolationists and the interventionists enhance or undermine democracy, freedom, peace, and security for the United States? 66. A decade after these books appeared, a New York freelance journalist named Susan Herdig was sitting at the departure gate of a Minnesota airport when Anne Morrow Lindbergh suddenly sat down beside her. Herdig introduced herself, thrilled to be in the presence of a woman she had long admired. At that moment, Hertog resolved to write Anne's life story. 2 years later, in 1987, she was invited to Anne's mountain chalet near Geneva, Switzerland, where Anne told her that, despite her lifelong aversion to publicity, she wanted to set the record straight about her life with Charles. Over the next 2 years, Hertog met with her subject 10 times, during which Anne talked candidly about her life with Lindbergh. No published journalist or biographer had ever been given complete access to the Lindbergh papers and correspondence, spread throughout archival repositories around the country. Anne Morrow Lindbergh's will specified that they could only be accessed with written permission from the family. 67. After negotiations with Anne during the late 1980s, Hertog believed she was at one point close to gaining full access to the papers, but negotiations broke down after the family intervened, concerned about the direction her book appeared to be taking. 68. When Hertog's work was published in 1999, 2 years before Anne's death, the Lindbergh family moved quickly to discredit the work, accusing her of misleading Anne by claiming she was writing a feminist study rather than a biography. 69. Nevertheless, the book is a valuable contribution to the Lindbergh canon. The hours of detailed interviews Anne granted Hertog represent perhaps the most complete and candid account of Lindbergh's life by the person who knew him best, as well as a fascinating portrait of a remarkable woman. 70. In the early 1990s, another writer named A. Scott Berg began corresponding with Anne about the possibility of writing a biography of her husband. Berg, whose best-known previous book was a respected biography of film mogul Samuel Goldwyn, had long been fascinated with Lindbergh, and it was evident from his persistent letters to Anne that Berg's portrayal of her husband's life would be a sympathetic one. After a year of correspondence and a series of meetings, she finally agreed to allow Berg unfettered access to the Lindbergh family papers. 71. Although Berg clearly admired his subject. 72. He made it clear to the family that he would only agree to write the biography if he was allowed unrestricted freedom to write what he chose. 73. Anne consented, shortly before she suffered a stroke that would leave her incapacitated for the rest of her life. Although her marriage to Charles was often stormy and unhappy, it was also frequently rich, fascinating and rewarding. My life began when I met Charles Lindbergh, she told Susan Hertog. Anne was clearly committed toward the end of her life to preserving her husband's legacy and safeguarding his reputation, despite his deathbed admonition to his wife and children not to spend your life defending mine. 74. After years of research, the family-authorized biography finally appeared in 1998, attracting immediate attention and acclaim. Because Berg acknowledged Lindbergh's anti-Semitism, even discovering previously unreported examples, the book appeared to be a warts-and-all biography. It portrays Lindbergh as a great, but flawed, historical figure unfairly excoriated for his isolationist views. The book received a number of glowing reviews, became a New York Times bestseller, and went on to win the 1999 Pulitzer Prize for Biography. Indeed, the book is an important work, meticulously researched, and thorough in many respects. But a number of prominent reviewers more familiar with Lindbergh's pre-war activities noticed that, while Berg addressed Lindbergh's anti-Semitism and pre-war Nazi sympathies, he appeared to deliberately play them down. In one passage, for example, Berg quotes Lindbergh expressing his belief that admitting excessive numbers of Jewish refugees into the United States would cause chaos and that there are too many in places like New York already. Inexplicably, Berg then claims that Lindbergh was not singling Jews out for persecution. Indeed, he could have just as easily written the same about any other minority. 75. In another unaccountable defense of his subject's actions, Berg writes that in his reviled Des Moines address, Lindbergh had bent over backwards to be kind about the Jews. 76. This assertion is especially puzzling since even Lindbergh's daughter Reeve acknowledges that the speech was anti-Semitic. 77. In fact, Anne's diary reveals that her husband only inserted the brief positive passage about the Jews at her insistence. Berg also writes that most of Lindbergh's references to Jews express Lindbergh's affinity and admiration for them. 78. In his section about the events leading up to Munich, Berg downplays Lindbergh's role in Britain's appeasement of Hitler, attributing subsequent accounts about his influence as hearsay. 79. On his book tour promoting the biography, Berg regularly described Lindbergh's views as a genteel brand of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in this country up until the 1960s. 80. These attempts to rationalize Lindbergh's behavior were too much for a number of prominent critics, including New York Times columnist Frank Rich, who accused Berg of sanitizing the all-American hero's anti-Semitism by tossing in bizarrely off-key "everyone did it" disclaimers. 81. Similarly, Businessweek magazine criticized Berg's failure to confront Lindbergh's anti-Semitism head-on, or to explain why it was that he buried his head in the sand when confronted with the crimes of inhumanity that repelled so many others. 82. Although most reviewers wrote that Berg was the first biographer ever granted unrestricted access to the Lindbergh archives, that distinction actually belongs to the prominent aviation historian, and former U.S. intelligence officer, Colonel Raymond Fredette, who got to know Lindbergh before his death and had received permission from Lindbergh himself to write a book about his military activities. 2 years later, Anne Morrow Lindbergh authorized Fredette to write the definitive biography of my husband. Although Fredette has yet to complete his book, he has had unrestricted access to the Lindbergh archives for more than 25 years and was harshly critical of Berg's biography when it was published. In a review of the book for the journal Air Power History, Fredette wrote, "Berg approaches Lindbergh and his accomplishments with awe, and a hero worship that harkens back to the time the flight to Paris was made." 83. Fredette's book, scheduled to be released in 2004, is expected to reveal some controversial personal details that he believes will shed new light on Lindbergh's character and reputation. Shortly before the publication of Berg's biography in 1998, director Steven Spielberg acquired the film rights to the book sight unseen and announced plans to produce a major Hollywood biopic of his boyhood hero Lindbergh. However, shortly after the book's release, Spielberg's involvement was severely criticized by many American Jews, who were afraid that the film, like the book, would downplay Lindbergh's anti-Semitism and Nazi sympathies. One of a number of scathing letters to New York's prominent Jewish newspaper, The Forward, lambasted the planned Spielberg film project. Any person who has read even a single book on the life of Charles Lindbergh already knows what the author of this family-authorized biography tried so hard not to reveal, that the Lone Eagle was a disgrace. 84. Having a filmmaker of Spielberg's stature affirm Lindbergh's heroism would significantly influence his enduring legacy. But shortly after the criticism hit its peak, Spielberg told Britain's Guardian newspaper that he had put plans to direct the Lindbergh film on hold, claiming he had not been fully aware of Lindbergh's anti-Semitism until he read the book. He explained that making Schindler's List and developing the show Foundation, documenting the testimonies of survivors, had reshaped his thinking about the Holocaust era. "They've given me more of a moral responsibility to make sure I'm not putting someone else's agenda in front of the most important agenda, which is trying to create tolerance. We'll probably make Lindbergh, but one of the reasons I've considered not being the director is that I didn't know very much about him until I read Scott Berg's book, and I read it only after I purchased it. I think it's one of the greatest biographies I've ever read, but his America First and his anti-Semitism bothers me to my core, and I don't want to celebrate an anti-Semite unless I can create an understanding of why he felt that way. Because sometimes the best way to prevent discrimination is to understand the discriminator." 85. An angry Berg publicly disputed Spielberg's claim that he was unaware of Lindbergh's anti-Semitism until he read the book, telling New York Magazine that he had fully discussed it with the director when he sold him the rights. "When he and I first met, topic A was anti-Semitism," said Berg. "And I would say topic Z was anti-Semitism, too." 86. As of December 2002, Spielberg's film has been shelved indefinitely. More than anything, the publication of Berg's biography, as Anne undoubtedly intended, marked the first step in the carefully crafted rehabilitation of a tarnished hero. Although Spielberg has thus far declined to participate in Lindbergh's redemption, the director inadvertently played a role in helping to rehabilitate the reputation of Henry Ford and the company he founded. On February 23, 1997, when NBC broadcast the television premiere of Spielberg's epic drama Schindler's List, its presentation was unique. Accompanying the massive publicity blitz that heralded the broadcast was the following announcement: by foregoing commercials during the screening, the Ford division of the Ford Motor Company will make TV history as the sole sponsor of the program. 87. Hardly a peep was heard from the Jewish community about the irony of Ford's sponsorship of a Holocaust epic. Only a few media voices pointed out the incongruity. When the New York Times contacted the Ford Motor Company to ask whether the sins of the founder had influenced its decision, company spokesperson Gary Donnelly denied the connection. Many of our people were involved in this project and no one ever mentioned Henry Ford. I think quite a few are not even aware of this background. 88. Indeed, so successfully has the company repaired its image over the years that few Americans are aware of its founder's sordid past or its own complicity in the events portrayed in Schindler's List. As Ron Rosenbaum writes in his acclaimed book Explaining Hitler, it's remarkable how easily or conveniently Ford's contribution to Hitler's success has been lost to memory in America. 89. When details about Ford's controversial past surface, as they occasionally do, the corporation has been remarkably successful at distancing itself from any moral responsibility for his actions, just as it distanced itself from the wartime activities of Ford Werke. When I began researching this book, I found that a number of files relating to the Dearborn Independent and Ford's early anti-Semitism had been discarded from the company archives decades ago. In a March 2002 interview with Ford Motor Company archivist Elizabeth Adkins, I asked whether she thought the Independent files might have been destroyed because they represented the darkest period in the history of the Ford Motor Company. 90. Her emailed response took me by surprise. In fact, Ford Motor Company did not own the Dearborn Independent. The publication was owned by Henry Ford, but was separate from the company. 91. I was intrigued. Implicit in the letter was the notion that Henry Ford's hate campaign was just another of his many eccentricities and had nothing to do with the company, an argument I had encountered on a number of occasions since starting this book. I resolved to determine the facts, despite the gaping holes in the archives. The company refused me access to its own industrial archives, but, after hours scouring the archives of the Independent Ford Museum, I finally located the information I was seeking: the original stock certificates of the Dearborn Publishing Company, publisher of both the Dearborn Independent and the International Jew. They reveal that 1,000 shares of stock capital were issued on April 22, 1920, less than a month before the Independent began its anti-Semitic campaign. Of these original shares, 997 were in fact owned by the Ford Motor Company, 1 share was held by Henry Ford, 1 share was held by Ernest Liebald, and 1 share was held by another company executive. 92. In a gesture of remarkable confidence, the Ford Motor Company had even authorized Ernest Liebald to hold its voting proxy. 93. Moreover, receipts and letters attest to significant cash advances paid by the Ford Motor Company to the Dearborn Publishing Company to finance operations of this company. 94. In addition, Ford dealers were regularly compelled by the company to sell the Dearborn Independent and the International Jew at their dealerships. As late as February 1926, a memo to all branch company managers instructed Ford dealers and salesmen to put greater effort into selling the Independent. 95. When I brought these facts to the attention of Ford spokesperson Tom Hoyt, and asked why Elizabeth Adkins, the keeper of the company's corporate history, had falsely informed me that Henry Ford personally owned the Independent, Hoyt simply replied, "Elizabeth was mistaken." 96. When I asked him whether, given these new facts, the Ford Motor Company might bear some responsibility for the consequences of its 7-year hate campaign, Hoyt's only response was, "The company's position against anti-Semitism is well documented. 97. The records of the Dearborn Publishing Company also dispel a myth repeated by many biographers, the belief that Edsel Ford never approved of his father's anti-Semitism. 98. In fact, both Edsel and Henry's wife Clara sat on the Dearborn Publishing Company board of directors during the entire first phase of the paper's anti-Semitic campaign and, according to records, neither ever protested its Jew-baiting content. Edsel even served as the publishing company's first secretary and treasurer. Only in 1923, 1 year after the Independent called a halt to its first hate campaign, did Edsel and Clara resign from the board. 99. When the paper's attacks against the Jews resumed a year later, Edsel's objections to continuing publication of the Independent appeared to be related to the fact that it was costing the company business more than to any moral consideration about the paper's content. 100. This becomes particularly significant in light of Edsel's subsequent wartime business dealings with the Nazi regime. With the death of Maro Lindbergh in 2001, an opportunity presented itself that would have been out of the question while she lived. I wrote Reeve Lindbergh requesting unrestricted access to her father's political papers at Yale University, which remain sealed under the terms of her parents' will. 101. I informed the Lindbergh's youngest daughter that my account would not necessarily be a favorable one, but argued that only by granting access to an unauthorized biographer could the family lay to rest the lingering suspicion that it has something to hide. Scott Berg, Lindbergh's authorized biographer, had previously been allowed access to this material, but it remained restricted. After months of negotiations and correspondence, during which she consulted extensively with her siblings, I was finally granted unrestricted access during the summer of 2002 to the papers I had requested. After reading through thousands of pages of his incoming and outgoing correspondence, uncensored journal entries and unpublished writings, I discovered no smoking gun proving that Lindbergh was motivated by anything but sincere albeit misguided motives for his pre-war isolationist activities, or that he was disloyal to America. I did not expect to. What I did discover was further evidence that Charles Lindbergh was anything but the one-dimensional figure often portrayed by his critics and supporters. I also found additional material that sheds considerable light on his pre-war views and the evolution of his social and political thought. Many of his critics, including a number of historians, have described Lindbergh as a Nazi, at least before the onset of the Second World War. However, it is clear from reviewing his correspondence and unpublished writings that this description is largely inaccurate. Throughout this book, I have referred to his pre-war Nazi sympathies. Although this description is perhaps closer to the truth, even it does not tell the whole story. Clearly, during the years following his first visit to Germany in 1936, Lindbergh sympathized with many of the Nazi ideals and accomplishments that he had witnessed on his repeated tours of the Third Reich. Compared to the decadence and freedoms he deplored in the Western democracies, he admired the dictatorial direction and virility of the new Germany and believed Hitler was undoubtedly a great man who has done much for the German people. 102. Despite Lindbergh's own anti-Semitism, however, he appeared to be genuinely disturbed by the Nazis' overt persecution of the Jews, along with many of their extreme methods. Nevertheless, he appeared to be willing to overlook or rationalize this extremism, writing a friend, "Hitler has accomplished results which could hardly have been accomplished without some fanaticism." 103. During his initial post-war rehabilitation, many of Lindbergh's friends and supporters argued in his defense that his trips to Germany were in fact clandestine missions designed to gather secret military intelligence on behalf of the United States government, that he was in effect acting as a double agent. Moreover, they claimed, he never admired Nazi Germany but viewed the Nazis as a useful antidote to communism. He was actually something of a prophet, they argued, a cold warrior before his time. In his private correspondence, however, Lindbergh makes it clear that this was not the case. He refused to pass on any German air intelligence information to the US government unless he had first received approval from his Nazi hosts. 104. And he makes no mention of communism at all in his initial 1936 references to his admiration for Hitler, Nazi Germany, and National Socialist ideals. In fact, it would be an additional 2 years before he began to regularly criticize the communists, during which time he was frequently exposed to the Nazis' frequent denunciations of the Soviet Union. Was Lindbergh, then, a fascist with a contempt for democracy? This is more difficult to answer. Following his first visit to Nazi Germany, he appears to be captivated by the concept of rule by elites advocated by his ideological mentor Alexis Carrel, rejecting the democratic ideal of one person, one vote. What measures the rights of man or of a nation, he wrote a friend in 1937 after a visit to the Third Reich. Are we deluding ourselves when we attempt to run our governments by counting the number of heads, without a thought of what lies within them? Later, he appeared captivated by a British fascist rally in 1938, comparing it favorably to a communist meeting he had recently witnessed. It always seems that the fascist group is better than the communist group. Communism seems to draw the worst of men. 105. He never fully resigned himself to the contradictions inherent in his virulent anti-communist sermons, frequently condemning the Soviets' godlessness, brutality and totalitarian nature, while refusing to acknowledge that each of these traits was also a fundamental element of Nazi ideology. Like his wife, he appeared to believe democracy was a spent force, destined to be replaced by an unspecified wave of the future. But, while Anne believed instinctively that Nazism was merely the scum on the wave, he never appears to have rejected its tenets outright, only its excesses. Yet, throughout the course of his pre-war isolationist activities, Lindbergh seemed uncomfortable with some of the extremist and pro-Nazi elements surrounding him and moved to distance himself from direct Nazi contacts. Whether this was out of political expediency or genuine discomfort with Nazi extremism is still unclear. Publicly, he refused to criticize the Nazis or return the medal presented to him by Hermann Göring in 1938, given to those who deserve well of the Reich. Did he desire a Nazi victory in Europe, at least before Pearl Harbor? It appears so, reviewing his private correspondence. Time and again, he makes it clear that he is annoyed by continued British resistance to Nazi domination of Europe. The bulk of his isolationist activities were not devoted to keeping America out of the European war, as many believe. They were devoted to preventing American military aid to Britain as the beleaguered island nation attempted to stave off a German military invasion. Yet his supporters, including a number of respected historians, argue that Lindbergh merely wanted to prevent good money being thrown after bad. He did not necessarily welcome a German victory, they insist, but believed it inevitable. He merely wanted the British to accept defeat so Hitler could get on with a much-needed readjustment of Europe, which included the destruction of Bolshevism. Then, a democratic America could live in peaceful coexistence with Nazi Europe. In his correspondence, Lindbergh argues that he favored a negotiated peace with the Nazis to avoid the destruction of Western civilization. 106. Evidently, however, he would have still advocated such a readjustment even if he knew it would lead to the Nazi extermination of millions of Jews and other Europeans. Even after the full horrors of the Holocaust were revealed following the war, he continued to believe he was right, arguing that America had, in fact, lost the war because the communists were allowed to swallow Eastern Europe. He appears to believe that a negotiated peace, or a Nazi victory resulting in the destruction of the Soviet Union, would have been preferable to the greater Soviet menace and its record of bloodshed and oppression never equaled. 107. Was Lindbergh a witless dupe? The description applied to him by the New York Times in a 1975 review of Leonard Mosley's biography. This simplistic view discounts the complexities of Lindbergh's character and personality. Certainly, the Nazis had sized up his naivete early on and used him as a pawn in their sophisticated propaganda charade. But it is important to remember that he was far from the only person fooled and that the Nazis had also successfully deceived foreign intelligence agencies that were anything but witless. Time and again, his friends describe Lindbergh as honest, perhaps too honest for his own good. A woman who once worked for him said, "He cannot tell a lie, even if he knows the truth is going to hurt. He just has to tell the truth, and he expects other people to tell the truth to him." 108. As objectionable as some of his honestly expressed views were, his private correspondence reveals that this assessment may not have been far off the mark. When the pro-appeasement New York Times columnist Arthur Kroc defended him in a 1939 column, falsely arguing that Lindbergh was acting almost as an American double agent during his pre-war trips to Nazi Germany, Lindbergh was furious, despite the column's tone of exoneration. In an extraordinarily revealing letter to a friend, he wrote, "I suppose that I should be very appreciative of the type of article which Mr. Kroc has written. But I prefer to stand upon a foundation of fact rather than of favor." 109. Lindbergh clearly believed that the Nazis who had extended such hospitality to him and his wife were also committed to the same honesty, and he could not begin to imagine that they would attempt to deceive him. Truman Smith and Alexis Carrel appear to have understood this aspect of Lindbergh's malleability early on. Once he trusted somebody, they knew, he was open to manipulation, and both men used this knowledge to instill their own unsavory ideas into his receptive mind. The subject of Lindbergh's honesty, however, is still open to question. We know that he deliberately excised damaging information about his attitude toward Jews from his journals before they were published, presenting the public with a less than honest portrait of his true views. At the time I visited the Lindbergh archives, there was no way of knowing whether the archival materials accessed by Scott Berg and myself represented a complete set of Lindbergh's papers or whether he removed incriminating documents at some point that might have harmed his reputation. But in 2003, an extraordinary story emerged out of Germany when it was revealed that Lindbergh had secretly fathered a second family with a Munich hat maker named Brigitte Hesheimer, producing 3 children between 1958 to 1967, while traveling to Germany under the pseudonym Carew Kent during the couple's 17-year affair. At first, the story was met with skepticism, especially by Berg, who told the media it would have been out of character for Lindbergh to have carried on such an affair. But in late 2003, DNA tests confirmed that Lindbergh had indeed fathered the 3 German siblings. The story took another bizarre twist when the German magazine, Focus, revealed that Lindbergh had also fathered a second German family, producing 2 additional children with Brigitte Hesheimer's sister, Marietta. It remains to be seen what other damaging secrets Lindbergh might have excised from the official record. Berg himself noted a curious discovery while researching Lindbergh's papers. He left messages to me, his future biographer. He would write on a letter, "Do not believe this man. What he says isn't true." At times, I thought he was trying to control me from the grave. Clearly, then, Lindbergh was conscious of influencing his own historical legacy. As is the case with Henry Ford, the genesis and evolution of Lindbergh's racial views are difficult to pinpoint. A comprehensive analysis of his early correspondence reveals that racial or anti-Semitic animus is entirely absent from his thinking in the years before he encountered Carrel and Smith. Only after he began to spend time with Carrel, who was preoccupied with the study of eugenics and wrote about the salvation of the white races, did Lindbergh's own racial views begin to form. Soon, he would be arguing that white people must not resist Hitler but should instead unite with the Nazis in a Western wall of race and arms to hold back the infiltration of inferior blood. 110. 111. Similarly, there is not a single known example of anti-Semitism either in his private writings or in anecdotal accounts by those who knew him in the years before he encountered Smith. In fact, one of Lindbergh's closest early friends was the Jewish philanthropist Harry Guggenheim, whose foundation sponsored his nationwide goodwill tour in 1927. Lindbergh was so fond of Guggenheim that he felt compelled to assure his friend somewhat defensively that he did not approve of Hitler's anti-Semitic policies. 112. After his first visit to Germany in 1936, although he refused to express similar sentiments publicly. As his friendship with Smith intensified, however, Lindbergh's journal entries became increasingly obsessed with the Jewish question, especially the idea of pervasive Jewish influence over the press and the interventionist movement. In his biography, Scottberg cites a number examples of Lindbergh's anti-Semitism previously censored from his journal, most of them relatively mild. However, Berg appears to have ignored an entry that, perhaps more than any other, speaks volumes about Lindbergh's attitude toward the Jews. On November 19, 1938, only a week after Kristallnacht shocked the world, Lindbergh was standing on a Paris train platform when he spotted a group of Jewish refugees leaving to catch an American-bound ship. That evening, he recorded his impressions in his journal. The station platform is filled with Jews leaving for America. They were a poor-looking lot on the whole. I have never been anti-Jewish and have great respect and admiration for Jews I know. Some of them are among my best friends. But this group on the station platform gave me a strange feeling of pity and disgust. These people are bound to cause trouble if many of them go to America. 113. It is especially revealing to learn how closely Lindbergh's anti-Semitism parallels that of his friend Henry Ford, who also believed there were good and bad Jews. Smith, then, appears to have instilled in Lindbergh the idea that Jews were a dangerous political force, while Ford influenced his racial thinking. Another revealing passage, which Lindbergh also censored from his published journals, sheds light on his reaction to the Des Moines controversy. Describing a recent rebuke of his speech by AFC Executive Committee member John Flynn a week after Des Moines, Lindbergh appears unrepentant. Apparently he would rather see us get into the war than mention in public what the Jews are doing, no matter how tolerantly or moderately it is done. On the other hand, I feel that the people of this country should know what Jewish influence is doing, and that the Jews should be warned of the result they will bring onto their shoulders if they continue their present course. 114. Berg argues that in later years, after traveling extensively throughout the world and living among people of all skin colors, Lindbergh had discarded his odious racist views, writing a friend, "The idea of racial inferiority or superiority is foreign to me." 115. Yet throughout his life, Lindbergh remained a passionate advocate of eugenics, and as late as 1967, his correspondence reveals that he was anything but color blind. In a letter to his father's biographer Bruce Larson, written at the height of the civil rights movement, Lindbergh wrote, "I don't feel anti any race, and I don't see how anyone can intelligently speak of racial superiority without referring that superiority to some framework such as civilization, but I believe race is important, and that differences in race are desirable. If you know a man's race, you already know a lot about him." 116. His daughter Reeve Lindbergh has been struggling for years to make sense of some of her father's views that she describes as painful for the family. In July 2002, she wrote me a letter attempting to explain what she calls his blind spot. "I know he didn't hate others individually, or in groups, but it was acceptable to see them in groups others, and I think this was unacknowledged but pervasive." 117. It is easy to understand, after reviewing Lindbergh's private papers, how many of his friends and critics appear to agree on only one word to describe him. Like Henry Ford, Charles Lindbergh was very much an enigma. But if an accurate assessment of what motivated the two men is still elusive, the consequences of their actions are all too evident. Conclusion. The year 2002 marked both the centenary of Henry Ford's first automobile contract and Charles Lindbergh's birth, as well as the 75th anniversary of Lindbergh's transatlantic flight. As the media reported on these milestones, the focus was mostly on the achievements of the two men rather than their controversial pasts. The fanfare marking the anniversary of Lindbergh's flight indicates that he stands to serve as a role model for a new generation of young Americans. Schools and libraries mounted Lindbergh expositions extolling his historic feat and pioneering spirit. Society tends to have a short memory. In a 1999 end-of-the-century Gallup poll, an overwhelming 85% of Americans said they admired Henry Ford. Soon after, the Ford Motor Company advertising department commissioned a series of national TV ads featuring company CEO Bill Ford reflecting nostalgically on the legacy of his great-grandfather. Meanwhile, the International Jew continues to circulate on hundreds of internet hate sites worldwide, and at least one edition is still in print, its influence perhaps increasing in proportion to the rehabilitation of Ford's own reputation. The revived, rose-colored view of these deeply flawed men requires us to confront some important issues about American society. In his book The Hero in America, historian Dixon Wechter argues that hero worship in the United States fills an urgent need. The country elevates exceptional men to heroes in order to validate America's sense of destiny as a great nation. Perhaps, then, the popular crusades of Ford and Lindbergh are an indictment of our society's tendency toward idolatry. After all, in both cases, the public adulation that placed these two men on a pedestal offered them the undeserved credibility outside of their recognized areas of expertise to spearhead their campaigns. Moreover, both men were clearly manipulated by others, who understood the nature of hero worship and chose to channel it toward their own destructive ends. Yet naivete alone cannot explain or excuse the actions of Ford and Lindbergh. At the start of a new millennium, the men who were once revered as two of America's greatest heroes, then reviled as traitors, are once again widely admired. In the recent celebrations of their lives, there appears to be a deliberate effort to define their importance by their historic achievements rather than the detrimental socio-political consequences of their actions, which have been largely downplayed, rationalized, or ignored. Many argue that it is unfair to judge historical figures by today's standards, that they must be judged in the context of their times. An oversimplification at best, this argument must never be used as an excuse to blind ourselves to certain troubling facts. Modern defenders argue that Ford and Lindbergh were vilified by their enemies for propaganda purposes, that they were unfairly cast as traitors, despite a proven record of patriotism. Many insist that while their isolationist activities were misguided, they stemmed from sincere conviction rather than from sinister motives. Today, the two men are often portrayed as undeniably great, albeit flawed, figures whose racial views simply reflected the society they lived in. The Ford Motor Company insists that it bears no moral responsibility for the actions of its founder or for its own use of slave labor during World War II. They argue that their contributions to Jewish causes demonstrate their commitment to combating anti-Semitism. Conspicuously absent from these arguments, however, is the notion of accountability. In any honest assessment of these men's lives, we are obliged to evaluate the whole of their legacies in an effort to understand the enduring impact of two deeply contradictory figures. At a time when the Western world stood on the brink of catastrophe, both men allowed their prejudices to blind them to egregious horror. With Hitler's armies on the march, Ford and Lindbergh actively chose to impair the Allied war effort, jeopardizing the survival of democratic Europe. During a period when Jews were struggling to establish equality for themselves in American society, both men fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. Ford's company put profit over principles when it became an arsenal of Nazism. After the war, it chose to rehire the men who had perpetrated unspeakable human rights abuses. In recent years, there appears to be a conscious attempt to portray these actions as mere character flaws. At worst, we are told, each man's conduct was a blemish on his otherwise exemplary career. Yet, their pre-war crusades had a devastating impact that cannot be ignored. Unless biographers and historians factor in the moral responsibility Ford and Lindbergh bear for the consequences of their actions, they do a disservice to the past, and to the future. The specters of racial genocide in Kosovo and Rwanda, and a renewed wave of anti-Semitism in Europe, have once again cast a pall over world affairs. On the eve of the 2003 Iraqi War, U.S. Congressman James Moran told his constituents that American Jews are responsible for pushing the country to war with Iraq, in a speech eerily reminiscent of Lindbergh's Des Moines address 62 years earlier. Unless we honestly examine the phenomena that fueled the destructive social forces championed by Ford and Lindbergh, we ignore at our peril a cautionary tale of intolerance, abuse of power, and reckless hero worship just as applicable to our own times.